If you were transported back to the eve of World War II, what would you choose? Would you find a safe place and live out your life peacefully? Or should they seize the opportunity to accumulate wealth and become a local tycoon? Or perhaps they should personally step onto the battlefield, relying on their foresight to stir up the entire era? If you were to transmigrate into the body of a wealthy young man, you might immediately sell your possessions, take the money, and immigrate to a powerful country, trying to stay as far away from the impending war as possible. If you happen to be transported to a military family, you might join the army directly, and through your understanding of the future, rise through the ranks and eventually become a 5-star general like MacArthur. But what if you were transported into the body of an ordinary person? No background, no money, no military power. Facing the impending World War II, how would you plan ahead to survive and even rewrite your destiny? This man's name is Luo Yun. He was originally just a lowly engineer who had graduated a few years ago. He usually worked overtime and stayed up late, leading a tough and tiring life. One night, he stayed up all night reading a novel about the War of Resistance against Japan on the platform. He didn't know if he was too obsessed, but when he opened his eyes again, he actually traveled to May 1937 in a parallel world. What's worse, he didn't transmigrate as a warlord's son or a wealthy young master. He just became an ordinary nobody. The thought of war about to break out and him having nothing made Luo Yun so angry that he slapped his thigh. But just then, a cold notification sound rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound to the cross-border shopping system. Luo Yun was stunned. This system was connected to all the major e-commerce platforms on Earth in 2026. It included everything from common shopping websites to C2C secondhand and resale platforms, totaling over 100. Once he places an order on the platform and waits for the merchant to ship the goods, he can click to confirm receipt, and the purchased items will be instantly delivered to a designated location within a 10-meter radius. In case of an emergency, he can even contact the seller and choose to have the buyer pick up the item. For an extra 1% handling fee, he can save waiting time and get the item directly to his door. The only problem is that ordinary currency cannot be used for payment. He must first top up the system with gold, and then exchange it for account balance on the corresponding e-commerce platform. It was now the 6th month since Luo Yun transmigrated. During this time, he had used his precognitive advantage to acquire a large amount of gold, rapidly expanding his power, and now commanded 3,000 soldiers. At the same time, he equipped everyone with modern gear through the system: bulletproof helmets, tactical vests, AK-47 automatic rifles, and uniform tactical leather shoes, making them far more combat-ready than people of this era. Luo Yun took a deep breath and waved his hand. Let's go. The modified trucks that were already waiting started with a roar, and 3,000 soldiers quickly boarded the trucks, forming a neat formation, and advanced forward like an iron torrent. Upon entering Jiangsu province, the roadsides were lined with retreating nationalist soldiers. They were ragged, some empty-handed, some dragging guns, and others carrying the wounded, all looking utterly wretched. When these men saw the well-equipped and imposing convoy, they were all stunned. At a time like this, who would still be heading towards Nanjing? A few short-sighted soldiers had ulterior motives and wanted to forcibly requisition the advance team's trucks. They thought that in chaotic times, might made right, but they soon realized they had messed with the wrong people. The advance force was led by Fang Biao. This 28-year-old battalion commander was just a pig butcher 6 months ago, but now he commands 600 elite soldiers and has more than 60 trucks and state-of-the-art weapons. The thugs had barely surrounded them before they could even speak. A dozen AK-47s were already pointed at their foreheads. Fang Biao's gaze was icy, and he uttered only one word: get lost. The dark muzzle of the gun, the unfamiliar equipment, and Fang Biao's sharp gaze instantly brought the men to their senses. They turned and fled in disgrace, not daring to look back. As they advanced, their supply lines were almost undefended until they reached Puku City, where Luo Yun's troops encountered a well-organized force, the remnants of the 4th Regiment of the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Division of the Central Army. To be precise, only one battalion remained. The regimental commander had escorted the VIPs away in the early morning and then immediately withdrew, leaving this mess to the 2nd Battalion commander, Yang Yojia. Yang Yojia had been fighting fiercely in the Battle of Shanghai just a month prior, and had just been promoted for his meritorious service. At this moment, he was packing up his battalion headquarters, preparing to evacuate, when he suddenly received a report of unusual activity at the city gates. He rushed to the city wall and froze when he saw the convoy approaching in the distance. Rows of military trucks stretched as far as the eye could see. The soldiers on board were uniformly equipped, wearing unfamiliar training uniforms and strange helmets, and carrying rifles he had never seen before. Young Yojia stared at it for a long time, then couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What kind of gun is that?" But he still couldn't recognize it. After he came to his senses, he immediately sent his adjutant forward to inquire about their origins. "Which unit are you from? Where are you from?" "We are the 1st Battalion of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army, ordered to rush to Pukku to fight against the Japanese pirates," the advance officer replied in a deep voice. Yang Yojia was still somewhat puzzled after hearing this, but he quickly understood. With the battlefield in complete disarray, communication lines had long been severed, and losing contact with superiors and subordinates was commonplace. Seeing the well-equipped and imposing force before him, he deduced that they were likely a newly formed German-trained unit coming to provide support or reinforcements. He then holstered his pistol. "So they're friendly forces. The situation in Pukku is urgent. You should get there as soon as possible." He didn't press further. With troops stretched thin, anyone coming to fight the Japanese was considered an ally. Under his arrangement, the advance team successfully passed through Pukku City and headed straight for Pukku Wharf. Half an hour later, the main force arrived. Luo Yun, accompanied by several officers and escorted by the guard platoon, entered the battalion headquarters. The headquarters was located in a dilapidated civilian house, the interior of which was in disarray, clearly indicating that preparations for evacuation were underway. Just as Yang Yojia was about to ask the other party's purpose, Luo Yun spoke first, asking, "Battalion Commander Yang, when is the retreat time given to you by the higher-ups?" Yang Yojia was taken aback. The other party did not introduce himself first, but instead directly inquired about military affairs. However, he still replied, "There is no retreat order at present." Luo Yun directly pointed out the current situation. The Kunisaki detachment comprises 2 infantry regiments and 1 mountain artillery regiment, with a total strength of over 9,000 men and formidable firepower. They are now within 10 kilometers of Pukku and will be at the city walls within half a day at most. He bombarded Yang Yojia with questions. "You only have a little over 500 men, and you have to divide your forces to guard the dock. Your strength is so dispersed. Can you really hold such a defensive line?" This barrage of questions left Yang Yojia speechless. His only task was to hold the position and ensure the retreat route. He had never considered whether it was even possible to hold it. The constant influx of fleeing soldiers only increased the pressure on him. But he was a graduate of the 7th class of the Whampoa Military Academy, an elite among elites. With the enemy at hand, he could not possibly retreat. Yang Yojia suddenly raised his head, his voice resounding. "Commander Luo, I am Yang Yojia, a graduate of the 7th class of the Whampoa Military Academy. The Japanese invaders have trampled our land and slaughtered our compatriots. We soldiers must fight to the death, defend Pukku, and never betray your trust." Luo Yun looked at him, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. He knew very well that the soldiers on the front lines were not lacking in will. The defeat was never their fault alone. "Good." Luo Yun nodded and said, "With this determination, there is still hope. Since you are determined to hold out to the death, then my anti-Japanese National Salvation Army will fight alongside you and defend Pukku together." Yang Yojia stood there, stunned, not yet reacting, when Luo Yun had already given the order. "1st Battalion Commander Fong Biao, here, immediately move into Pukku City and the docks and take over the defense zone. I'll give you 1 day to repel the WWII detachment." "Mission guaranteed," Fong Biao replied decisively. Yang Yojia was completely dumbfounded. The 2 units combined numbered no more than 1,000 men, yet they were to repel 9,000 elite troops? In his view, this was almost impossible. He had personally experienced the Battle of Shanghai and knew all too well how formidable the Japanese army was. Winning against overwhelming odds sounded like a myth. He even felt the reverse was more realistic. He couldn't help but speak up. "Commander Luo?" Luo Yun interrupted him with a smile. "It seems Battalion Commander Yang is still not quite convinced. Fong Biao, take him to see our strength." "Yes, sir." Fong Biao stood at attention and responded, then turned around and gestured, "Battalion Commander Yang, please." Yang Yojia suppressed his doubts and nodded in agreement. Since the other side had offered to provide support and seemed so confident, he wanted to see what this unit was really made of. "All right, I'd like to see where your confidence comes from," he said, his tone still carrying a hint of defiance. The group walked out of the camp. They had only taken a few steps when Yang Yojia suddenly stopped, caught up with Luo Yun, and asked, "Commander Luo, are you a newly formed unit of the Central Army?" Luo Yun stopped and turned back, remaining silent for a moment before saying, "We are not part of the Central Army, nor do we belong to any faction." His tone was exceptionally firm. "We are the army of the Chinese people, fighting against the Japanese pirates, saving our country." Yang Yojia stood there, watching their departing figures, his heart filled with unease. Afterwards, Luo Yun left Puku and headed to the dock a few kilometers away. Before leaving, he replenished the 1st Battalion with a large amount of supplies, a full 5,000 racing drones, along with generators, ammunition, and fortification equipment. The 1st Battalion command post. Calling it a command post was a stretch. It was really just a makeshift camp made up of a few trucks. But as Yang Yoja walked in, his eyes barely stopped moving. The various unfamiliar vehicles piqued his curiosity. Some had tires taller than a person, some had canopies on their roofs, and others were covered in antennas. He secretly deduced that this was most likely a newly formed unit equipped with American or Soviet weaponry. After all, he had seen plenty of foreign equipment at the Whampoa Military Academy. In his mind, the most distinctive feature of this type of force was its numerous vehicles. The United States emphasized mobile warfare, and during the retreat of the United States, vehicles moved faster than people. There were over 50 trucks in front of him alone, plus various special vehicles, bringing the total to nearly 100. But when he actually stepped inside the command center, he was completely stunned. That wasn't a tent at all, but a modified all-terrain command vehicle. Inside, a huge screen stood in the center, displaying a high-definition map centered on Puku City, with even Nanjing City clearly visible. The streets, bridges, and rivers were so clear it looked like a photograph taken directly from the sky, leaving him speechless for a moment. What was even more alarming was that the map clearly marked the enemy and friendly forces' positions. Blue dots represented friendly forces and red dots represented Japanese troops, and these positions were constantly changing. Some were moving, some were gathering, and some were dispersing. Yang Yojia stared at these red dots, with only one thought in his mind. This thing was far more intuitive than the sand table they had made out of mud. Just as everyone was in shock, the staff officer began to report on the deployment. The 1st Company had already moved to the south of the city to construct positions from the Temple Gate to Jibuzu. The 2nd Company had moved into the station to strengthen defenses, and the 3rd Company had deployed its defenses along the city walls and civilian houses. After listening, Fang Biao only said one sentence: "All anti-artillery bunkers must be reinforced in place. Anyone who dares to be perfunctory will be court-martialed." The staff officer then asked whether to synchronize the latest reconnaissance intelligence. After receiving permission, he operated the computer, and a large screen instantly switched to real-time aerial photography. The main force of the Japanese army, about 3,000 men, has been discovered east of Jiangpu City, 6 kilometers away from Puku City. They are carrying 6 infantry guns and 4 mountain guns, posing a great threat to our positions. The camera zoomed in, revealing the locations of the 10 cannons one by one, and even the movements of the Japanese soldiers carrying shells were clearly visible. Yang Yojia then realized that this was not an ordinary map, but a real scene. The Japanese soldiers in the scene were moving around, eating, walking, all of which were clearly visible. He couldn't help but whisper, "We can even see what's in their mess kits." The adjutant next to him was also stunned. "It looks like rice and fish too." What was even more alarming was that the Japanese soldiers were completely unaware of this and had no idea that they were being watched from above. Yang Yojia's heart was churning. He had seen reconnaissance balloons and reconnaissance planes, but he had never heard of such a method, which could see the enemy so clearly from the sky and remain completely undetected. In fact, this was a modified high-end drone, flying at an altitude of 200 meters. It was small in size and low in noise, making it almost undetectable on the ground. Before he could even react, Fang Biao had already given the order: "Notify the drone strike platoon to take out these 10 firing points within 10 minutes. The communications soldier immediately turned and left. Yang Yojia was shocked and couldn't help but ask, "A platoon? Take out 10 Japanese artillery pieces in 10 minutes. To him, this seemed almost impossible. But Fang Biao simply patted him on the shoulder and said calmly, "There will be live footage of the strikes later. See for yourself." Moments later, the drone strike platoon received orders and quickly launched the operation. On the open ground outside the camp, 10 modified DJI Flycart 100 drones were lined up neatly, each carrying a 50-kilogram bomb, with the airburst parameters already set. Inside the command post, the large screen was divided into 10 subscreens, displaying live feeds of 10 firing positions. Yang Yojia stared intently at one of them, a Type 41 75mm mountain gun, with several Japanese soldiers eating and chatting nearby. In the scene, a man who looks like an officer is holding a lunchbox, looking quite relaxed. Next to him, Private Nijiri, while eating, says, "Major Kamita, after we take Yuraguchi, could you let me into the city to rest? I heard we can loot freely now." Kamita's face darkened, and he cursed directly, "Baka, you have the nerve to make demands after what you did in Jiangpu yesterday? Don't think you can ride roughshod over me, just because your uncle is a colonel." However, he paused and then added coldly, "If the artillery fire is accurate today, I'll consider it." Nijiri's eyes lit up immediately. "Hi." Just as he finished speaking, a deep buzzing sound came from the air. He looked up and pointed to a black. "Major, what's that?" Kamita squinted and looked. The black that was already falling rapidly. He was about to shout, "Get down," but it was too late. The bomb exploded 10 meters above the ground. With a deafening roar, the shockwave swept across the surroundings, overturning everything within 50 meters, throwing dirt, equipment, and people into the air. The blast created a huge crater at the epicenter. The mountain gun was torn to pieces, and the barrel flew more than 20 meters away. Kamita, Nijiri, and dozens of Japanese soldiers around them were instantly engulfed by the explosion. Soldiers within a 70-meter radius were also severely injured. Some collapsed and cried out in pain, some bled from their mouths and noses, and some lost consciousness on the spot. A deformed lunchbox was blown more than 200 meters by the blast wave before finally landing in a tree. The entire camp was instantly stunned, everyone frozen in place. The power was completely beyond their comprehension. Some veterans even recalled the bombardment from the main guns of warships in the past, but this attack was clearly far more terrifying. The sentries struggled to their feet and instinctively blew their whistles amidst the ringing in their ears. Enemy attack. But before they could react, the second wave of attacks had already landed. 9 explosions rang out almost simultaneously, and the entire camp was instantly engulfed in flames. 6 Type 92 infantry guns and 3 mountain guns, along with the surrounding artillery, were all blown away. The 2nd Battalion commander, Sakata, was inside his command tent only a few dozen meters from the blast point when he was struck by shrapnel and killed instantly. The camp was completely out of control. The surviving Japanese soldiers scattered and fled for their lives. The officers shouted desperately, but no one listened. Some lay on the ground trembling, while others covered their heads and remained motionless, completely unaware that the eyes above them were still watching them. Meanwhile, the temporary command post of the 1st Battalion was deathly silent. Fang Biao ordered damage assessment. The footage kept looping, and the results from the 10 firing points were almost identical. Only huge craters, wreckage, and scattered corpses remained. Yang Yojia stood in front of the screen, his legs trembling slightly. He realized that this was no ordinary artillery. There was no sound of cannon fire, no trajectory of the projectiles, only devastation falling from the sky. If such an attack landed on their positions, they probably wouldn't last a minute. His throat tightened, and he couldn't help but look at Fang Biao. Just who were these people? But he quickly realized that this anti-Japanese National Salvation Army was on his side at this moment. Fang Biao glanced at him and asked calmly, "Battalion Commander Yang, do you believe it now?" Yang Yojia was silent for a moment, then nodded emphatically. "Report to the battalion commander. The initial damage assessment is complete. All 10 cannons have been destroyed, with none remaining. The barrels and cannon bodies have all been reduced to wreckage and are beyond repair. As of now, approximately 260 Japanese soldiers have been wounded or killed, mostly artillerymen and guards, with some logistics personnel also injured. This includes 1 major and 2 captains. The Japanese long-range firepower in Jiangpu City has been completely paralyzed." The staff officer's tone was calm, but every word was heavy. Fang Biao nodded slightly after listening. This result clearly exceeded expectations. Not only had the enemy's long-range threat been eliminated, but the Japanese army's manpower had also been severely damaged. Yang Yojia and the others were shaken to their core, their legs went weak. An adjutant, his face pale, murmured, 260 men. So many were wiped out in one bombing run, and 10 artillery pieces were destroyed. It's like a miracle. On the Shanghai battlefield, a regiment might not even be able to achieve that in a day. Order! Fang Biao turned around abruptly, his voice sharp. The 1st Company's Drone Combat Detachment, in coordination with the battalion headquarters fire platoon, will utilize all its drones to conduct a comprehensive and precise bombing raid on the 11th Regiment's base in the WWII detachment. He stared at the large screen and added in a cold voice, focus on attacking vehicles, fuel depots, ammunition depots, command structures, radios, horses, and communications personnel. We must paralyze their offensive capabilities in the shortest possible time. Receive. After the order was given, the atmosphere in the command center instantly tensed up. The dense green dots on the large screen began to move, and the drone swarm quickly took off. 3 platoons, plus the direct fire support platoon. A total of 52 drones took off in batches. Heavy drones carried 50-kilogram bombs and were used to strike dense areas and heavy targets. Light drones carried small-yield bombs and were responsible for clearing scattered targets. And racing drones carried out high-speed raids and were used to target and kill key personnel. Target: east of Jiangpu City, the 11th Regiment's base. Prioritize attacking the command post, vehicle area, ammunition depot, and fuel depot. The order was quickly transmitted via walkie-talkie. 3 minutes later, all combat units took off, like a dark cloud pressing down, heading straight for the Japanese army camp. At this moment, the first round of bombing had just ended at the 11th Regiment's camp, and the camp was still in chaos, with surviving soldiers busy rescuing people and putting out fires. Suddenly, a low rumble sounded again. This time, it wasn't just a few planes, but a whole swarm of them attacking. The Japanese soldiers looked up and saw a dense swarm of black dots rapidly approaching. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm sounded again, but it was too late. The second wave of attacks was more precise and more deadly. Almost every bomb hit a vital organ. The area where vehicles were concentrated was the first to be hit. Several heavy bombs fell in succession. Flames shot into the sky, and explosions rang out one after another, turning the entire area into an inferno in an instant. Light drones then targeted the tanks one by one, with bombs landing precisely on the weak points of the turrets. With a muffled thud, the turrets were blown open, triggering internal explosions that destroyed the entire tanks on the spot. The soldiers' screams were barely audible before they were completely swallowed by the explosion. Burning black smoke shot straight into the sky, and several Japanese soldiers, engulfed in flames, collapsed to the ground motionless after only a few steps. The ammunition depot was immediately detonated, with explosions erupting one after another. The shockwaves blew everything around them away, including tents, supplies, and even corpses. The fuel supply point was even more devastated. A heavy bullet struck a tanker truck, sending a massive fireball into the air. The shockwaves swept across the surrounding area, turning everything within 100 meters into a blaze. The command area was also heavily targeted. Several bombs landed precisely, instantly obliterating the command tent and destroying all communication equipment and documents. Officers attempting to organize a counterattack were locked onto by the drones and killed on the spot, leading to the complete collapse of the command system. The Japanese soldiers were thrown into complete panic. Some covered their heads and lay on the ground, while others scattered and fled, repeatedly shouting, "May Amaterasu protect us." Where did the bombs come from? A major, pale-faced and trembling, cried out, "The bombs are in the sky, on those flying monsters." The communications soldier pointed to the sky, where drones circled like vultures, ready to swoop down on their next target at any moment. The lieutenant colonel, having just spotted a large drone approaching, shouted urgently, "Take cover! Take cover now!" Before the words were even finished, a heavy bomb had already fallen from the sky. Boom! The command post was hit directly. The wooden building collapsed instantly. Debris flew everywhere, and more than 10 people inside were buried in the rubble. Chapter 10. The 11th Regiment Devastated. A few seconds later, a faint groan came from the ruins. But no one dared to go forward to help, for death still hovered in the sky. "Help me! My leg is gone. Mom, I want to go home. Cries of agony rose and fell, and the entire camp was in chaos. A Japanese army officer stood on the ruins, his face ashen, gripping his sword and staring intently at the drone in the sky. He roared, "Attack! Shoot these monsters down!" Soldiers fired wildly into the air with their rifles, running out of bullets, but they couldn't even touch the drone. Someone cried out in despair, "Major, it's too small. It's flying too fast. We can't hit it with our rifles." The officer, enraged, immediately demanded to know about the anti-aircraft machine guns. The adjutant, pale-faced, reported that the regiment had none. Only the brigade's directly subordinate units possessed a small number. "Baka!" The officer kicked at the gravel, despair finally showing in his eyes. Just then, a spaceship locked onto him. The high-frequency roar of its propellers grew closer, like the footsteps of death, hurtling towards him. The officer was terrified and drew his pistol, firing wildly into the air. The gunfire was rapid, but every shot missed its mark. The adjutant tried to pull him away, but it was too late. The flying machine slammed into the officer's head at incredible speed. Boom! An explosion rang out, and the officer's skull instantly exploded. The adjutant beside him was also struck in the face by shrapnel. His skull was pierced, and he died instantly. The same scene played out repeatedly in the Japanese army camp. Officers were being picked off one after another, and the command structure collapsed instantly. A sergeant went completely mad, rushing out of the gate, waving his arms at the sky, and crying out for a duel. No one responded. Only a time-traveling machine coldly locked onto him. A low, rumbling sound approached, and the next second, another head exploded. The Japanese soldiers in the camp finally realized a terrifying truth. The monsters in the sky seemed to be able to distinguish between officers and soldiers. Officers who showed their heads were doomed, while soldiers who stayed hidden could survive temporarily. But if they gathered together, they would also be targeted by bombs. Then a bizarre scene unfolded. The surviving soldiers instinctively began to distance themselves from their officers, and several junior officers were horrified to find those around them quietly retreating. "Come back! What are you doing?" they shouted angrily, but no one paid them any attention. Everyone was running as far away as possible. The officers watched their soldiers leave, then looked at the drones circling overhead, finally realizing they had been abandoned. Then the drones arrived. In less than half an hour, over 80 drones, like the Grim Reaper hanging overhead, repeatedly circled and bombarded the 3,000-strong Japanese 11th Regiment, pinning them down. Real-time data continued to be transmitted back. The Japanese army had suffered more than 1,000 casualties. 15 Type 94 tanks and armor vehicles had been destroyed, and 13 trucks and tankers had been lost. The once arrogant camp was now filled with fear and despair. Fong Biao stared blankly at the aerial footage. System statistics showed that the Japanese 11th Regiment had suffered over 50% casualties, essentially losing its ability to sustain combat. The surviving regimental commander, Colonel Nagano Yuichiro, hid inside a building and hysterically ordered, "Take cover. Don't show your faces. Send a telegram to Major General Kunisaki immediately." The adjutant replied in a panic, "Colonel, the radio station has been destroyed and all the horses are dead or wounded." Nagano Yuichiro's face turned deathly pale, and he could only manage to say, "It's over. Quickly send someone to contact Major General Kunisaki." The war had not yet ended, but the Puku Wharf in Jiangbei had become a different kind of hell on earth. When Luo Yun arrived with his troops, it was almost 8 o'clock in the morning on the 13th. He jumped out of the car, and the first thing he saw was the empty wharf fortifications. There were no defenders here, not a single one. The soldiers who were supposed to hold off the Japanese troops and cover their retreat had all vanished. Only a few abandoned earthen cannons remained, their dark muzzles pointing towards the river like silent tombstones. Luo Yin stood on the dock, looking out at the river. He seemed struck by lightning, frozen in place. As far as the eye could see, there was only devastation. The river and the banks were littered with corpses, men, women, children, soldiers, civilians, officials, and gentry. Some were wearing military uniforms, swollen from being submerged, their features blurred. Some were wearing long gowns, lying face up, their eyes wide open in death. Some were naked. It was unclear whether their clothes had been washed away by the water or they had been stripped naked. Luo Yun's gaze fell on a 5, or 6-year-old boy. The child was lying face down in the shallow water, his little hand still outstretched, as if looking for his mother or calling for help. Luo Yun slowly clenched his fist. Shipwrecks still floated on the river. Broken planks, severed masts, overturned boats. Everywhere was littered. Not a single intact boat, not a single one still usable. Chapter 11. The Fuka Wharf is in a terrible state. At the Puka Wharf, there were quite a few civilian boats, densely packed together, numbering at least 100. But not one dared to head back. The boat owners preferred to leave their boats there rather than go to the other side to pick up more people, because the wharf on the other side was already overwhelmed by hundreds of thousands of refugees. On the river, countless refugees were still desperately swimming towards Puku. The December river water was bone-chillingly cold. Some swam by hand, others clung to planks and logs, paddling frantically forward. A middle-aged man swam less than 20 meters from shore when he suddenly suffered a leg cramp. He struggled in the water, splashing water everywhere, and seemed to be calling for help. But a few seconds later, he sank and never resurfaced. A few refugees managed to reach the shore, but they were soaked to the bone and shivering unsteadily in the cold wind. Some had purple lips and pale faces and collapsed to the ground after only a few steps, unable to get up again. Others huddled together, too cold to speak. There were also women holding their children, who had fallen silent, whether asleep or never to wake up again. It was unclear. Such horrific scenes had previously existed only in the words and black and white photographs of history books. But standing here in person, Luo Yun realized that those records couldn't even capture a fraction of what he was witnessing. His fists clenched tighter and tighter, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. This scene before him made him truly understand for the first time what hell on earth meant. But Luo Yun knew this wasn't the time to be angry. He suppressed his emotions, turned around, and ordered support battalion. The battalion commander, Zhao Chushan, immediately stepped forward. Here, Luo Yun ordered in a deep voice to immediately proceed with a prearranged plan to rescue the refugees. All those who landed were first sent to a temporary aid station for medical checkups and wound treatment before supplies were distributed. Meanwhile, some fuel was transferred from the supply battalion to light bonfires at the relief points, providing warmth and shelter for the refugees. Upon receiving the order, Zhao Chushan immediately began shouting orders. Soldiers from the support battalion quickly unloaded boxes of relief supplies from trucks, and the dock finally came alive with activity. Luo Yun then looked to the other side. Unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV anti-aircraft firepower battalion. Battalion Commander Wu Tai stepped forward and saluted. Present. Luo Yun ordered them to construct anti-aircraft positions on the spot. Japanese aircraft could appear at any time. Once an aerial target was detected, anti-aircraft interceptors should be activated immediately to intercept them, and enemy aircraft should not be allowed to threaten the positions. If small Japanese gunboats appeared on the river, they should also be sunk. Wu Tai accepted the order and led his men to deploy radar and anti-aircraft drones around the dock. Immediately afterward, Luo Yun summoned the headquarters reconnaissance platoon. Platoon leader Lin Xia stepped forward, and Luo Yun ordered them to immediately conduct high-altitude reconnaissance, launching fixed-wing unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to monitor the situation within Nanjing City and on the river. The focus is on investigating the deployment and movements of the Japanese army, with reports submitted every 10 minutes. Lin Xia saluted and agreed, immediately leading his men to level the open ground in preparation for takeoff. Then, Luo Yun looked at the minefield. Immediately proceed to the river area from Bugwazu to Mufashan to deploy mines. Be careful to remain concealed and avoid being detected by the Japanese gunboats. He emphasized that mines should only be used against large warships, while smaller gunboats should be handled by the Drone Air Defense Battalion. Mine platoon leader He Tao accepted the order and left. Luo Yun continued to order 2nd and 3rd Battalions, infantry companies prepared across the river, check weapons and equipment, organize combat supplies, and be ready to support the city's defenders at any time. The drone units must also be prepared for aerial strikes. Once Japanese troops are spotted on the river, they must attack immediately to escort the infantry company across the river. Battalion Commander Gu Mingxuan of the 2nd Battalion and Battalion Commander Zhou Jing of the 3rd Battalion responded in unison. Finally, Luo Yun looked at the Supply Transport Battalion and ordered Battalion Commander Wang Taiyong to arrange for a shipping crew to go with him to retrieve the ships. Orders were quickly issued, and the large force began operating smoothly. The once desolate and bleak Puku Wharf finally showed a glimmer of life. The command headquarters reconnaissance team had cleared the space and carefully carried out the fixed-wing unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, beginning equipment testing. This drone was modified from a Blue Star industrial-grade mapping drone. The command headquarters has only 2 in total. After modification, it was equipped with a high-definition reconnaissance camera, achieving a maximum reconnaissance altitude of 10,000 meters and an endurance of up to 5 hours. Lin Xia gave the order, "Take off." The fixed-wing, unmanned reconnaissance aircraft slowly lifted off the ground and climbed into the sky. At this moment, there were no Japanese military aircraft in the target airspace, so the reconnaissance platoon kept the altitude at around 3,000 meters, which would allow them to see the ground and river surface clearly while also saving fuel. Soon, Lin Xia reporting to the commander, "The drone has reached an altitude of 3,000 meters. The camera is functioning normally, and it has begun scanning the battlefield. The data is being transmitted to the command vehicle in real time." Luo Yin nodded and reminded them to pay close attention to the aerial situation. If they encounter Japanese aircraft or ground fire, they should immediately ascend to an altitude of 8,000 meters. Currently, without relay equipment, the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft detection range is only about 20 kilometers, but its 5-hour loiter time is sufficient to cover the main battlefields of the Battle of Nanjing, and it can scan the area every 10 minutes. In its original timeline, this wouldn't be considered advanced. But in this era, it's an absolute game changer. Meanwhile, at the Drone Air Defense Battalion, 3 radars converted from weather radar vehicles were successfully activated. Operators intently monitored the screens, quickly adjusting parameters. After modification, these 3 radars have a detection range of up to 500 kilometers and can detect all aerial targets within that range. Whether it's Japanese fighter jets, bombers, or reconnaissance aircraft, none can escape their early warning. Chapter 12. The situation at Shaguan Wharf is even worse. After arranging matters at Puka Wharf, Luo Yin turned and went to the berth he had already scouted, directly clicking to acquire 2 300-ton, fully fueled flatbed inland waterway cargo ships. 2 faint halos appeared out of thin air on the river surface. The next second, 2 silver-gray cargo ships, each about 40 meters long and 7 meters wide, appeared steadily in the dock. The ships were brand new, with diesel engines and fuel in place. Each ship could carry 4 trucks for the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. Luo Yun immediately summoned the ship crew soldiers who were waiting nearby and ordered in a deep voice, "Get on the ship quickly and familiarize yourself with the controls. You only have 1 hour to get the equipment set up, and then we will begin ferry operations immediately." "Yes, sir." The shipping crew quickly boarded the ship. They had received prior training and watched the operation videos. Soon, the engine ignited, the propeller spun, and the ship vibrated slightly. The sergeant stood in the bridge, gripped the helm, took a deep breath, and ordered a test voyage. The cargo ship slowly left the dock, tracing an arc on the river, and began its turning test. Luo Yun watched as both ships operated normally and nodded in satisfaction. He then picked up a high-powered telescope, climbed to the highest point of the pier, and looked towards the Shaguan Pier on the opposite bank. He knew very well that it was the main passage for refugees in Nanjing to cross the river and escape. Historical records show that the Japanese army had captured 300,000 Chinese people here. But when Luo Yin actually saw it, his heart sank. The scene at Shaguan Wharf was even more horrifying than that at Puku. Some people were crying out, some were cursing, some were kneeling on the ground and desperately kowtowing, begging the officers to save their lives. Others were sitting blankly beside piles of corpses, holding their dead relatives, looking as if they had lost their souls. The crowd surged towards the riverbank like an out-of-control tide. Every now and then, someone was pushed into the water, screaming in agony. Soon, several more bodies floated on the surface. The most tragic were the elderly, women, and children. They were no match for the able-bodied. An old woman was pushed to the ground, countless feet trampling over her. She cried out twice before falling silent. Bodies were piled up along the riverbank. Some had drowned, some had been trampled to death, and some had been shot. Luo Yun slowly turned his binoculars, looking towards Nanjing City. He saw thick smoke billowing, a blackish-gray column of smoke shooting straight into the sky, obscuring half of the sky. That was a raging fire that had started after the houses were bombed. The flames were overwhelming and impossible to extinguish. Occasionally, muffled cannon fire could be heard, intermittent but still tenacious. Luo Yun knew that was the last resistance of the city's defenders. He also knew what was about to happen to this city in history. 300,000. This was not just a number, but 300,000 lives, 300,000 corpses, and hundreds of thousands of broken families. Luo Yun glanced at the time. December 13th, 8:25 a.m. In the original timeline, the real tragedy in Nanjing had only just begun at noon today. He put down his binoculars, took a deep breath, turned and walked towards the command vehicle, opened his tablet, and pulled up the enemy and friendly situation map that the reconnaissance team had just updated. The entire city of Nanjing was almost shrouded in deathly silence. Outlying strongholds, such as WWII and Zijin Mountain, had no trace of battle left, only scorched earth and ruins. 70% of the city was occupied by the Japanese army, and the city gates such as Hanshi Gate, Zhonghua Gate, Tongji Gate, Guanghua Gate, Zhongshan Gate, and Taiping Gate had all fallen into enemy hands. The nationalist army flags on the city gate towers had long been torn to shreds and trampled on, replaced by glaring scarlet Japanese flags. The Ijiang Gate and Heping Gate to the north were still in the hands of the nationalist army, but they were now the last line of defense. The Japanese army was approaching the international safety zone, and there was no longer any organized resistance within the city. Only along the main street, a few scattered defenders were still fighting desperately. The streets that were shattered, with broken walls and ruins lying across the road, and flames and thick smoke constantly rising. At Ijiang Gate, large numbers of refugees, families in tow, rushed towards the riverbank with eyes full of despair. They were unaware that Xiaoguan Wharf had become another hell. Even if they had known, perhaps they could only continue forward, for staying in the city was far more terrifying. Luo Yun stared at the tablet, quickly assessing the situation. Shizuji was approximately 6 kilometers in a straight line from the Puko Wharf position. These 6 kilometers represented Nanjing's last line of defense. If Shizuji fell, the Japanese army would directly threaten the riverbank. At that point, not only refugees, but also the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army's crossing troops would be exposed to Japanese firepower, resulting in heavy casualties. Luo Yun turned to the officers on standby and decisively ordered, Drone Anti-Aircraft Fire Battalion, deploy 2 companies to engage Japanese armored targets and artillery within the city at maximum attack range. The rest of the troops shall continue to be on alert for incoming aerial targets. Yes, sir. Battalion Commander Wu Tai immediately turned and ran off, and urgent orders soon came through the communicator. Luo Yun continued to order 2nd Battalion's drone unit, support the nationalist troops at the front and stabilize the Shizuji line. Yes, sir. 3rd Battalion drone unit, continue monitoring the river. Attack any Japanese targets immediately. Do not allow a single ship to approach. Yes, sir. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 300 drones were rapidly deployed. Operators completed loading, testing, and takeoff preparations. As the order was given, the drones took off one after another, their deafening roar filling the air, densely covering half the sky, and whistling towards their respective targets. Chapter 13, Taking Advantage of Your Illness to Kill You. The Kunisaki Detachment's command post was located in a requisitioned civilian house, where several bodies of the original owners lay unburied in the yard. Inside, the sounds of telegrams, telephones, and maps clattered incessantly as Major General Kunisaki Yama stared at the map, planning the next offensive move. Suddenly, a communications soldier covered in mud rushed in, his face filled with terror. Kunisaki frowned and snapped, Baka, what's the panic? Speak. The communications soldier's voice trembled. The 11th Regiment was attacked by a mysterious Chinese flying weapon. More than half of them were killed or wounded, and all heavy weapons and radios were destroyed. The command post was instantly thrown into an uproar. A regiment of over 3,000 men had been decimated. They hadn't even managed to keep their radios. The communications soldier continued, saying that Colonel Yuichiro Nagano had requested tactical guidance, and that he and his 5 communication soldiers had attempted to break out, but he was the only one who escaped through a ditch. Kunisaki's face turned ashen as he pressed for details about the flying weapon. The communications soldier gestured for a long time before finally managing to say, in broken sentences, "It flies very low and very fast. It's like it can spot us. It drops bombs and can fly right up to our faces, chasing after us and bombing us. We can't even escape." Some suspected he'd been confused by the bombing, but most officers couldn't laugh. The fear in the communications soldier's eyes was too real. A staff officer tentatively asked, "Like an airplane?" The communications soldier nodded frantically. "Like a small airplane, with 4 vertical propellers, no pilot. It can fly by itself." The room fell silent. A plane without a pilot? And it was chasing people and bombing them? Kunisaki suppressed his unease and suddenly cursed, "Idiot, draw it." The communications soldier picked up the pen with trembling hands and drew a crooked cross fuselage for propellers and bombs hanging below on the paper. Kunisaki Yama stared at the drawing, which resembled a child's scribble, his brow furrowed. But if this thing could actually kill hundreds of Imperial soldiers, it was no toy. The Southern Corps' orders were still looming over him. Kunisaki's detachment had to capture the Puka Wharf today and cut off the Chinese army's retreat. This should have been a smooth pursuit. The Chinese army had already collapsed, Nanjing was within reach, and Puka Wharf was merely the last piece of the pie. But Nagano Yuichiro's plea for help was like a bucket of cold water, waking Kunisaki-yama up. He had to figure out what kind of weapon it was first. After a brief deliberation, Kunisaki-yama gritted his teeth and changed his deployment. Abandoning the 2-pronged advance, the entire army would advance along a single route to stabilize the situation first. He ordered the cavalry squadron to go to the 11th Regiment's base to scout out where the Chinese flying weapons were taking off, and order Nagano Yuichiro to hold his ground and wait for reinforcements and not to attack. He then ordered his staff to send a telegram to Kinjiro Ono of the 41st Regiment, instructing him to halt his advance towards Puku and instead move towards Jiangpu City to rendezvous with the 11th Regiment. He also sent a telegram to Kazuo Kobayashi of the 3rd Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment, instructing him to plan the artillery positions around Jiangpu City in advance and be ready to fire at any time. Kunisaki's voice was somber. "Once we discover the Chinese's flying weapon base, I will raise them to the ground with artillery fire." Soon, telegrams crackled, and orders flew from this house to various places. Meanwhile, inside the command post of the 1st Battalion in Puku City, Yang Yojia and his group had been there for nearly an hour. They watched as drones swarmed towards the Japanese army camp like bees on the large screen, bombs raining down, and flashes of fire, thick smoke, explosions, and screams echoed continuously. Those once invincible Japanese soldiers are now crushed like ants. The so-called elite of the Empire can only cower in the ruins, too afraid to show their faces. Yang Yojia's emotions went from shock to doubt, then to fear, and finally to uncontrollable ecstasy. He had subconsciously wondered what would happen if such weapons were pointed at his own people, but that worry was quickly replaced by hope. After more than half a year of frustration, he finally saw the possibility of defeating the Japanese army. At this moment, he was completely convinced of the might of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. Not only Yang Yojia, but also his adjutants behind him had their eyes shining. Fang Biao sat in front of the command console, also staring at the screen. Even he hadn't expected the drones to be so effective. They bombed entire areas at once, and the Japanese had almost no effective counterattack. He recalled Luo Yun's previous warning that the enemy wouldn't be able to withstand attacks forever. They would eventually dig tunnels, use shotguns to shoot down drones, and even attach fishing nets to armored vehicles. But the current frontline footage showed none of these methods. It seemed the Japanese soldiers were stunned. Fang Biao recalled the commander's words, "Strike while the iron is hot. It's better to cut off one finger than to injure all 10. A new thought then popped into his mind. Chapter 14, Layers of Blockade. He turned his head and looked at Yang Yojia. "Battalion Commander Yang." Yang Yojia was still staring at the screen and only came back to his senses when he heard the voice. "Huh." Battalion Commander Fang. Fang Biao pointed to the Japanese army camp that had been bombed to pieces on the screen and asked him how much combat strength the 11th Regiment had left. Yang Yojia looked closely and saw that the Japanese soldiers inside the house were cowering. The open ground was littered with corpses, and the destroyed equipment and supplies were still smoking. He pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "I guess 7 or 8 out of 10 are gone." These words carried an overwhelming sense of shock. The firepower of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army's drones was terrifying. In just over an hour, they killed or wounded thousands, a feat far more dramatic than a division of the Central Army fighting for several days. Fang Biao nodded and continued. They can't advance or retreat now. All their heavy firepower is gone, and they're all holed up in the houses, not daring to even show their heads. He narrowed his eyes, his tone turning serious. This is a piece of fat meat. Yang Yojia was taken aback, then realized what was happening, a chill running down his spine. Fang Biao intended to annihilate the entire 11th Regiment. Since the outbreak of the War of Resistance against Japan, the National Revolutionary Army had deployed 1 million troops and had never achieved the feat of completely annihilating a single Japanese regiment. Even the German-equipped divisions and training corps of the Central Army wouldn't dare to make such a bold statement. This was a regiment of over 3,000 men. Even with more than half killed or wounded, there were still over 1,000 survivors, nearly 2 battalions. Based on Yang Yojia's past experience, he wouldn't even dare to consider such a thing without a division. He instinctively blurted out, "Battalion Commander Fang, how is this possible? We only have..." Fang Biao noticed his hesitation and immediately provoked him. "What's wrong, Battalion Commander Yang? You are the elite of the Central Army. You're going to chicken out with just 1,000 or so Japanese remnants." Yang Yojia had never heard of this word before, so Fang Biao explained with a smile that chicken out meant to be weak, powerless, or unable to get hard. Yang Yojia's face flushed red. He understood what he meant. He was afraid that he was incompetent. He was a graduate of the 7th class of the WWII Military Academy, an elite battalion commander personally received by the battalion commander. How could he possibly tolerate such humiliation? How could I possibly back down? Yang Yojia straightened his back and raised his voice. However, the orders from above are to defend Puku City, not to launch an offensive. I cannot send troops out of the city. Fang Biao laughed. Does defending necessarily mean holding the position to the death? Offense is also a form of defense. He walked to the map and pointed to the location of the 11th Regiment. We have basically cut off its connection with the Kunisaki detachment. The 11th Regiment is at least 5 kilometers away from the other 2 main forces. 5 kilometers is a distance the Japanese army could normally cover in an hour by marching. But Fang Biao could have drones blow up the key bridges and then use drones to harass the route, delaying them by at least 3 hours. He looked at Yang Yojia, his tone resolute. In 3 hours, our 2 battalions combined have over 1,000 men, and the enemy's remaining troops also number over 1,000. We're not at a disadvantage in terms of manpower. They had AK-47S, RPGs, and drone support. The Japanese army, however, lacked heavy firepower, their command was chaotic, their morale collapsed, and they only dared to hide indoors. Fang Biao's last sentence was devastating. 3 hours is enough to wipe out the remnants of the 11th Regiment twice over. Yang Yojia stared at the map, his heart pounding faster and faster. He had already witnessed the power of drones and the automatic rifles and RPGs of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. The firepower, rate of fire, and assault capabilities of those weapons far surpassed the German and American equipment he was familiar with. If he were to take these weapons and fight those stunned Japanese soldiers, the chances of victory wouldn't be non-existent. More importantly, the outcome would be crucial. If he could truly annihilate an entire Japanese regiment, Yang Yojia would undoubtedly rise through the ranks. He would be promoted, awarded medals, and become famous. Newspapers would publish his picture, and younger military academy students would take him as a role model. Fortune favors the bold. If Fang Biao, an outsider, dared to do it, how could Yang Yojia, a graduate of the WWII Military Academy and an elite battalion commander, back down? Yang Yojia gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the table. All right, let's do it. Fang Biao laughed. Battalion Commander Yang, that's great. The two shook hands firmly and then gathered in front of the large screen to begin planning their attack route. In Nanjing City, near the crossroads, a half-collapsed house has been temporarily converted into a command post. The walls are riddled with bullet holes, the windows have long been blown out, and cold winds are pouring in. The ground is littered with rubble, shell casings, and uncollected bloodstains. Including Deputy Commander of the Military Police, Chief of the Capital Police Department, Acting Mayor of Nanjing, Garrison Commander, Air Defense Commander, and Commander-in-Chief of the Yangtze River Crossing, was trembling as he wiped the blood from his forehead. He stood before the broken table, staring intently at the tattered map. 6 titles weighed heavily on him, like 6 mountains. Outside, gunfire, explosions, and shouts of battle rose and fell. A soldier covered in gunpowder smoke burst in, panting, and shouted, "Commander! The Japanese are coming from all around. About 300. The soldier swallowed hard and added urgently, "The Japanese tanks are coming too. 2 of them." Chapter 15. Brutal Street Fighting. Xiao Tianong frowned. Ahead lay 2 tanks and 300 Japanese infantrymen, while he had only about 500 military police and regular policemen left. These men had been maintaining order in the city yesterday, but today they were forced to the front lines to buy the last bit of time for the soldiers and civilians at Xiaoguan Wharf to escape. He recalled the garrison command meeting yesterday afternoon. After Tang, Xiangxing issued the retreat order. The will to resist of more than 100,000 nationalist troops inside and outside Nanjing collapsed almost instantly. Except for the 66th and 83rd Armies, which broke through the encirclement as planned, most of the remaining troops became routed soldiers, surging like a tide towards the Xiaoguan Wharf. Tragedy ensued. At Yijiang Gate, the 36th Division opened fire on the throng of fleeing soldiers, triggering a severe stampede near the gate, with countless soldiers and civilians dying in the chaos. Just the day before, they were heroes of the War of Resistance. Overnight, they had become out-of-control fleeing soldiers. Xiao Tianong felt a deep sorrow, but he had no time for grief. Early this morning, he arrived at the Xiaoguan Wharf with about 1,000 military police and policemen, only to find that there were simply not enough ferries on the river. Several small steamers were controlled by defeated soldiers and were only concerned with transporting their own men. With the current transport capacity, even with continuous transport, it would take several days to evacuate all the soldiers and civilians from the docks. However, the Japanese army was advancing extremely quickly and would reach Xiaoguan as early as this morning. Standing on the dock, Xiao Tianong looked at the desperate crowds and the tragic scene of people scrambling to board the ships and trampling each other, and finally made a decision. Since retreat is hopeless, let's return to the city and hold them off. Even if it's just to delay the Japanese army for an extra hour or even a minute, it's worth it. Resist layer by layer. Hold them off step by step. Use the buildings as cover, organize suicide squads, and blow up the tanks. After the order was given, the military police and regular police stood firm in the streets and houses. The sounds of grenades, artillery fire, and gunfire quickly filled the air. Soon, a soldier covered in blood rushed into the command post, hoarsely shouting, "Commander, retreat. We can't hold out any longer, and we're almost out of ammunition." Xiao Tianong stared at him and only replied, "We have to hold on, even if we can't." No sooner had he finished speaking than a tank shell struck a nearby house. With a deafening roar, the walls collapsed, the shockwave shattered windows, and with chips, bricks, and dust poured into the command post. Xiao Tianong staggered from shock, grabbing the table to steady himself. He looked up at the next room, a flash of pain in his eyes. There had been 2 guards protecting the command post there, but now it was ruins. Amidst the broken walls and rubble, only mangled fragments of flesh remained, the stench of blood growing stronger. Xiao Tianong's throat tightened, but he forced down his grief. He knew he couldn't fall. If he did, this last line of resistance would crumble. He shouted sharply, "What's the panic? Keep fighting. Even if only one person is left, hold on." At that moment, the suicide squad leader, covered in wounds, rushed in and reported, choking back tears. They had organized 3 waves of men to blow up the tank, but each wave was mowed down by the infantry behind the tank with light machine guns, and they couldn't get close at all. 3 waves of suicide squads, at least 15 brothers, sacrificed themselves under the guns of the Japanese. Xiao Tianong's heart sank. Just as despair welled up, another piece of bad news arrived. The scout said, his face pale, that another Japanese tank had circled around to the rear, cut off their retreat, and was pressing towards the command post. A deathly silence fell over the command post. Attacked from both sides, their retreat cut off, they were surrounded. Xiao Tianong surveyed the group, took a deep breath, and abruptly drew his pistol. "Brothers, don't panic. Even if we fight to the last drop of blood, we'll take a few Japanese soldiers down with us." He immediately ordered his men to grab grenades, preparing to personally blow up the tanks and open a passage. Then he turned to Zhao Lei and instructed him to lead the remaining men to Yijiang Gate once the passage was open, to continue the resistance from the city walls and buy time for the soldiers and civilians of Shaoguan. Zhao Lei immediately stepped forward to stop him, saying urgently, "Commander, you can't go. If anyone should go, it should be me." The guards also surrounded him, each vying to volunteer, unwilling to let Xiao Tianong take the risk. Just then, a loud explosion suddenly came from afar. Everyone froze, turning their gazes towards the direction of the blast. Someone exclaimed, "Commander, look! The Japanese tank that was cutting off our retreat has exploded." Xiao Tianong rushed to the window and saw that the little bean tank that had circled behind him on the distant street had been reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The turret had been blown off by the explosion and was stuck diagonally in the ruins of a civilian house, with ammunition inside, still crackling and exploding. The area around the tank was littered with the corpses of Japanese soldiers and broken equipment. Not a single one had survived. Chapter 16. Drones continue to dominate. What happened? Xiao Tianong frowned, staring outside. How could it suddenly explode? Zhao Lei shouted excitedly, "Commander, retreat quickly! Heaven is helping us." No matter what happened, the tank was blown up, the retreat route is open. Let's take this opportunity to break through with the brothers. Xiao Tianong didn't speak immediately. He knew the Japanese Type 97 tank. Although it had flaws, it was unlikely to spontaneously detonate. Moreover, the explosion just now was far more powerful than a tank ammunition explosion. Just then, another deep, loud bang rang out, exactly the same as before, heavy and violent. A guard battalion soldier rushed to the window, excitedly shouting, "Commander, that Japanese tank in front has also exploded. The turret has been blown off, flames are shooting into the sky, and the Japanese infantry are dead and wounded in droves." Xiao Tianong looked out the window and saw that the tracks of the small tanks near the front line had broken, the vehicles had overturned, and the fuel tanks were on fire. The surrounding Japanese soldiers were blown to pieces by the shockwave and were scattering and fleeing. This was no coincidence. 2 tanks were fatally struck in quick succession. The destructive power was astonishing, indicating reinforcements had arrived. But where would these reinforcements come from? Xiao Tianong wondered. Most of the regular troops inside Nanjing had already retreated to the Shaoguan Wharf, and the troops outside the city were either entering the city or attempting to break out in scattered formations. Moreover, this level of firepower was so great that even the Nationalist Army's heavy artillery might not be able to fire 2 shots with such accuracy. Were they not the last resistance force in Nanjing? Who exactly was this suddenly appearing reinforcement? The soldier who first discovered the tank explosion was flushed with excitement. "Commander, this wasn't a secondary explosion. It must have been the reinforcement's heavy firepower that hit the Japanese tank. We're saved." The soldiers in the command post erupted in cheers, their previous despair vanishing instantly. But before they could react, all 4 of the Japanese army's assembly points exploded simultaneously. 4 deafening explosions followed, each more violent than the previous ones, the shockwaves shaking the entire street. Flames shot into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and the Japanese position was instantly engulfed in flames. At the center of the explosion, not even intact body parts could be seen. Blood, bits of flesh, and internal organs were flying everywhere. Many Japanese soldiers were blown to pieces without even a scream. Xiao Tianong and his soldiers were also thrown back by the shockwave, barely managing to stay upright by leaning against the wall. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, the intermittent cries of the Japanese soldiers echoed from the ruins. "My legs! Mommy, save me! Oh no, there are heavy artillery pieces from the Chinese army here. Quickly call the battalion commander. The telephone is broken. Let's go by bike." The entire Japanese army position was thrown into complete chaos. The remaining soldiers fled in terror, frantically searching for cover, their earlier arrogance gone. Zhao Lei's eyes widened, his voice trembling with shock. "Is that a 150 millimeters heavy artillery piece?" "No, heavy artillery isn't this accurate. This firepower is too strong. It blew the Japanese position into ruins in an instant. Commander, the main force is coming to reinforce us. Let's retreat immediately." Xiao Tianong stood before the dilapidated window, not answering immediately. The Japanese army's position, which had just been suffocating them, was now a sea of fire and piles of corpses. but he had experienced too much life and death. He wouldn't be blinded by the sudden arrival of reinforcements. Who they were, where they came from, why they were helping them, and what their next move was, he knew nothing. However, one thing is certain, the Japanese army on the other side has been decimated. Both tanks were destroyed, more than 80% of the 300-plus troops were killed or wounded, and all their heavy firepower was destroyed, rendering them unable to threaten the defensive line in the short term. Since this line can still be held, let's continue to hold it. There are still refugees behind it. Every minute we delay could save dozens more people. Every hour we delay could save hundreds or thousands more. Xiao Tianong turned around and looked at the officers in the command post. He said in a deep voice, "Zhao Lei, arrange for someone to go to Shaoguan Wharf and Yijiang Gate to check which reinforcements are coming from, and ask them if they have any new orders from the garrison command." Zhao Lei immediately understood his meaning, saluted in response, and turned to leave. Afterwards, Xiao Tianong, with several guards, quietly sneaked to the front lines to observe the Japanese army situation. Through the gaps in the ruins, he saw the Japanese positions littered with dead and wounded. The survivors were frantically trying to save the wounded, and only 40 or 50 men were still able to move and fight. Xiao Tianong narrowed his eyes, an idea popping into his head. He turned to the guard company commander. "I feel we can wipe out this wave of Japanese devils." The guard company commander's eyes lit up. "Commander, that's exactly what I was thinking." Xiao Tianong then looked at the officers beside him. These men who had charged back with him had long since disregarded life and death. Killing one Japanese soldier was breaking even. Killing two was a bonus. The officers exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "We can fight, Commander. Encircle them from the east and west. We can definitely annihilate these bastards." Chapter 17, Supporting Xiao Tianong. Xiao Tianong nodded. He had nearly 200 men under his command, while the opposing Japanese soldiers, capable of fighting, numbered less than 50. It was a 3-on-1 situation, a rare opportunity. He clenched his fist, his voice filled with killing intent. "All right, then let's fight. Kill these beasts." Then, Xiao Tianong spread out a simple map and quickly gave the order. First company, flank from the east. Second company, flank from the west. Third company, launch a feint attack from the front to contain the enemy. Move quickly and end the battle within 10 minutes. 5 minutes later, gunfire erupted. The Nationalist army attacked simultaneously from 3 directions, and more than 30 grenades crashed into the Japanese army's encampment. Flames, smoke, and screams instantly engulfed the streets. More than a dozen Japanese soldiers died on the spot. Some were blown away, some had their heads sliced open by shrapnel, and others were slammed against walls by the shockwave, the sound of bones shattering clearly audible. Amidst the smoke and fire, a rough, hoarse voice roared. It was Chiba Takashi, the company commander of the 11th Brigade of the 6th Division of the Japanese Army. He had participated in the Battle of Shanghai and fought his way from Shanghai to Nanjing. He was an old Japanese soldier. He immediately ordered his men to take cover and retreat to the houses on both sides, taking up higher ground. Although the Japanese troops were stunned by the bombing, they quickly regained their training instincts and rushed into the houses along the street. In the blink of an eye, machine guns were set up in second-floor windows, and rifles protruded from the rooftops. The next second, the machine guns opened fire wildly, bullets raining down on the nationalist troops who were flanking them. The soldiers at the forefront were riddled with bullets and fell to the ground. Officers shouted for cover, and the soldiers could only scramble behind cover, pinning down the troops on both flanks. Xiao Tianong, hiding in the rear, watched the battle unfold, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He had initially thought that their numerical advantage would make it easy, but he hadn't expected the Japanese to react so quickly and so ruthlessly. The officers quickly discussed the situation and decided they had to take out the machine guns on both sides first. However, the grenades weren't enough to cover the distance, and a direct assault would be torn apart by enemy fire. Xiao Tianong gritted his teeth and ordered organized suppressive fire to cover the assault team. The Nationalist Army's machine guns immediately opened fire on the houses on both sides, sending brick fragments flying and shattering windows. The Japanese Army's firepower was briefly weakened, and a squad of soldiers immediately jumped out of their cover and charged forward, crouching low. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. Just as they were about to close in, flames suddenly erupted from the windows on both sides again. The hidden machine gun positions hadn't been completely suppressed at all. The 6 soldiers at the front were instantly hit, their bodies convulsing as if electrocuted, blood splattering as they collapsed to the ground. The remaining men dragged the wounded back, tumbling and crawling. Xiao Tianong's eyes were red, and he organized a second charge, blowing open several windows with grenades. But halfway there, the Japanese changed positions and angles, and their machine guns opened fire again, killing 4 more men. Each time they were just a dozen meters away, yet each time they fell at the very end. Grenades were running out, casualties were mounting, and even the survivors were beginning to waver. Xiao Tianong felt as if his heart was being torn apart. 200 men couldn't even capture a stronghold held by 40-odd Japanese soldiers. If they had heavy firepower, they could have blasted it flat with a single shell. Why would they have needed to sacrifice their brothers' lives? Just then, an old soldier suddenly shouted, "Oh no, a grenade launcher! Get down!" Xiao Tianong's pupils contracted sharply. He was all too familiar with that muffled thud. The next second, a grenade landed on the Nationalist Army's position, instantly blowing 3 soldiers to pieces, their limbs flying everywhere. Xiao Tianong shouted for cover, but it was too late. 2 more grenades rained down, and 7 or 8 soldiers fell in pools of blood. He lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. What was supposed to be an encirclement and annihilation battle had been turned into a siege, resulting in heavy losses and the gradual erosion of morale. These soldiers were his brothers who had fought back from Shaowan Wharf, heroes who had held off the Japanese with a death wish. Were they to die here in vain? The atmosphere behind the bunker was terrifyingly oppressive. No one spoke. Only heavy breathing and the distant sound of gunfire could be heard. Xiao Tianong scanned the faces of the men. Some were trembling, some were gritting their teeth, and some had blank stares. Zhao Lei crawled to his side, his voice hoarse but firm. "Commander, organize a suicide squad. If we delay any longer, once the Japanese reinforcements arrive, none of us will be able to escape." Xiao Tianong remained silent. A suicide squad, again. This meant he would personally send his brothers to their deaths. But Zhao Lei was right. Time was running out. Continuing the attack might result in even more deaths. Retreating would mean the brothers who had just sacrificed their lives died in vain. Xiao Tianong's hand rested on the pistol at his waist. The grip was icy cold, and his heart was even colder. Just then, a low rumble came from above. Everyone looked up and saw 7 or 8 silver-gray objects descending from the sky. The Japanese soldiers instinctively looked up, shouting in surprise what it was. Soon, someone realized what it was and yelled in terror, "Oh no, it's a bomb. Take cover." In fact, the Japanese positions had already been locked onto by reconnaissance drones hovering high in the sky. The arriving drones didn't stop for a moment, directly dropping bombs on the targets. Chapter 18 Support completed. Boom! Boom! 2 10-kilogram high-explosive shells landed precisely behind the bunkers where the Japanese soldiers were hiding. The explosions instantly created shockwaves, sending shrapnel and debris flying, instantly killing more than a dozen Japanese soldiers. Some were torn to pieces, some had half their heads shattered, and others were thrown into the air by the blast wave, crashing into the walls with the sound of bones shattering clearly audible. A damaged grenade launcher was blasted more than 100 meters away, tumbling and arcing through the air before landing with a loud thud behind the Nationalist Army's position. The sound of metal hitting the ground startled the still-dazed Nationalist soldiers. They stared blankly at the object. Some swallowed hard. Others instinctively touched their heads. If it had hit them on the head, they would probably have been killed instantly. Amidst the smoke and fire, the remaining Japanese soldiers, not quite dead, were still screaming in agony. Some cried for medics, some cried for their mothers, and others cursed in terror, bewildered as to what was falling from the sky. But the bombing didn't stop. Immediately afterward, 4 more 10-kilogram bombs landed on 2 civilian houses containing firing positions. The brick and wood structure of the houses simply couldn't withstand such force. The second floor was blown off, the roof collapsed, and the walls crumbled inward like paper. With a deafening roar, the 2 houses collapsed almost simultaneously. Smoke and dust billowed dozens of meters high, obscuring half of the view, and the Nationalist soldiers in the distance coughed repeatedly from the fumes. The Japanese machine gunners inside didn't even have time to scream before they were buried in the rubble. Even if they weren't crushed to death, the shockwave from the bomb would be enough to kill them. A typical 150mm howitzer shell has a propellant charge of only about 7 kilograms, while this 10-kilogram high-explosive shell would be even more devastating. Xiao Tenong lay on the ground, staring at the scene before him, his mind momentarily blank. He quickly recalled that during the first wave of bombardment, a similar dark shadow had swept across the sky. At the time, he had thought it was a bird or an eagle, never imagining it was such a flying weapon. The thing looked small, but it could accurately drop grenades, directly eliminating Japanese firing positions. The machine gunners who had been arrogantly firing just moments before were now all buried under the rubble. The Japanese artillerymen who had killed more than a dozen of his brothers were also reduced to a pile of minced meat. Zhao Lei grabbed his arm, his voice trembling. "Commander, what exactly were those things?" "They wiped out all the Japanese firing positions in one go." Xiao Tianong didn't have time to think about it. He saw the aircraft drop their bombs and begin to move away, and immediately realized that this was his only chance. He stood up abruptly and roared with all his might, "Charge!" The remaining 100-odd nationalist soldiers, as if set ablaze, leaped out of their bunkers and charged towards the Japanese positions with furious cries. "Kill! Avenge our brothers!" They charged forward, guns in hand and swords in hand, their eyes bloodshot. The remaining Japanese soldiers, already stunned and terrified by the bombing, instinctively turned and fled for their lives when they saw the Chinese soldiers approaching. "Run! That's the devil's weapon!" The Japanese soldiers fled south in panic, utterly disheveled. The next moment, more than 100 guns opened fire simultaneously. Bullets rained down like a storm, and the last few Japanese soldiers were shot down, blood splattering everywhere, and they fell on the road. Those in front didn't get far either. After another volley of fire, they fell one after another. In less than a minute, the remaining dozen or so Japanese soldiers all died on their escape route. Some had bloody holes all over their backs, some lay on their backs with their eyes open, and some were curled up in a ball, their hands still covering their wounds, but they were already lifeless. Xiao Tianong stood on the Japanese army's position and looked around. Smoke filled the air, and corpses littered the ground. The once invincible enemy was now nothing but dead. Suppressing his excitement, he immediately ordered, "Clean up the battlefield. Search carefully, don't let any survivors escape. Everyone, build defensive lines and reinforce fortifications nearby. Prepare for the next wave of Japanese attacks." Meanwhile, within Nanjing, the anti-Japanese drone force continued to clear out the Japanese army's heavy firepower. Anti-aircraft firing points, armored targets, artillery positions, and areas where high-ranking officers and troops were assembled were all within the strike range. Near Shiqiao Street, a company of over 180 men from the 6th Division was conducting a so-called cleansing operation. But this so-called cleanup was nothing more than arson, murder, and looting. The street, which originally housed several hundred families, was now mostly burned down, leaving only ruins. The streets were littered with corpses. The elderly, women, and children lay scattered about, some stabbed to death with bayonets, some shot, and others burned alive. An infant lay beside its mother, crying, but the mother would never respond. Japanese soldiers looted house to house, searching for women, for anything that could satisfy their lust. The company commander stood at the street corner, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a smug look on his face. From Husher all the way to Nanjing, they burned, killed, and looted without ever encountering any real resistance. In their eyes, the Chinese were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. He had just shouted, "Leave no one alive," when a faint whooshing sound came from the sky. Several dark figures flashed by, followed by a series of deafening explosions. In less than 10 seconds, the drone swarm precisely locked onto the grenade launchers and a mortar carried by the squadron. Several bombs landed, instantly turning the heavy weapons into scrap metal. The cannon barrel flew dozens of meters, smashing down a wall. The Japanese artillerymen operating the weapon were also blown to pieces. Then, the drones flew away like a flock of vultures that had completed their hunt, without looking back. Chapter 19, The Arrogant Sergeant. Company Commander Captain Masao Matsumoto stood frozen in place, the cigarette falling from his mouth to the ground, and the soldiers around him were completely bewildered. They didn't know where the bomb had come from, let alone who would be next. These Japanese soldiers had never seen such a weapon before, nor had they ever experienced such a fighting style. Just as everyone was panicking, a sharp-eyed sergeant suddenly jumped out and spotted the reconnaissance drone hovering 100 meters in the air. He drew his saber, pointed it at the sky, and yelled for his soldiers to shoot the little thing down. The soldiers followed the tip of their sabers for a long time before finally spotting the target, and a dozen or so Type 38 rifles immediately opened fire on the air. However, in this time and space, there is no GPS or Beidou, so the reconnaissance drones cannot hover and can only fly in circles. In addition, the targets are too small, and ordinary rifles simply cannot hit them. The operator of the Drone Air Defense Firepower Battalion watched through the screen as the Japanese sergeant jumped up and down, brandishing his sword and ordering his soldiers to fire randomly. He smirked slightly, then asked the company commander if they should teach the arrogant Japanese sergeant a lesson. The company commander glanced at the screen and immediately ordered the nearest armed drone to go over. A minute later, a drone carrying a 1-kilogram bomb roared in. The sergeant had excellent eyesight and quickly realized that this drone was different from the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. It was heavier, more stable, flew lower, had something hanging from it, and was heading straight for them. He immediately shouted for cover and ordered his soldiers to fire. The Japanese soldiers quickly took cover and opened fire, but the drone was extremely fast. As it flew over an altitude of 80 meters, it dropped a bomb. With a deafening roar, the bomb exploded where the sergeant had just been standing, sending dust billowing into the sky. But the sergeant had already taken cover. He peeked out from behind his bunker, looked at the crater and the drone in the sky, and suddenly burst into wild laughter. He jumped out of cover, waving his arms at the sky and yelling that if he missed, keep firing and shoot it down. His jumping and shouting made him look like a crazed monkey. Just then, a flying machine flashed past, so fast the naked eye could barely follow it, leaving only a blur. The next second, that blur hurtled straight towards the sergeant's head. With a deafening boom, the sergeant's head exploded, splattering red and white matter everywhere. The headless corpse swayed for a moment, then fell straight down. All the surrounding Japanese soldiers were stunned. Staring at the still convulsing body and the mess, their arrogance vanished completely. Someone whispered in a trembling voice, "What the hell is this? Is it divine punishment?" At this, all the Japanese soldiers fell silent. They huddled in their bunkers, motionless, only daring to silently watch the reconnaissance plane high in the sky. No one dared to move, no one dared to speak, and no one dared to fire again. A few minutes later, the reconnaissance plane finally changed direction and flew westward. Only then did the Japanese soldiers dare to peek out and hurriedly report that their troops had been attacked by an unidentified flying weapon. Meanwhile, the temporary command post of the 13th Regiment of the 11th Brigade of the 6th Division was set up in a large requisition house in Nanjing. The walls were covered with maps of the attack route, and telegrams, binoculars, and half-smoked cigarettes were scattered on the table. Several Japanese officers sat around a table, their faces beaming with smugness and arrogance. Colonel Hashimoto Kingoro, the regimental commander, stood in his crisp uniform, the gold stars on his epaulettes gleaming under the lamplight. As an elite regiment of the 6th Division, they were the first to storm the Chinese capital. Hashimoto believed this achievement would bring him fame in the imperial military, and that through his connections with the Tokyo family, he could be promoted directly to Major General, becoming one of the youngest officers ever. Inside the command post, the 3 battalion commanders sat around, each with a fawning expression, vying to claim credit with Hashimoto, their words dripping with contempt for the nationalist army. One battalion commander, with a burly face, was the first to flatter him, saying that the 13th Regiment was the first unit to enter the Chinese capital, an honor worthy of being recorded in the imperial military history, and hoped that Hashimoto would put in a good word for them with the brigade commander when he returned. Another tall, thin battalion commander lowered his voice and said that they had captured many young and beautiful girls after entering the city, and they would be sent to the colonel for his enjoyment later. The other officers, upon hearing this, all revealed lewd and cruel smiles. Hashimoto Kingoro nodded in satisfaction, praising them for doing a good job, and arrogantly declared that the Chinese army was utterly vulnerable, like lambs to the slaughter, and no match for the imperial army. The 3rd round-faced battalion commander then reported that the advance of each battalion was progressing smoothly, with minimal resistance from the Chinese army. His 2 battalions had already crossed the international safety zone and were advancing deeper into the city. He was spouting nonsense about the international safety zone, Under the iron heel of the Imperial Army, everything was Imperial territory, and the Chinese inside were all Imperial prisoners. Hashimoto King Oro slammed his fist on the table, shouting, "Good!" and declaring that the international safety zone was nothing but a pretext for the Chinese to prolong their lives, utterly worthless. He ordered all units to advance as quickly as possible, accelerate the pace of the attack, and ensure the complete capture of Nanjing City, securing the greatest credit, in accordance with the orders of Brigade Commander Major General Tokotaro Sakai. The officers responded in unison. Hi. Chapter 20, 13th Regiment Captain. The 3 battalion commanders responded in unison, their tone respectful, yet barely concealing their arrogance. Colonel Hashimoto, rest assured, my battalion is highly capable. We expect to take Shimonoseki Wharf by noon today, half a day ahead of schedule. Hashimoto King Oro nodded in satisfaction. The early capture of the Shimonoseki Wharf, cutting off the Chinese army's retreat, was another major achievement. He could almost see the newspaper headline. The valiant 13th Regiment takes the lead in capturing the Shimonoseki Wharf, completely cutting off the Chinese army's retreat. Just then, a communications soldier, his face covered in gunpowder, uniform torn, and looking flustered, rushed into the command post. He stood at attention, saluted, and reported urgently, "Sir, our 2 companies have been attacked by heavy firepower from the Chinese army at the crossroads." Hashimoto King Oro frowned and coldly rebuked. "What's the panic? They're just a bunch of defeated soldiers. What heavy firepower could they possibly have? Speak slowly." The communications soldier swallowed hard. 2 tanks were accurately destroyed by 2 shells, the turrets were blown off, and the entire crew was wiped out. The command post fell silent instantly. 2 tanks, 2 shells precisely destroyed? When did the Chinese develop such anti-tank firepower? Even a regular tank gun wouldn't be able to blow the turret off. The communications soldier continued. Then 4 heavy bombs landed on the position, several times more powerful than a 150mm howitzer. Everything was destroyed at the epicenter. Soldiers, weapons, bunkers, all vanished, and even the telephones are destroyed. 2 companies suffered over 200 casualties and are unable to advance further. Requesting tactical guidance. Everyone's expression changed drastically. For bombs, 2 companies with more than half their men killed or wounded. The round-faced battalion commander abruptly stood up. That was his unit. His face flushed red as he roared. Nonsense! When did China ever have such heavy artillery? If they did, why didn't they use it before? The tall, thin battalion commander chimed in. We've already entered the city. This is street fighting. How could heavy artillery not accidentally hit our own men? Hashimoto King Oro stared at the communications soldier for a long time before asking in a deep voice, "Are you sure it's heavy artillery?" The communications soldier nodded frantically. Confirmed. That power is definitely heavy artillery. It's just strange. We didn't hear the whistling sound of the shells. Hashimoto King Goro's heart sank. The lack of a whistling sound, yet the precise hit, indicated that this weapon likely had a short range. It had to be located and destroyed as soon as possible. He walked to the map and ordered, "Contact the brigade and have the artillery battalion launch observation balloons to locate the Chinese artillery positions as soon as possible." The 3rd Battalion is to move towards Shizuji, with 2 tanks from the regiment providing support. After destroying the artillery, accelerate the advance. He raised his head, his gaze dark. "We must capture Ijiang Gate before noon today." The 3rd Battalion commander hurriedly agreed, then asked, "Colonel Hashimoto, our battalion has escorted several thousand Chinese prisoners. What should we do with them?" A cold glint flashed in Hashimoto King Goro's eyes, and he uttered only 4 words, "Dispose of them yourselves." The communications soldier had just run to the door after receiving his orders when a second communications soldier rushed in, nearly bumping into him. He reported breathlessly, "Sir, reports have come from the Shichiao Street area that a company of the 2nd Battalion was attacked by an unidentified weapon, losing 1 mortar and several grenade launchers. The company's heavy firepower has been completely destroyed." Hashimoto King Goro's face darkened further. Heavy artillery again? The communications soldier shook his head. "No. The front line says those weapons can fly. They're in the sky, a little bigger than a bird, but much smaller than an airplane, and they could drop bombs, and they're incredibly accurate." His voice trembled as he said this. A sergeant spotted something in the sky and ordered his soldiers to fire. Then something even smaller flew at high speed and hit him directly on the head. With a bang, his head exploded. The command post was deathly silent. The 3 battalion commanders exchanged bewildered glances. Flying weapons that could drop bombs and even ram people. What on earth were these things? When did the Chinese army acquire such bizarre and terrifying equipment? 2 squadrons suffered more than half their casualties, and 1 squadron's heavy firepower was completely destroyed, which seriously affected the 13th Regiment's offensive. Hashimoto Kingoro had originally thought that taking Nankayo Castle would be a piece of cake, but now he realized that the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. He stood there silent. The heavy explosion at Shizuji Street and the aerial attack on Shichiao Street were less than 5 kilometers apart. Could be the same weapon? But if it was heavy artillery, why was there no sound of artillery fire? If it was an aerial weapon, how could the explosive power be so astonishing? The images described by the communications soldier flashed repeatedly through his mind. Small flying objects, bombs falling from the sky, and monsters with smashed skulls. He suddenly realized that all the experience he had accumulated over the years was now useless. A battalion commander tentatively asked, "Regimental commander, should we postpone the attack?" Hashimoto Kingoro abruptly turned and stared at him. The man immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak again. Postpone? Impossible. The brigade's orders had already been issued, and Major General Sakai was still waiting for good news. He wanted to capture the Shimonoseki docks, breach the walls of Nanjing, seize the credit, and show the nobles of Tokyo who the true heroes were. Outside the window, smoke billowed from Nanjing. Hashimoto Kingoro gritted his teeth, turned, and grabbed the military sword from the table. "I want to go to the front lines myself." Chapter 21, Destroying the Convoy. The 3 battalion commanders froze, each trying to dissuade Hashimoto Kingoro. After all, the crossroads had just been hit by unidentified heavy fire. Tanks had been destroyed, and a company had been wiped out. No one knew what other dangers might be lurking there. Hashimoto waved his hand to interrupt them. He fastened his saber, straightened his uniform, and said coldly, "If the Chinese weapons are really that powerful, there's no use in you going. I want to see for myself what they are." If there was indeed a threat, he would personally report to the brigade commander and readjust the deployment. If it was just a false alarm, he would show those who were terrified how Imperial soldiers should fight. With that, Hashimoto strode out of the command post, his face grim, and sat on the back of a sidecar motorcycle. He gripped his binoculars tightly, his knuckles turning white. The convoy was escorted by a military truck at the front and back. With the side panels of the trucks open, more than 50 Japanese guards were armed with Type 38 rifles with bayonets fixed, and light machine guns were also mounted at the front of the truck beds. Kenta Ogura, the adjutant on the sidecar motorcycle ahead, was eager to make a name for himself and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Target! Shizuji! All units move out!" The words had barely left his lips when Hashimoto's face instantly darkened. He cursed the idiot inwardly. Even tanks could be precisely destroyed at Shizuji. For him, a colonel and regimental commander, to personally charge there was tantamount to suicide. Hashimoto suddenly raised his hand and shouted sharply, "Ogura-kun, come here." Ogura thought the colonel was going to entrust him with an important task, so he immediately ran to the car with a fawning expression. The next second, a loud slap landed hard on his face, making him stagger half a step, and his cheek quickly became red and swollen. "You idiot! Do you want me, Colonel, to go to my death at the crossroads? That place has unknown heavy firepower. It can blow up even tanks. Where are you up to?" Ogura covered his face, feeling both pain and grievance, and couldn't help but argue that Hashimoto himself had said he wanted to go to the front lines to check. Hashimoto's anger flared even more, and he slapped him across the other side of his face with his other hand. Ogura's face swelled symmetrically on both sides, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. He dared not utter another sound, only trembling with his head down. Hashimoto snorted coldly, suppressing his anger, and ordered a change of route to Qingliang Mountain. The area had already been cleared, and from its elevated position, it could be observed with binoculars. There was no need for him to risk his life personally. Xiaocong nodded repeatedly and quickly relayed the order. Soon, a convoy consisting of 2 military trucks and 2 sidecar motorcycles drove out of the residential compound, kicking up dust, and drove through the devastated streets of Nanjing. This scene was precisely captured by a reconnaissance drone hovering over the city. Real-time footage was transmitted back to the command vehicle, where the gold star on Hashimoto's epaulets was clearly visible on the high-definition screen. The operator stared at the screen, his voice low but barely concealing his excitement. "Company Commander, we've spotted a big fish. Judging by the shoulder insignia, he's most likely a colonel." The company commander leaned closer to the screen for a few seconds, a slight smile playing on his lips. Then he straightened up, his tone calm and decisive. "Take them out." The operator immediately unfolded the map, and the convoy's route was clear at a glance. The enemy was moving towards Shuiximen, and a street lined with low-rise houses along the way was the perfect place for an ambush, with a wide field of vision, no obstructions, and no civilians. The company commander pointed to a spot on the map. "Here it is, deploy in advance." Soon, 2 DJI Flycart 100s, each carrying a 50-kilogram aerial bomb, quietly took off from the position and flew towards the designated location. 5 minutes later, 2 drones arrived above the street and hovered at an altitude of 200 meters. The convoy drew closer, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. The drones began to descend, 80 meters, 70 meters. This altitude offered the highest bombing accuracy, and the Japanese soldiers on the ground would not be able to spot the small black dots above their heads unless they deliberately looked up. The convoy entered the ambush zone. On the lead truck, a Japanese soldier leaned against the side of the truck, looking up casually at the sky, then suddenly froze. "What's that in the sky?" He squinted, trying to see clearly, but it was too late. The first aerial bomb whistled down, falling from a height of 100 meters in less than 4 seconds. Boom! The bomb exploded in midair about 15 meters above the leading truck. The 50-kilogram aerial bomb was incredibly powerful. The shockwave was like an invisible giant wall that crashed down from the sky. The truck was torn apart on the spot, its cargo compartment shattered into pieces. The more than 20 Japanese soldiers inside were thrown into the air by the blast wave. Some were blown to pieces, others crashed into the roadside wall, even causing the wall to collapse. The soldier who first spotted the drone didn't even have time to scream before being engulfed by the explosion, his limbs and fragments flying everywhere. 2 seconds later, the second bomb landed precisely on top of the truck in the back. Boom! The truck in the back followed suit instantly. The cargo compartment was torn apart, and the soldiers were blown to pieces. Some turned into blood mist, while others were twisted and deformed by the shockwave. The wreckage of the 2 trucks burst into flames, billowing black smoke and filling the street with a mingled stench of gasoline, burning, and blood. 2 sidecar motorcycles in the middle were also overturned and crushed by the violent blast. Hashimoto Kinguro and Ogura Kenta had no time to react before being pierced by shrapnel and metal fragments, their bodies entangled with the vehicle debris. The entire intersection instantly turned into hell. Not a single Japanese soldier survived. Hashimoto, who thought he could save his life by changing course to Qingliang Mountain, ultimately couldn't escape the drone's lock. This Japanese colonel, who had tried to claim the credit, didn't even reach the front lines before becoming a bloody mess at the intersection. Similar drone strikes continued within Nanjing City. Reports of attacks on various units began to be reported to the Japanese Brigade and Division Command. Chapter 22. Results of 1 hour. Inside the command headquarters at Puka Wharf, the Nanjing situation map was constantly updated on the large screen of the command vehicle. Red represented the Japanese Army, and blue represented the defense lines of the National Revolutionary Army and the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. The blue markers along the crossroads finally stopped retreating and instead solidified into a defensive line, firmly anchored in the heart of the city. Luo Yin put his hands behind his back and breathed a slight sigh of relief. The nationalist troops guarding the crossroads did not fail to provide adequate fire support, nor did they slacken their efforts or retreat after the arrival of reinforcements. Some positions even took the opportunity of drones destroying Japanese strongpoints to launch counterattacks. At this moment, the staff officer strode over, handing over a newly compiled battle report, his tone brimming with excitement. "Commander, the results of the past hour are in." Luo Yin took the report and quickly scanned it. The anti-Japanese National Salvation Army had deployed over 1,000 sorties of various types of drones and over 300 sorties of aerial combat drones, dropping a total of 1,344 high-explosive bombs of various types. This round of attacks destroyed 25 Japanese artillery pieces, including infantry guns, mountain guns, and mortars, 14 tanks of various types, and 15 military trucks and motorcycles. 6 of the ammunition trucks were directly detonated, turning to ashes along with their ammunition. The staff officer continued, "The total number of Japanese casualties is about 4,000, of which more than 2,100 were caused by the 1st Battalion's precision strike against the 11th Regiment of the Kunisaki Detachment in Jiangpu City, north of the river. This is just the result of 1 hour's battle." Luo Yin pressed his fingertips on the report, feeling both excited and moved. Previously, the Battle of Nanjing had lasted 12 days, with hundreds of thousands of nationalist soldiers using their flesh and blood to withstand the Iron Torrent, paying a heavy price, yet inflicting only about 16,000 casualties on the Japanese army. Now, the results he achieved in 1 hour were almost equivalent to the total output of the nationalist army in 3 days. The power of drones was on full display at this moment. Luo Yin was relatively satisfied with the results. At least they had stabilized the situation temporarily with minimal losses. He then asked, "What about our losses?" The staff officer replied, "No casualties reported. 4 medium-sized drones were lost, mainly due to improper operation, resulting in collisions with each other, trees, and walls." Luo Yin nodded. For their first combat mission, such losses far exceeded expectations. But his satisfaction didn't last long. His brow furrowed again. The drones took off and landed at Puka Wharf, and each mission required them to fly across the river, limiting their range and resulting in incomplete fire coverage of the entire city of Nanjing. In particular, to ensure sufficient range, the payload of the drones had to be reduced by half for the Japanese outposts on the outskirts of the city. What's more troublesome is the rapid depletion of ammunition. In just 1 hour, 10% of all bombs and ammunition have been used up. If the fighting continues at this intensity without replenishment, he'll have to consider evacuation around 9 p.m. There was an even more pressing problem. The Japanese army was still continuously reinforcing the city, with transport vehicles, infantry, armored vehicles, and artillery pouring into the city gates such as Zhongshan Gate, Zhonghua Gate, and Guanghua Gate. Meanwhile, the Japanese army had already massacred civilians and captured nationalist soldiers in the occupied territories, burning, killing, and looting. The streets were littered with corpses, and blood stained the blue brick pavement. The current stalemate was only temporary. Luo Yin clenched his fists, a flash of anger in his eyes. Soon, more Japanese troops would storm the Shizuji defense line. Time was of the essence. He was about to go to the riverbank to check on the progress of the supply transport battalion when his staff officer handed him another document. "Commander, this is the battle plan sent by Battalion Commander Fong." Luo Yin took a look, was taken aback at first, then laughed. These 2 guys were quite bold, thinking they could annihilate an entire Japanese regiment with just 1,000 men. But after reading it carefully, he found the plan to be highly feasible. Terrain, transportation, supplies, blocking, reserves, and retreat. Everything had been taken into account. It was very professional. Yang Yojia, who participated in formulating the plan, lived up to his reputation as a graduate of the Whampoa Military Academy. His combat capabilities far surpassed those of Luo Yin and his officer corps. Although they had studied a great deal of military command theory from later generations, they ultimately lacked real battlefield experience. Luo Yin abandoned the plan and immediately ordered. Reply to Fong Biao immediately, confirming the plan's approval. Order all officers and soldiers of the 1st Battalion to annihilate the 11th Regiment of the WWII detachment by noon today. He then instructed his staff to record his instructions. If you can use drones to bomb, then bomb. If you can't use drones, then bomb with RPGs. If you can't use RPGs, then use hand grenades. Only as a last resort should you use guns. If you can use guns, then never use human lives to pave the way. Luo Yin continued to remind them to be constantly vigilant against Japanese grenade launchers and Type 92 infantry guns. These weapons could be disassembled and transported quickly and reassembled rapidly. If they were detected too late, they could be shelled at any moment. He also instructed the 1st Battalion to wear gas masks to prevent the Japanese from using poison gas and to closely monitor Japanese reinforcements. At the same time, he ordered the 1st Battalion to be resupplied with ammunition, fuel, and other supplies. The staff officer closed his notebook and turned to give the order. Luo Yin suddenly stopped him and added with a smile, Tell Fong Biao that if he can capture that regimental commander alive, I'll give him a special merit award." The staff officer smiled and immediately left. Not long after, Zhao Chushan, the battalion commander of the support battalion, walked into the command vehicle, stood at attention, and saluted. He looked exhausted, but was full of energy. "Commander, in the past hour, the support battalion has provided relief to 15,421 refugees and distributed 30,842 sets of basic support supplies." Zhao Chushan continued his report, saying that they had set up a supply exchange point on the spot, offering goods at about 80% of the market price. Refugees mainly exchanged for food, clothing, and medicine. Luo Yin nodded, signaling him to continue. Zhao Chushan continued. "We've collected a total of 135 small yellow croakers, 18 large yellow croakers, and a number of gold and silver jewelry and silver dollars." Chapter 23. Crossing the River begins. Luo Yun did the mental calculations. This batch of goods was worth nearly 10 million, and after deducting the cost of exchanging the goods, the profit would be about 5 million. But he wasn't satisfied. The speed was still too slow. To expand his business, he needed to enter the city as soon as possible and establish a stable foothold, and Nanjing was currently the most suitable choice. Zhao Chushan continued to report that recently a group of young and middle-aged men had voluntarily joined the team. After preliminary screening, 153 people were found to be qualified, including 78 who were literate. They have been incorporated into the reserve team of the support battalion to assist in logistical work. Luo Yun nodded, instructing him to continue the screening. Those who were physically fit and willing to stay could be accepted, but it was crucial to guard against spies infiltrating. The political work team should keep a close eye on them. After Zhao Chushan saluted and left, Luo Yin also got up, stepped out of the command vehicle, and headed towards the dock. At the Puka Wharf, the river wind was biting. Two 300-ton flatbed inland waterway cargo ships were moored on the riverbank, their silver-gray hulls gleaming coldly, their diesel engines humming low, and their propellers churning up white waves. A large crowd had already gathered on the dock, including soldiers of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army, as well as rescued refugees and defeated soldiers. Everyone stared at the two ships, their eyes filled with tension and anticipation. Luo Yun raised his binoculars and looked towards Shawan Wharf. The opposite bank was quieter than an hour ago, and many people were also looking this way. They saw the boat and knew that someone on the other side of the river was preparing to meet them. Some people were waving their clothes frantically. Battalion Commander Wang Tai-yong of the Supply Transport Battalion ran over to salute and reported that the two cargo ships had completed their commissioning and that the hull, power, and deck load-bearing capacity had all been checked and found to be correct. They would be able to begin crossing the river in 10 minutes. Luo Yun asked if the boarding and disembarking points had been chosen. Wang Tai-yong pointed to the side and said that the boarding point was at the Jinpu Ferry Terminal and the disembarking point was at the Chongping Terminal. The Nationalist Navy's training ground was right next to it, and the area was spacious enough for vehicles to park. After confirming the situation through his binoculars, Luo Yun immediately ordered the entire 2nd Battalion, including the drone unit, the 3rd Battalion of Infantry, and the support battalion, to cross the river in sequence as planned. The order was relayed, and the first batch of troops quickly assembled. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion moved swiftly and with sharp eyes. The results of 6 months of training were evident on their faces. The 3rd Battalion of Infantry followed closely behind, while the support battalion carried crates of supplies to the dock. 10 minutes later, the two flatbed cargo ships docked smoothly, and the hydraulic roll-on/roll-off ramps were lowered. At Wang Tai-yong's command, the first truck fully loaded with supplies drove onto the deck, its wheels making a dull thud as they rolled over the ramps. An infantry company followed closely behind, boarding the ship and quickly dispersing to both sides of the deck. The second ship was also loaded with supplies and soldiers. A deep whistle sounded, and the two ships slowly left the dock, heading towards the opposite shore. Just then, two black dots appeared on the downstream river surface, growing larger and larger until their outlines became clear. They were two Japanese-made 25-ton inland river gunboats belonging to the 11th Squadron of the Japanese Third Fleet. The low-slung gray boats, armed with machine guns and heavy guns on deck, had the Japanese flag fluttering ominously in the wind. They were patrolling the area from Yanziji to Dashengwen, clearing out all other vessels on the river. On the Shawon dock, over 200,000 refugees stared at the river. The glimmer of hope that had just appeared was instantly swallowed by the shadow of the Japanese gunboats. Someone cried out in terror, "It's a Japanese gunboat!" The crowd immediately stirred. They knew all too well how formidable those two gunboats were. Ever since the nationalist navy had been driven back at dawn, they had been sweeping across the river, sinking small steamers, fishing boats, and covered boats. Those on the boat were either killed by machine gun fire or drowned. Their bodies floated densely on the river. The old woman slumped to the ground, murmuring her last words. A young mother holding her child wept silently. A defeated soldier clenched his fists, but could do nothing. The two gunboats drew closer and closer, seemingly having spotted the large ship crossing the river. They then turned and charged straight at it. On the dock, some people knelt in prayer, while others closed their eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. Meanwhile, on the bow of a Japanese gunboat, two officers stood facing the wind. Commander Captain Nakamura, leaning on his sword, looked at the corpses on the river, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He raised his binoculars and said contemptuously, "From last night until now, we've sunk more than 30 ships. Even if these Chinese have ships, they can't escape the Empire's grasp." The adjutant quickly offered flattery, but was suddenly drawn to two large ships in the distance, exclaiming that they were even bigger than the small steamship he had sunk that morning. Nakamura immediately adjusted his binoculars and soon saw the details clearly. It was a specialized flat-deck cargo ship, not an old-fashioned steamship. It wasn't emitting smoke. It used an internal combustion engine and had plenty of power. There were many Chinese soldiers on deck, along with two military trucks. Nakamura, staring at the course, his face darkening, said, "Judging by the equipment, they're regular Chinese troops. The course is wrong. They're not trying to cross the river to escape. They're heading straight for the Shawon Wharf." Chapter 24. Two gunboats. Upon seeing the two large ships on the river, the adjutant first exclaimed in surprise, then sneered. He assumed they were remnants of troops coming to reinforce Nanjing, his tone full of disdain, convinced they were nothing more than spoils of war delivered to his doorstep. Captain Nakamura laughed wildly. In his eyes, the Shimonoseki docks were already the Imperial Army's possession. The women, the wealth, the ships, all should belong to them. Now that the two large ships had approached, he felt that a tremendous victory was within his grasp. The adjutant immediately offered a suggestion, saying that the two ships were large and powerful, and if they could be captured intact and presented to Lieutenant Commander Watanabe of the squadron, they would surely receive a large reward. They could also be used to clear the river, and it would be a pity to sink them directly. Captain Nakamura's eyes gleamed with greed as he listened, and he immediately ordered a full-speed advance to intercept the two ships. He could almost see the Chinese soldiers kneeling on the deck with their hands behind their heads, and all the trucks on the ships becoming their spoils. But he was completely unaware that 200 meters above his head, more than a dozen flying drones had already locked onto the two gunboats. The next second, more than a dozen FPV racing drones swooped down like hunters in the dark, their speed so fast that only the sharp sound of them cutting through the air could be heard. Their targets were the gunboat's command post, machine gun position, and deck personnel, giving the Japanese army no time to react. Boom, 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 boom. Violent explosions rang out one after another on the river surface. The flying machine accurately hit the preset location, and Captain Nakamura and his adjutant were torn apart by the high-explosive warheads before they could even scream, their blood and flesh instantly splattering all over the deck. More than a dozen Japanese soldiers who were holding guns on the deck were also engulfed by the explosion, lying sprawled in pools of blood. The remaining Japanese soldiers were so frightened that they lay on the ground, trembling and shouting that the enemy was attacking. In just 2 seconds, the deck was completely cleared, leaving only corpses and bloodstains. A moment later, a Japanese sergeant tremblingly peered out of the hatch, trying to get a better look at what was happening outside. But as soon as half his head appeared, a piercing, buzzing sound came from the sky above the river. 4 10-kilogram high-explosive shells landed precisely on the two gunboats. The power of this bomb was catastrophic for a 25-ton gunboat. The first gunboat was hit in the middle, its hull torn in two on the spot, steel plates twisted and flew everywhere, and its engine and propeller were blown away. Before the Japanese soldiers inside the cabin could even get up, they were engulfed by the explosion. Some were blown into a bloody mist, Some screamed in agony under the deformed steel plates, and some jumped into the river engulfed by flames. The second gunboat was hit at the stern, and the entire stern section was completely destroyed. River water rushed in. The gunboat tilted rapidly, and the machine guns on the deck flew off along with their bases, crashing into the river and splashing up large sprays of water. Seconds later, the gunboat capsized and sank completely into the river. Mutilated corpses floated on the surface, blood spreading and staining a large area red. A Japanese soldier, miraculously still alive, clung to a plank and cried for help, but all around him were wreckage and smoke. No one came to his rescue. Soon, he too sank. The two gunboats were destroyed in less than 5 minutes from the moment they spotted their targets. Only shattered remains and ripples spreading across the river. More than 200,000 refugees at the Shabwan dock witnessed it all. At first, they were filled with despair and anxiety, their fear reaching a fever pitch as they watched the gunboats hurtle towards the large ship. But as the explosions continued, the two gunboats were reduced to fragments and sank to the bottom of the river. Everyone froze, and the dock fell silent. Soon, someone shouted excitedly, "It's sunk! The Japanese gunboat has been sunk!" A young man jumped up, waving his arms, his voice hoarse from shouting, "Look! The Japanese gunboat is sunk!" Cheers erupted instantly from the crowd. Some shouted that heaven had smiled upon them, others that Buddha had protected them, and still others pointed to the two large ships on the river, saying there must be capable people on board. The once lifeless Shagwan wharf seemed to suddenly come alive. Countless refugees waved frantically, shouting towards the approaching flatbed cargo ships. "Here! We're here!" An elderly woman, slumped on the ground, was helped up, and for the first time, light returned to her cloudy eyes. A young mother, holding her child, wept, whispering to her baby, "Sweetie, there's hope, we're saved." The defeated nationalist soldiers in the crowd stared at the two ships, their clenched fists slowly loosening as they muttered, "Damn it, there really are capable people here." A short while later, the two ships smoothly docked at Chingping Wharf. The ships shuddered slightly, pressing against the edge of the wharf. More than 200,000 refugees surged in like a tide, completely surrounding Chongping Wharf, with people even climbing onto the railings. "Don't push. Let me through. The boat is here. The boat is really here." The noise was deafening. Most of the routed soldiers had abandoned their armor and helmets, their rifles slung askew on their shoulders. Some were barefoot, some were wounded, and their eyes were tired and numb. They were constantly scrambling with the refugees for a spot closer to the dock. A stubble-faced, defeated soldier pushed aside the refugees in front of him, shouting that he was a member of the Central Army, had fought on the front lines, and now wanted to cross the river to save his own life. The people nearby immediately retorted, saying that soldiers couldn't bully ordinary people. The men and their families had been killed by the Japanese, leaving only the elderly and children, who also wanted to survive. Amidst the chaos, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the hydraulic roll-on/roll-off ramp slowly descended. The machinery creaked and groaned as the ramp firmly adhered to the dock floor, strong enough to withstand the passage of heavy trucks. Chapter 25. The first batch completes crossing the river. The soldiers of the two companies of the 2nd Battalion, in impeccable military bearing and with synchronized steps, disembarked from the ship in formation. They wore identical training uniforms, gleaming boots, and brand-new helmets, carrying rifles unlike anything the men had ever seen before, and slung strange long barrels on their backs. Their footsteps were firm and their eyes sharp. The entire dock fell silent instantly. The more than 200,000 people were stunned by the Army's imposing presence. No one spoke, no one pushed, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Suddenly, a powerful loudspeaker blared, its voice echoing across the dock. "Fellow countrymen, we are the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army, ordered by Commander Luo Yun to defend Nanjing. Please maintain order and refrain from crowding and making noise. We will distribute relief supplies and ensure the safe passage of every compatriot across the river." The announcement played on repeat, and finally, hushed whispers arose from the crowd. Some wondered what kind of unit it was, while others said it didn't matter what army it was, as long as they could be saved. An elderly man with white hair asked in a trembling voice, "Will they really take them across the river?" The young man next to him pointed to the announcement and nodded, saying that they had already guaranteed everyone could leave. The old man's eyes reddened instantly, and he murmured to his wife, "There's hope." But some people didn't believe it, coldly saying that soldiers had shouted, "I will live and die with Nanjing" before, but in the end they still ran away. A ragged woman holding a thin child heard that supplies would be distributed and immediately cried and wanted to kneel down to express her gratitude. The soldiers of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army beside her quickly helped her up. "Auntie, don't kneel. We're the People's Army. You don't need to kneel." The woman stood there, stunned, not understanding what the People's Army meant. But the soldiers, under the command of Battalion Commander Gu Mingchuan, had already moved swiftly. A company was responsible for maintaining order. The soldiers held hands to form a human wall, making room for the crowd to retreat. They instructed everyone to come one by one, without pushing or shoving. Some were reluctant, but seeing the dark muzzles of guns, they had no choice but to obediently step back. Soon, some young refugees also stepped forward to help, shouting for everyone to follow the officer's orders and let the elderly and children go first. The chaotic crowd gradually retreated, and finally an area cleared up in front of the dock. The soldiers immediately erected barricades and pulled back barbed wire, setting up a temporary defensive line at the entrance to the dock. Another company rushed into the adjacent naval training ground to clear away the debris, abandoned supplies, damaged vehicles, and scattered ammunition boxes that filled the area in order to make room for parking. Meanwhile, an infantry platoon was detached and drove trucks through the crowded streets towards Yijiang Gate in the city. There were pre-reconnaissance outposts there. They needed to go there first to handle the subsequent crowd control. In the distance, several defeated officers silently watched all this. They had originally planned to use their officer status to forcibly requisition boats after the ships docked and get themselves across the river first. But now they dare not move. A major stared at the soldiers and asked in a low voice what kind of unit they were, given their sophisticated equipment. A captain beside him shook his head, saying he'd never seen those guns before. The lieutenant colonel then looked at the long barrels on their backs, but couldn't identify them either. Some speculated that it might be a newly formed unit by higher command, but the major immediately denied it. If it were truly the battalion commander's new unit, the training corps couldn't possibly be unaware of it. What's even stranger is that, despite the higher command having already ordered a retreat, this unit was still advancing into the city. The men exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Finally, the lieutenant colonel paused for a moment, then said only, "Don't think about it anymore. Just don't mess with them." The others nodded quickly. 10 minutes later, all the supplies were unloaded. 2 empty ships slowly left the dock, their horns blaring, preparing to return to Puku to transport the second batch of supplies and personnel. But just then, the crowd suddenly stirred. Several distraught refugees broke through the cordon, their eyes red, and ran wildly towards the boat, shouting that they didn't want to die and demanding to know why they weren't allowed to board. The soldiers immediately tried to stop them, ordering them to stand still and retreat. But those people had lost their minds and were desperately struggling to break through the human wall. Bang! A warning shot rang out. The men hesitated for a moment, then continued their charge. The next second, AK-47 fire erupted. Several refugees who had broken through the cordon fell to the ground, their blood spreading across the dock. Everyone froze. A deathly silence fell over the dock. Then, no one dared to rush forward. No one dared to shout. Everyone stood motionless. A young soldier stared at the corpse on the ground, his hand gripping his gun, trembling slightly. This was the first time he had fired a gun and killed someone, and it was a Chinese person. An older security guard patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "Order was bought with blood. If we don't control it, a stampede will only kill more people." The young soldier took a deep breath and nodded. He knew the veteran was right, but he still couldn't calm down. Half an hour later, all the first batch of personnel and more than a dozen trucks had completed their crossing of the river. The order at Shaguan Wharf finally gradually stabilized. Chapter 26 Relief for Refugees. Meanwhile, at the Puka Wharf, a staff officer reported to Luoyun that the reconnaissance troops in the city had reported that, through precise strikes by drones and flying drones, all the Japanese artillery, tanks, and other heavy firepower equipment that had been detected had been destroyed. Luoyun nodded. The staff officer added that Mufa Mountain, Zijin Mountain, and Yawatai were too far away, and the drone's range was insufficient to clear the Japanese artillery there for the time being. The core area of the city was still engaged in street fighting, making it unlikely that the Japanese would use artillery. Luo Yun remained silent for a moment. The artillery fire from Mufa Mountain, Zijin Mountain, and Yawatai remained the biggest threat. Once the fire broke out, both the fighting within the city and the newly built base would be threatened, and this situation had to be resolved as soon as possible. He immediately ordered the remaining troops to cross the river in sequence according to the original plan. The Air Force carried only core equipment, which would be replenished by the support battalion later. As soon as the drone base was completed, it immediately began bombing high-value targets at Mufa Mountain, Zijin Mountain, and Yawatai. Meanwhile, during the crossing of the river, continuous reconnaissance of Japanese artillery within the city was necessary, along with maintaining pressure on the crossroads line. Air defense units also needed to be redeployed in batches, remaining vigilant against aerial threats at all times. After receiving the orders, the staff officer quickly relayed them. After the deployment was completed, Luo Yun did not linger. He led his headquarters personnel onto a follow-up transport ship and crossed the river with the troops. He needed to complete the construction of the base in the city and the allocation of supplies as soon as possible. As soon as the ship docked, he jumped onto Chongping Wharf and first replenished a large amount of supplies for the camp tents at the naval training base. Then he followed the logistics support battalion to the pre-established base in the city. From a distance, several large military inflatable tents had already been erected at the base. Luo Yun dismissed those around him and conjured up a massive amount of supplies inside the tents. Drones, racing drones, food, ammunition, clothing, fuel, special vehicles, raw materials, and semi-finished products filled the tents. Even complete sets of equipment for ammunition, assembly lines, and gunpowder and explosives production lines were present, the enormous equipment almost bursting the tents apart. Looking at all this, Luo Yun finally felt a little more at ease. Battalion Commander Zhao Chushan arrived and was stunned by the mountain of supplies. Luo Yun patted him on the shoulder and asked if the 2 production lines could start operating before noon. Zhao Chushan took a deep breath, quickly checked the situation, and immediately replied that they could. The support battalion had already conducted repeated drills. As long as the equipment was in place, they could start full-scale production within 2 hours. Luo Yun glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock. He demanded that bullets, grenades, drone bombs, and RPG rockets be off the production line by midnight. Zhao Chushan saluted and immediately turned to organize the manpower. Meanwhile, the subsequent troops crossing the river were also quickly dispersed according to the plan. Some rushed to the Shizuji front line, carrying AK-47S, RPGs, and drones, to join forces with the nationalist troops holding the line and stabilize the defense. Some remained at the base within the city, responsible for guarding and protecting supplies and production lines to prevent surprise attacks by the Japanese army. Others remained around Chongping Wharf and Xiaowan Wharf, cooperating with the Supply Transport Battalion to carry out tasks such as refugee relief, maintaining order, facilitating the crossing of personnel and supplies across the river, and recruitment. At the Xiaowan dock, as the situation inside the city gradually stabilized, more and more people were safely leaving the city. The area around the dock was densely packed with people, roughly estimated to be over 300,000. The refugees and defeated soldiers crowded every corner, their eyes filled with renewed hope, no longer as numb and desperate as they had been at the beginning. Wang Taiyong, the battalion commander of the Supply Transport Battalion, temporarily took on the tasks of crossing the river, providing relief and recruiting. Standing on the truck with a loudspeaker, his voice became hoarse from shouting. He ordered the first company to set up relief points on the east side, the second company to go to the west side, and the reserve team to follow the trucks to move supplies. Soon, 20 temporary relief points were set up around the dock, each with 10 soldiers of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army and 10 temporary conscripts. Boxes of supplies were unloaded from the trucks, filled with steamed buns, fried rice, bottled water, blankets, clothing, and medicine. The refugees stared in disbelief. Many couldn't believe these things were really going to be given to them. Some people excitedly asked if everyone had food, clothing, and medicine. Some defeated nationalist soldiers squatted on the ground and muttered to themselves that these supplies were enough for an elite division for about a month. Unbeknownst to them, this was only one day's supply. Much more was yet to come. Luo Yin had already made preparations in advance. The central kitchen in the original timeline had been continuously producing and shipping for half a month, with over 3 million meals stored in the system's order waiting area, ready to be materialized at any time. He needed to settle the disaster victims first, so that when those refugees with better financial means bought expensive tickets to cross the river, he could have a clear conscience. Once preparations were complete, 20 high-powered speakers specifically designed for square dancing blared simultaneously, their loud and clear voices echoing throughout the dock. All compatriots lined up in order, without crowding, and each person was given 2 steamed buns, a serving of pork fried rice, a bottle of water, and a blanket. Everyone received their share. The crowd instantly erupted in a frenzy. Some shouted for people to line up quickly, others reminded people not to push, and still others gave priority to the elderly and children. The flow of people began to move, but it was no longer an out-of-control chaos. Instead, long lines formed towards the 28 stations. The audio message continued, offering extra perks to military personnel. They could choose between a military overcoat or a pair of heavy leather boots. A separate exchange point was also set up, where supplies could be exchanged for gold, silver, and other valuables. The routed soldiers were stunned. The defeated soldiers, were actually receiving preferential treatment. A private first class, his face covered in gunpowder, stood in the ranks, his eyes suddenly reddening. He retreated from Hushur all the way to Nanjing, enduring insults and beatings, and being treated as a burden. He even despised himself, feeling that he had failed to hold the line and protect his compatriots. But now, this unheard of anti-Japanese National Salvation Army was actually willing to treat them well. The people around him no longer looked at him with disdain, but with a hint of envy. The private first class slowly straightened his back. For the first time, he felt that being a soldier was not shameful. And all of this was arranged intentionally by Luo Yun. He wants to establish a culture that prioritizes soldiers, ensuring that soldiers receive respect and preferential treatment everywhere, and also making it an honor for citizens to join military. Chapter 27, Crossing the River with a Clearly Marked Price. Soon, the line began to move forward. An elderly woman walked shakily to the aid station and stretched out her hands. A soldier handed her 2 steamed buns, a plate of fried rice, a bottle of water, and a blanket, reminding her to hold them carefully and be careful of the heat. The old woman took the items, tears welling up in her eyes. She thanked them repeatedly, calling them living bodhisattvas. She tried to kneel down, but the soldiers quickly helped her up. As she was being helped away, the old woman kept looking back at the aid station. On the other side, a young mother rushed over with her feverish child, begging for medicine. The soldier, seeing the child's flushed face, immediately called for a medic. After examining the child, the medic gave her 2 ibuprofen tablets, instructing her to give 1 tablet first, and the other 4 hours later. The woman took the medicine, her hands trembling as she asked how much it cost. The soldier shook his head, saying it was for the child and didn't need money. She hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly pulled out a few silver dollars wrapped in her handkerchief to give to him, but he stopped her. The young mother hugged her child tightly, tears streaming down her face. Besides receiving free supplies, many people also crowded into the exchange point. There were rice, flour, cooking oil, candy, common medicines, clothing, and fabrics, with prices clearly written on a wooden board. Many people were stunned after exchanging their items. Some said the prices were even lower than before the war, only about 80% of the pre-war levels. Supplies in the city had increased several times over, and even money couldn't buy them. It was unexpected that the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army hadn't taken advantage of the situation. As supplies were distributed, the previously oppressive atmosphere at the dock gradually dissipated. Despairing eyes lit up, and numb faces regained their expression. Some laughed, some spoke, and some began to help each other. For the first time, 300,000 people felt hope. Meanwhile, preparations for the river crossing at Chungping Wharf were complete. Folding queuing channels were set up, capable of accommodating thousands of people queuing simultaneously. Another loudspeaker then sounded, informing those who needed to cross the river to line up there. The broadcast said that the cost of crossing the river was 1 small yellow croaker for an adult, or the equivalent in legal tender or silver dollars. Each adult could bring 1 child under 4 feet tall for free, and would also receive an extra supply. The refugees who had lined up early were immediately thrown into an uproar. Some questioned why they were being charged extra, asking if they were guaranteed to cross the river. Others were indignant, saying it was clearly a policy to ensure the wealthy could cross. An old man shook his head in disappointment and slowly withdrew from the queue. The crowd began to stir. Some complained, some retreated, but others remained silent. A middle-aged man in a long gown sighed and said that last night, even money couldn't buy tickets for the small steamer, but now they were offering it at a fixed price. A small yellow croaker could cross the river, and they were even giving away supplies. He was already being quite generous. Just then, the broadcast continued. Soldiers can cross the river for free. The defeated soldiers were all stunned. Free? Free for soldiers? They looked at each other, speechless for a moment. The refugees around them looked at them differently. Their gazes shifted from mere envy to a hint of respect. A young, defeated soldier stood ramrod straight in the ranks. In all his years of service, no one had ever treated a soldier like this, but now someone had. After the broadcast ended, most of the refugees silently left the queue. They couldn't afford even a small amount of food, and they understood that the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army was already doing a great service by providing supplies and opportunities. They only lamented their poverty, but there was no hatred in their eyes. Those who were better dressed and had money began to enter the queuing lane. The defeated soldiers, on the other hand, walked with their heads held high into the soldiers' lane. The dock was orderly. As more and more troops crossed the river, drone bases were established in the city in batches. Relying on these bases, the patrol radius and loiter time of drone swarms were greatly increased, and the range of attacks on high-value targets, such as Japanese artillery, was gradually expanded. Outside Nanjing, at the temporary garrison of the 11th Brigade's Artillery Battalion of the 6th Division, Major WWII, the battalion commander, stood before a map, a smug look on his face. The city had just fallen the previous night, and Brigade Commander Sakai Tokotaro had ordered them into the city, a sign of trust, and also a guarantee that they would be among the first to enter the Chinese capital. WWII grew increasingly anxious, his mind filled with images of city women, wealthy young ladies, and ladies of high society. He had heard that the 16th Division's Ono unit had already captured several hundred men the previous night. If they had been any later, the best catches would have been looted by the infantry. Just then, a communications soldier ran in with orders, saying that the brigade headquarters wanted them to be wary of the Chinese Army's heavy artillery and to launch observation balloons to scout the enemy situation after entering the city. WWII waved him off impatiently, telling him to go back and report that he knew. As soon as the communications soldier left, WWII looked at his adjutant and sneered. Heavy artillery? The Chinese have heavy artillery. The adjutant immediately flattered him, saying that all the way from Hoshi, the Chinese artillery had always been outmatched by them. WWII nodded and sneered, concluding that the idiot Hashimoto Kingoro of the 13th Regiment must have been reckless, his tanks destroyed by cluster grenades, which was why he lied about a heavy artillery attack. Chapter 28, The Artillery Battalion Annihilated. He paused, his tone growing increasingly disdainful. If you really had heavy artillery, why didn't you use it a few days ago? Why wait until we entered the city to open fire? The adjutant immediately nodded in agreement, convinced that the city's garrison had long been defeated and wouldn't dare to engage them in fire. WWII grew increasingly confident, stood up, straightened his uniform, and ordered the convoy to set off directly to Zhongshan Road to establish artillery positions, shatter the Nationalist Army's lines, and then coordinate with the infantry to advance all the way to Yijiang Gate. As he finished speaking, a lewd grin spread across his face, and he was already eyeing the pretty girls in the city. The adjutant acknowledged and left. 10 minutes later, a large artillery convoy slowly drove out of the camp. A dozen military trucks towed 75mm field guns, loaded with shells and artillery pieces. The Japanese soldiers looked excited. They thought they were going to the Chinese capital to plunder, where they could find everything they wanted. WWII sat in the driver's seat, a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinting as he fantasized about the glory of bombing through the entire city. He had long forgotten the brigade commander's warning and the tragic state of the 13th Regiment. All he wanted was to get into the city and enjoy himself as soon as possible. Little did he know that this conspicuous convoy had been locked onto by high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft just a few kilometers from the Zhonghua Gate. 15 DJI Flycart 100 drones were quickly armed. each carrying a 50-kilogram high-explosive aerial bomb, and then hovered in layers at an altitude of 300 meters above the Zhonghua Gate. After passing through Zhonghua Gate, WWII's convoy slowed down noticeably due to the dilapidated state of the city streets. The Japanese soldiers on board even leaned out of their vehicles, laughing and cursing at the roadside ruins, completely oblivious to the danger. Just then, 15 drones received an attack order, descending from 300 meters to 70 meters in formation, and locked onto the trucks to drop bombs. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted one after another, and blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire street. The shock wave spread wildly, and metal fragments swept around like a torrential rain, turning the nearly 150-meter-long artillery convoy into a living hell in an instant. The truck, fully loaded with ammunition, was blown apart in midair, its sheet metal torn to shreds, and burning tires and twisted steel beams flying everywhere. The 75mm field gun trailing behind was bent in a shockwave, its carriage blown to scrap metal, and its heavy barrel overturned on the ground. The Japanese artillerymen on the vehicle fared even worse. Those closest to the blast were torn apart by the blast wave, their blood and flesh splattered all over the walls and the road. Those further away were also pierced through by shrapnel, lying in the sea of fire howling in agony, unable even to struggle. Battalion Commander Yuichi Kawaguchi was instantly engulfed by the explosion's epicenter, his body mutilated beyond recognition, with only half of his blood-stained military boot embedded in the broken wall. Even more horrifyingly, the high temperatures ignited some of the shells and explosives in the trucks, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. An even larger mushroom cloud rose inside Zhonghua Gate, the deafening roar shaking half of Nanjing. The scorching heat wave overturned ruins and affected nearby Japanese infantry and patrols, leaving charred corpses strewn across the streets. The series of explosions shook the nationalist troops defending the city like thunder and also devastated the frenzied Japanese attack. Over the past 2 hours, the defenders had sensed mysterious aerial firepower secretly assisting them, continuously bombarding key Japanese positions, and hope had already been rekindled amidst their despair. At that moment, seeing flames soaring into the sky from the direction of Zhonghua Gate and hearing the deafening explosions of the Japanese troops being bombed, the morale of the nationalist soldiers instantly soared. Someone excitedly shouted, "It's our reinforcements! Well done! Kill those bastards!" The Japanese frontline troops, on the other hand, were completely different. They had long been familiar with this kind of sudden, inescapable aerial bombardment, and upon hearing the explosions, they knew that another imperial force had suffered a devastating blow. The Japanese army, which had boasted of breaking through Nanjing by noon, instantly saw its morale plummet. A Japanese platoon leader, pale-faced, stammered, It's that kind of weapon again." The soldiers around him all lowered their heads, trembling, afraid to breathe. 2 hours ago they were conquerors, but now they were prey. Meanwhile, telegrams reporting the continuous bombing of Japanese troops within the city poured into the headquarters of various divisions outside the city. Inside the headquarters of the 6th Division, Lieutenant General Muku Hisao, the division commander, sat on a looted mahogany chair, drinking sake, his face still bearing the weariness of indulgence. Communications officer Mitsuo Maeda stumbled in, frantically reporting an urgent telegram from the front. Muku Hisao frowned, demanding clarification. Maeda read in a trembling voice. At the crossroads, Yamamoto Ryuta's squadron was attacked multiple times by mysterious flying weapons. All artillery and armored vehicles were destroyed. There were 321 casualties. Major Yamamoto Ryuta was killed. Maishua's eyes widened suddenly. Immediately afterward, another telegram arrived. At the Peijiakyo front, Lieutenant Colonel Akamatsu Hiramichi's battalion was attacked by similar forces. All their artillery and armored vehicles were destroyed, and 497 people were killed or wounded. Akamatsu Hiramichi and 2 captains were all killed in action. Mukuso suddenly stood up. But the bad news wasn't over yet. Lieutenant Colonel Shinichi Nagumo's battalion was bombed on the front line of the Ministry of Education in China, with 274 casualties. Nagumo and a captain were killed in action. The last telegram brought utter silence to the entire headquarters. Major Koguchi Yuichi's artillery battalion was attacked by mysterious Chinese flying weapons near Zhonghua Gate, destroying all its artillery and trucks and suffering 227 casualties. The entire artillery battalion was wiped out. Chapter 29. Go find the anti-aircraft gun. Makihiro swayed. Battle reports kept coming in. Colonel Hashimoto Kinguro, commander of the 13th Regiment, was attacked by a mysterious Chinese flying weapon near Shueisha Gate. He lost 2 trucks and 2 motorcycles, and more than 50 people, including Hashimoto, were killed. Before he could even catch his breath, more news arrived. Lieutenant Colonel Shinichi Nagumo's battalion had been bombed multiple times on the front lines of the Ministry of Education in China. All their artillery and armored vehicles were destroyed, and they suffered 274 casualties. Nagumo and a captain were killed on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Major Kawaguchi Yuichi's artillery battalion was attacked in the same way near Zhonghua Gate. The artillery and trucks were blown to bits, and the entire battalion of more than 200 men was killed or wounded, with all of them ultimately perishing. The command post was deathly silent. The staff officer, adjutant, and communications soldier all had their heads bowed, no one daring to breathe. Maishua stood frozen in place, his mind blank. A major, a lieutenant colonel, another lieutenant colonel, an artillery battalion, a regimental commander, more than 2,000 imperial soldiers, countless artillery pieces, armored vehicles and trucks just like that, gone. Those things that fell from the sky almost wiped them out like chickens. Baka! Mukusu roared, kicking over the table, spilling sake everywhere and shattering cups. His eyes red. He roared, "What kind of weapon is this? Our imperial warriors are utterly powerless to resist." He grabbed the battle report and slammed it to the ground, cursing the 11th Brigade commander, Yamada Senji, as a pig. The entire division's losses over a month, from Shanghai to Nanjing, were not as heavy as the 11th Brigade's losses in those 2 hours. More than 3,000 soldiers, along with so many artillery pieces and armored vehicles, were all blown up. A young staff officer couldn't help but whisper, "Perhaps it really is a Chinese deity." Maishua suddenly turned his head, startling the man so much that he took a step back. "Bullshit gods," Mukusu roared. "If they're gods, why don't they come and bomb me? I'm right here. Let them come and bomb me." No one dared to speak. Makio paced back and forth in the command post, then suddenly roared, "Is the special higher police incompetent? Why don't we have any intelligence on this kind of weapon?" The intelligence officer explained nervously that they had never discovered such a weapon in the Chinese army before. Mukuso kicked over another chair, forcing himself to calm down. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Where are our anti-aircraft guns?" The staff officer quickly replied that the anti-aircraft guns were still outside the city. The Chinese Air Force had been almost wiped out, so the anti-aircraft guns hadn't entered the city. Maishu immediately ordered the anti-aircraft artillery regiment outside the city to enter the city immediately. Destroy those unidentified flying targets at all costs. Just as the staff officer was about to leave, Masao called him back, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. "Be careful to stay hidden. Don't get blown up." The staff officer nodded emphatically and turned to relay the order. Maishofu walked to the window and looked at the smoke rising over Nanjing. But at this moment, that smoke no longer symbolized victory in his eyes. After a long silence, he ordered in a low voice, "Stop all advance plans and have all troops construct air defense shelters on the spot. I will personally report to Commander Yanagawa Haisuk of the 10th Army." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the 9th Division, Lieutenant General Yoshihiro Yashifusa, the division commander, also received the battle report. Looking at the shocking numbers, his hands trembled slightly, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Suspend the advance. Go outside the city to find anti-aircraft guns." At the 16th Division headquarters, Lieutenant General Akio Nakajima's face was grim. Just moments ago, he had been calculating how many prisoners he could capture today. But now he felt a chill run down his spine. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "The troops shall halt the offensive and move the anti-aircraft guns into the city." At the 114th Division headquarters, Lieutenant General Tokushige Namato stared at the battle report for a long time before raising his head. His voice was soft, but every word was heavy. Anti-aircraft guns enter the city. Troops halt their advance. For divisions, for lieutenant generals, issued almost identical orders at the same time. Meanwhile, near Jiangpu City, The temporary garrison of the 11th Infantry Regiment of the Japanese Kunisaki Detachment had been completely surrounded by the 1st Battalion and a battalion of the Central Army. Since headquarters approved the plan to annihilate the entire regiment, the drone bombing has never stopped. The flying drones and drones originally used to hunt down officers have now expanded their targets to every single Japanese soldier. The buzzing of the engines became the most terrifying death knell in the minds of the Japanese soldiers. Each time the sound swept by, it brought with it horrific scenes of flying flesh and blood. In just 1 hour, thousands more Japanese soldiers were killed. The remaining Japanese soldiers, though ferocious, were not stupid. They fled into civilian houses within Gyeongpu City to take refuge. Repeated infrared reconnaissance by drones confirmed that only 500 or 600 soldiers remained from this regiment. Their heavy firepower had long been completely destroyed. Not a single artillery piece or armored vehicle remained. They only had Type 38 rifles and a small number of grenades left, and they had little power left to fight back. At this time, the two groups of more than 800 men had completely surrounded Gyeongpu City. In the temporary command post outside the city, Yang Yojia, the battalion commander of the Central Army, stood in front of the map, his heart filled with anxiety. He knew very well that once the Japanese reinforcements arrived, this encirclement and annihilation battle might be in vain. He asked in a deep voice, "Where are the enemy reinforcements?" Battalion Commander Fong Biao sat in front of the command platform, his eyes fixed on the situation map on the big screen. Chapter 30. The encirclement and annihilation begins. On the large screen, the red and blue dots were clearly visible. Fong Biao looked up, his tone resolute. "They won't be here anytime soon." He pointed towards the Gawang River. "The 41st Infantry Regiment is stuck here, 6 kilometers away from Gyeongpu. We anticipated they would reinforce us, so we blew up the 2 bridges over the river in advance. Now the Japanese engineers are desperately trying to repair the bridges. It won't be that easy." At this point, Fong Biao chuckled sinisterly. "Once they're almost finished repairing it, I'll send another drone to bomb them repeatedly, until they're completely fed up." Yang Yojia was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. This kid was truly cunning. Fong Biao pointed to another red marker. "The 3rd Mountain Artillery Regiment is here, more than 12 kilometers away, and is temporarily out of the drone's range. They have 36 Type 94-75mm mountain guns, 12 Type 91-105mm howitzers, and 12 Type 38-75mm field guns. They won't be moving too fast." Yang Yoji gasped. If 60 cannons were positioned outside Puka City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fong Biao, however, seemed to see right through him. "They want to bombard Puka City, but they've miscalculated. I'll concentrate my bombardment on them when they're within range, have quickly set up their positions, and are too late to move." Yang Yojia looked at him, a strange feeling rising in his heart. This young man was only in his early 20s, yet he was incredibly shrewd and experienced. He nodded and said, "Very good." Fong Biao added that they had just used the time-traveling drone to wipe out an approaching cavalry reconnaissance team, and the operation needed to be sped up. Once Kunisaki Noboru discovered that the 11th Regiment had lost contact and the reconnaissance team had been destroyed, the 2 big fish probably wouldn't come. Yang Yojia understood that this was a strategy of besieging a stronghold to lure reinforcements. If the stronghold was lost, reinforcements would naturally not arrive. He frowned as he looked at the reconnaissance footage inside the city. The Japanese have taken refuge in civilian houses, and there are still civilians in the city. If we bomb a large area, we will inevitably cause collateral damage. Fong Biao was prepared. Attack 3, leaving 1 unattended. Attack the 3 city gates, east, west, and north simultaneously, driving the Japanese soldiers in the civilian houses toward the south gate. Set up an ambush position outside the south gate, with all light and heavy firepower in place. Once they escape, wipe them out in one fell swoop. Yang Yojia stared at the map for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He then looked at Fong Biao with a complicated expression. The Central Army has no aerial reconnaissance or drones, and its equipment is inferior to your battalion. We will be assigned to your army in squads, with your squad leaders in charge, and we will fully cooperate. Fong Biao readily agreed. We're all fighting against the Japanese pirates and saving the country, so there's no distinction between us. Battalion Commander Yang, rest assured, in this battle, The brothers of the Central Army are brothers of my anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. The two men clasped hands tightly once again. Soon the assault began. The troops were divided into 40 combat squads, with 10 squads advancing at each city gate. The ambush positions outside the south gate were also set up, just waiting for the Japanese to walk into the trap. The first to open fire was at the north gate. The Japanese soldiers on the city wall had all fled. No one dared to show their faces because drones were watching from the sky, and anyone who showed their face would die. 300 meters outside the north gate, 2 RPG wielders knelt behind cover, aiming at the city gate. With a command, 2 rockets roared out, one shattering the city gate and the other exploding inside the gate opening, instantly turning the hiding Japanese soldiers into pieces. Into the city, the combat squad filed in, with the V-90s leading the way, darting through the streets like mad bees, crashing into any suspicious targets they spotted. A Japanese soldier had just poked his gun out from behind a corner when he was hit by the reconnaissance drone, his head exploding as he fell to the ground. The reconnaissance drone immediately took off, activating infrared thermal imaging, leaving no corner of the city undetected. Soon, a red humanoid silhouette appeared on the screen, hiding in a haystack, ready to snipe. Too far away for the AK-47, the RPG handgun aimed directly at the target and fired a rocket. The haystack exploded, and the Japanese soldier was blasted in half. The cleanup operation continued. Drones hovered overhead, while ground-based drones searched for suspicious locations. Movement behind a wall? A barrage of grenades was fired. Someone was hiding inside. A drone crashed into them, leaving only screams after a deafening roar. The AK-47s were hardly used throughout the entire operation. Even when they were fired, it was mostly for follow-up shots. As a squad advanced to the alley entrance, a reconnaissance drone discovered 2 Japanese soldiers hiding around the corner. The squad leader waved his hand, and 2 soldiers crouched down and approached. Their AK-47s were equipped with laser sights, and the red landed on the Japanese soldier's forehead. Bang! A shot to the head. Before the other Japanese soldier could react, a red dot appeared on his head as well. Bang! 2 shots, 2 Japanese soldiers. The Central Army soldiers following behind were dumbfounded. You are all sharpshooters? Chapter 31. Annihilation of the 11th Regiment. The soldier of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army smiled and pointed to the laser sight on his gun, saying, "It's not that we're sharpshooters, it's that this thing is amazing. Wherever the red dot points, the bullet will hit. Within 200 meters, it can hit your nose, but not your eye." The Central Army soldier leaned closer and stared at the small laser, his eyes wide with disbelief. He looked down at his own Type 24 rifle, then at the AK-47 in the other soldier's hand, and suddenly felt that his own gun was like a fire poker. Another soldier eyed the RPG, asking enviously how far it could shoot. The soldier casually replied, "Up to 500 meters. It can even penetrate a tank. If one shot isn't enough, just 2. The Central Army soldiers fell silent. They recalled fighting tanks in the past, relying on cluster grenades and suicide squads risking their lives to fill the gaps. If 10 men charged in, 2 would be lucky to survive. But now, a single rocket from the enemy could destroy a tank. The mopping up operation continued, and the Japanese soldiers in Jiangpu City grew increasingly desperate. Colonel Nagano Yuichiro, the regimental commander, had already been hit directly by a flying machine and lost his head. The remaining company commanders and platoon leaders were also being picked off one after another during the bombing. Now that these 500-plus Japanese soldiers have lost their commander, they can only fight on their own. Some huddle in the house trembling, some hide behind the cracks in the attic to peek, and some hide in the latrine, their bodies covered in stench, too afraid to move. But none of that worked. The drones burrowed into houses, meticulously searching every corner. No hiding place escaped their notice. The most hateful were those beasts who used ordinary people as human shields. One Japanese soldier grabbed 2 old people and used them as human shields, thinking that this would prevent the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army from firing. He had just peeked out when a red dot locked onto his brow 100 meters away. A sharp bang followed, and the bullet pierced between the 2 old men, precisely blowing his head apart. The 2 elderly people stood frozen in place, watching the Japanese soldiers fall behind them, and then watching soldiers in strange uniforms run towards them. The soldiers helped them up. "Grandpa and Grandma, it's all right now. Come with us." The old man then came to his senses and cried as he tried to kneel down and kowtow. The soldier quickly stopped him. "Don't kneel, let's go, it's still dangerous here." The clearing operation was progressing rapidly. The remaining enemy forces within the city were being wiped out one by one. Some were killed in their homes by bombs, some fell at the entrances of alleys, and some were buried directly in the ruins. A few Japanese soldiers couldn't hold out and desperately fled south of the city, trying to escape this hellish place. But as soon as they reached the south gate, dozens of AK-47s opened fire simultaneously, and a hail of bullets swept over them like a torrential downpour. One by one, the Japanese soldiers were riddled with bullets and fell into pools of blood, unable to even run 50 meters. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, the smoke of battle in Jiangpu City had not yet dissipated, leaving only shouts of cleaning up the battlefield. The adjutants of the 1st Battalion and the Central Army came running to report. The Central Army adjutant spoke first, reporting to the battalion commander, "The battlefield has been cleared. The Japanese 11th Infantry Regiment has been completely annihilated." The adjutant of the 1st Battalion handed over the battle report, his voice clear. In this battle, a total of 2,873 Japanese soldiers were killed, including 532 remaining enemy soldiers who were mopped up in the city. 53 were captured, including 2 platoon leaders who were seriously wounded and captured. 2,541 Type 38 rifles, 72 Type 11 light machine guns, 18 Type 92 heavy machine guns, 24 Type 89 grenade launchers were captured, along with a quantity of artillery shells, bullets, and military supplies. The ordnance team is currently inventorying and cataloging them. The communications soldier then continued to report casualties. "Our 1st Battalion has 7 lightly wounded and 4 seriously wounded, with no fatalities. The Central Army's 4th Regiment has 16 dead, 23 lightly wounded, and 21 seriously wounded." Report complete. Fang Biao took the battle report, his brow furrowing slightly. The casualties still saddened him, especially the 4 seriously wounded soldiers from the 1st Battalion, who were injured by grenades thrown by Japanese soldiers hiding behind the wall during the final mopping up operation. These injuries could have been avoided. But when he looked at the battle time limit on the big screen, his expression softened. This battle was completed a full 40 minutes ahead of the time set by the commander. Fang Biao immediately ordered, "Seriously wounded soldiers should be sent back to the Puku camp for treatment, and lightly wounded soldiers should rest on the spot. Wounded prisoners should be killed immediately. They can't mine coal, so they're useless." "Yes." Yang Yojia stared at the casualty figures, his heart filled with mixed emotions. With fewer than 100 casualties and more than 500 remaining enemy soldiers annihilated in the city, such a kill ratio was something that even the Central Army under his command, let alone the training corps, could not achieve. In the past, if they could achieve a 1-to-1 exchange ratio when fighting the Japanese army, it would be enough to be reported as a great victory in the newspapers. But today, they annihilated a full-strength infantry regiment and achieved a score of nearly 1-to-6. Once this battle report is sent up, the entire command will surely be shaken. But Yang Yojia quickly recalled the surveillance footage of his company commanders and platoon leaders discovering the Japanese soldiers hiding behind civilian houses, throwing grenades and shouting as they rushed in. He used to think this tactic was perfectly normal. What war doesn't involve death? But today, he witnessed firsthand that from the start of the general offensive, the 1st Battalion had almost no human or flesh and blood combat. When Japanese soldiers were found hiding, their bunkers were blasted open with RPGs, allowing the mobile warfare units to clear them out, and finally, soldiers would go in to finish them off. Many soldiers barely saw the Japanese soldiers' faces from beginning to end before the battle was over. They weren't cowards. They genuinely valued the lives of every soldier. If a problem could be solved with firepower and equipment, they would never sacrifice lives. However, to be fair, the weapons in the hands of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army were truly incredible. AK-47s could fire in full automatic bursts. RPGs could destroy half a house with a single shot, and there were drones and flying vehicles in the sky monitoring the Japanese soldiers' every move. Yang Yojia had never even heard of these things before, let alone used them. With such overwhelming equipment, such a casualty ratio seemed to be a matter of course. Chapter 32, The Plane Arrives. Just as Fang Biao picked up his command pen, preparing to circle the positions of Gawang River and the 3rd Mountain Artillery Regiment on the situation map and discuss the next counterattack with Yang Yojia, a scout suddenly rushed into the command post and reported with a strange expression. Reporting to the battalion commander. The Japanese 41st Infantry Regiment and the 3rd Mountain Artillery Regiment have both stopped where they are and have not continued their advance towards Jiangpu City. Fang Biao frowned and told him to explain the situation clearly. The scout immediately added that the engineer company of the 41st Infantry Regiment had stopped building the bridge and the entire unit was constructing a circular fortification on the west side of the Gaowang River, clearly shifting to a defensive posture. The two Japanese forces also dispatched 8 reconnaissance squads, totaling 32 men, to try to approach Jiangpu City to investigate the situation, but they were all precisely annihilated by the flying aircraft 3 kilometers away. The 3rd Mountain Artillery Regiment also stopped 7 kilometers away and did not advance further. They were deploying their artillery in place, presumably to calculate firing data, while simultaneously constructing anti-aircraft and infantry defensive fortifications around the perimeter of their positions. After the scout finished speaking, the large screen simultaneously displayed live footage of the 3rd Mountain Artillery Regiment. Fang Biao clicked his tongue. He had intended to wait until they got closer and then devour them, but he hadn't expected the Japanese to be so alert. He stared at the marked points on the map and said coldly, "Since the enemy isn't coming, then we'll go over there." The 3rd Mountain Artillery Regiment has 60 large-caliber guns and is the biggest threat. Let's take them out first. Yang Yojia stood to the side and, without any hesitation, immediately nodded in agreement. After several hours of fighting, he was completely impressed by the firepower and tactics of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. The two men returned to the map and began to devise a battle plan. 3 hours ago, Yang Yojia would never have believed that 1,000 men could besiege 5,000. Now, the hunter and the prey had switched places. Meanwhile, at the base in Nanjing, Luo Yun was leading the support battalion soldiers to materialize supplies and install and debug the base's core equipment and weapons and ammunition production lines. Inside the enormous tent, various supplies were piled up like small mountains. The ammunition production line had to be operational as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they fought until nightfall, he might really run out of ammunition and be forced to evacuate. At this moment, Wu Tai, the battalion commander of the Drone Air Defense Firepower Battalion, ran over quickly, looking both nervous and excited. "Commander, about 200 kilometers to the southeast, 9 Japanese aircraft have been spotted, heading towards Nanjing. Based on the formation and radar signals, this formation consists of 1 Type 94 reconnaissance aircraft, 2 Type 95 fighters, and 6 Type 96 land-based attack aircraft. The forward reconnaissance aircraft is expected to arrive in Nanjing airspace in 10 minutes, and the remaining aircraft will enter the air defense zone in about 30 minutes. Luo Yun's eyes turned cold. It seemed that the 3 hours of fierce beating had indeed hurt the Japanese, and Matsui Mizun was already eager to send planes to seek revenge. At this moment, the atmosphere at the headquarters of the Japanese Central China Area Army was extremely tense. Commander Matsui Mizun stood in front of the map, looking at the battle reports, a chill running down his spine. From 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., in just 3 hours, the 6th, 9th, 16th, and 114th divisions that entered the city were subjected to a saturation attack by mysterious Chinese weapons, with nearly 10,000 people killed on the front lines. A large number of Type 92 heavy machine guns, Type 89 grenade launchers, and 75mm mountain guns were destroyed, and more than 20 tanks and armored vehicles were lost. The Kunisaki detachment on the southern front suffered heavy losses, and the 11th Infantry Regiment was completely cut off from communication, with an estimated death toll of more than 3,000. On the northern front, 2 river gunboats of the 11th Naval Squadron were sunk on the river. All crew members perished. In less than 3 hours, the Empire had lost nearly half a division. It's important to understand that the battle to capture the Chinese capital had lasted 13 days, with total casualties of only 12,000, including fewer than 6,000 killed in action. Yet, the losses in these 3 hours far exceeded those of the previous 13 days. Although Matsui Mizun had never seen the so-called mysterious Chinese weapon in person, he could tell how terrifying it was from the battle reports. Otherwise, those battle-hardened imperial soldiers would never have been unable to even fight back. Bad news also came from the outer positions such as Yawatai, Zaijinshin, and Mufashin, with a large number of artillery pieces being accurately destroyed. Matsui Mizune could no longer maintain his arrogance and immediately issued orders. All troops halted their advance, constructed defensive fortifications on the spot, and personnel moved into air raid shelters. Anti-aircraft guns from outside the city entered the city in batches, setting up air raid positions along the city walls, sparing no effort to shoot down the mysterious weapon. At the same time, the 3rd Air Regiment of the Army Aviation Force was ordered to dispatch fighter jets to conduct a net-like reconnaissance along the line from Pukgu in Jiangbei to Shaguan Wharf in Jiangnan to Shizuji, and to bomb any suspicious targets found immediately. He also ordered the Special Hire Police to activate all their undercover personnel within the city and to find out the secret weapon within 24 hours. Matsui Mizune stared at the map, with only one thought in his mind. He had to find it and blow it up. Meanwhile, Luo Yun had already led Wu Tai into the radar command vehicle of the drone anti-aircraft fire support battalion. On the large screen, 9 red dots flashed in sequence, representing the complete formation of the Japanese Air Force. At the very front was a reconnaissance plane, flying at the lowest altitude and the fastest speed. Behind it were 6 bombers in neat formation, an altitude of about 5,000 meters. Further back, 2 fighter jets escorted them on the left and right, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Chapter 33, Shooting Down the Reconnaissance Plane. Luo Yun stared at the screen and asked in a deep voice, "Is the anti-aircraft drone ready?" Wu Tai immediately nodded and reported that the Air Defense Battalion was fully prepared. Based on a firepower ratio of 6-1, they had prepared 60 air defense flying aircraft to counter the 9 enemy planes, of which 27 were already operational and ready to take off at any time. Each drone was equipped with a 500-gram high-explosive shaped charge warhead, enough to destroy Japanese aircraft if it hit. The battalion's best pilots were all at their control stations, 1 pilot per drone, awaiting orders. Luo Yun nodded. Wu Tai then asked, "Our effective combat radius is 13 kilometers. Should we let it in to fight or intercept it at the edge of the air defense zone?" Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Yun said, "Intercept them directly. Don't let a single bomb fall into the city." He knew very well that the smallest Japanese aerial bomb had a charge of 60 kilograms and a kill radius of over 30 meters. The Type 96 land-based attack aircraft could carry up to 800 kilograms of bombs. A single bomb could collapse half a street. At this moment, there are still hundreds of thousands of refugees and civilians in Nanjing. Any bomb falling would cause irreparable casualties. Luo Yun immediately ordered the air raid sirens to be sounded throughout the city. All troops were to take cover in the nearest bunkers, and refugees outside the city were required to find cover or lie down on the spot and not run around. Wu Tai turned around in response, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and shouted, "Air raid siren. Sound it." Soon, all the square dance speakers set up by the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army simultaneously emitted piercing alarm sounds. Woo-woo-woo dash. The alarm blared throughout Shaguan Wharf and the entire base. Soldiers inside the city immediately acted according to plan, quickly taking cover behind air raid shelters and broken walls. Refugees along the riverbank, guided by soldiers, crawled into warehouses, wrecked boats, or lay prone in low-lying areas and under the river embankment, covering their heads with their hands. The crowd stirred immediately. An old boatman with white hair clung tightly to the wrecked boat, his face pale, and muttered that the Japanese planes had come again. Last time, hundreds of people were killed, and they didn't even manage to retrieve their bodies. A woman holding an infant nearby trembled, clutching the child tightly to her chest, repeatedly praying that the bombs wouldn't come. A wounded nationalist soldier spat, his eyes filled with despair, saying that the anti-aircraft guns were long gone. The planes had all fled, and now this area belonged to the Japanese. Everyone huddled in hiding places, their bodies tense, looking up at the southeastern sky, overwhelmed by fear. At an altitude of 3,000 meters, a Japanese Type 94 reconnaissance plane was hurtling towards Nanjing at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Lieutenant Yamamoto Ichiro, the pilot, squinted at the distant city, feeling no pressure whatsoever. In his view, the Chinese Air Force had long been destroyed, and the ground air defenses had been bombed away. This sky had long been the territory of the Japanese army. During the morning mission briefing, they were originally scheduled to conduct reconnaissance in Chuzhou County, but were later rerouted to the Nanjing, Puku, and Xiaowan line, supposedly because a Chinese Air Force base might have appeared there. Upon hearing this order, the entire crew laughed. Nanjing and his men have been bombing us every day. Yesterday, they even sank several small steamships used for crossing the river, but they haven't even seen a single plane. If there really was an Air Force base, could it just spring up from the ground overnight? Yamamoto chuckled and, seeing that he was only a dozen kilometers away from Nanjing, began to descend, picked up a high-powered telescope, and observed the area around Puku and Shimonoseki Wharf, looking for any suspicious targets. Just as he was adjusting the focus, a dark shadow suddenly flashed past the binoculars. Yamamoto's heart sank. He immediately put down the binoculars, stared wide-eyed ahead, but saw nothing. The thing was going too fast. Judging from his cruising speed of 300 kilometers per hour, the relative speed of that dark shadow was at least 500 kilometers per hour. Before he could figure it out, another dark shadow rushed up from under the left wing, swept across the plane like a ghost, and disappeared in an instant. Yamamoto finally panicked. This wasn't an anti-aircraft gun, and it couldn't be a bird. A bird could never travel at that speed. He instinctively yanked the control stick, trying to pull the plane up and get out of that airspace as quickly as possible. The next second, a loud bang came from the tail of the plane. Boom! The reconnaissance aircraft shuddered violently, as if struck by a heavy hammer. The high-explosive warhead of the air defense drone struck the tail precisely, the shape-charged jet piercing the skin, severing the control cables and tail boom, and instantly igniting the fuel, turning the tail into a fireball on the spot. The plane immediately went out of control, nose down, spinning and crashing while trailing black smoke. Yamamoto was pinned to his seat by the immense G-forces, the canopy jammed by the deformed fuselage and impossible to open. He stared at the ground, drawing ever closer, his eyes filled with terror, and screamed in Japanese, "Mommy! Help! Save me!" Before the screams could finish, the out-of-control reconnaissance plane crashed heavily to the ground, exploded with a roar, and turned into a fireball shooting into the sky. Inside the command center of the Drone Air Defense Battalion, Luo Yun watched the red dot disappear on the screen and let out a long sigh. He turned to the young pilot and gave him a thumbs up. "Good job, lad." The pilot wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned. Several other pilots nearby congratulated him. Luo Yun clapped his hands and reminded him, "Don't be too happy yet. Summarize the experience as soon as possible. There are still 8 planes to go." Yes. The pilots returned to their consoles, their eyes glued to the screens. Chapter 34. Destroying 7 aircraft. On the river embankment at Xiaowan Wharf, several sharp-eyed young men kept their eyes fixed on the southeast direction. Suddenly, they jumped up, pointed at the fireball, trailing black smoke falling from the sky, and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Look, that's a Japanese plane. It's been shot down." The crowd erupted in chaos. The mother, who had been trembling with fear, clutched her child tightly, staring blankly at the sky, her eyes filled with disbelief. The Japanese plane had actually been shot down? The nationalist soldier lying on the ground was also stunned, muttering it really came down. The suffocating atmosphere on the dock finally eased a little. But most people still stared intently at the sky, because they all knew that there was more than one enemy plane. There were 8 more behind it. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, Japanese Air Force Squadron leader Ryuichi Matsumoto, piloting a Type 95 fighter, was leading his squadron on alert. He was waiting for a Type 94 reconnaissance plane ahead to transmit intelligence and attack signals. But the radio only crackled with static. He tried calling several times on different frequencies, but there was no response. In the distance, within the city of Nanjing, no smoke indicating targets rose. Matsumoto Ryuichi flew to the front of the formation and scanned the airspace, but couldn't see any reconnaissance aircraft returning. According to protocol, even if the radio was broken, the reconnaissance aircraft should return to relay intelligence via hand signals, but there was nothing. An unease rose in his heart. He immediately signaled to another Type 95 to continue its vigilance, while the 6 Type 96 ground attack aircraft maintained a dispersed patrol at an altitude of 5,000 meters, searching for ground targets. In his view, this altitude was safe enough. The remaining Chinese air defense firepower simply couldn't reach them. Then, Ryuichi Matsumoto slammed down the control stick, piloting his fighter jet in a steep dive from high altitude. He decided to personally scout the area to confirm whether there was any anti-aircraft fire on the ground. As an ace pilot who had shot down 10 Chinese aircraft, he considered himself invincible in these skies. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Drone Air Defense Battalion, Wu Tai stared at the screen and saw that all 8 enemy aircraft had entered the air defense zone. He immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and ordered, "Attention all units. Targets have entered the air defense range. 27 air defense penetration aircraft. Take off according to the pre-arranged formations, 3 against 1. Lock on, and be sure to kill them with 1 shot." As soon as the order was given, rocket-shaped anti-aircraft drones roared into the sky, hurtling towards the enemy aircraft like arrows released from a bow. The first to be locked on were 6 cumbersome Type 96 land-based attack aircraft. Due to their large fuselages and slow movements, they were simply no match for the incredibly fast drones. A bomber pilot saw a small black that hurtling towards him, his pupils constricting in terror as he frantically pulled on the control stick to try and dodge. What the hell is that? But against the flying drone, his movements were as slow as a snail. Soon, a chorus of terrified cries filled the radio. "It's following me. Like it has eyes. Get out of the way." The anti-aircraft drones precisely collided with the fuselage, engine, and bomb bay, instantly detonating their high-explosive warheads. Some directly penetrated the bomb bay, detonating aerial bombs, and causing the entire bomber to disintegrate in mid-air. Others blew through the fuel tanks, causing the fuel to explode and ignite, turning the aircraft into a giant torch, trailing black smoke as it plummeted to the ground. Having learned from their previous experience shooting down reconnaissance planes, the pilots became even more ruthless and accurate. In just 30 seconds, 6 Type 96 bombers were hit in succession, exploding in the sky like death fireworks. Their wreckage engulfed in flames as they plummeted towards the banks of the Yangtze River. Some of the Japanese pilots died instantly in the cockpit. Some were torn apart by the explosion, and some were trapped in their out-of-control planes, crying out in despair, "Help! I don't want to die." But they didn't even have time to send out a complete distress signal before they crashed down, turning into fireballs. The other Type 95 fighter jet also failed to escape. The pilot desperately maneuvered, dodging 1, then 2 more, then a third. Finally, a racing plane crashed directly into the cockpit. With a deafening roar, the fighter jet exploded into pieces, and the pilot was torn to pieces. This time, tens of thousands of refugees and defeated soldiers at Shagwan Wharf witnessed it all. 7 fireballs exploded in the sky one after another. Black smoke stretched across the blue sky. An enemy plane wreckage, still burning, fell like raindrops, some crashing into the Yangtze River and sending up water columns more than 10 meters high. Almost everyone stood up from their bunkers. The entire dock was deathly silent at first, everyone staring wide-eyed at the sky, unable to believe what they were seeing. The next second, a deafening roar of cheers erupted. The fleeing soldiers, who had just been in despair, suddenly jumped up, threw their military caps into the air, and shouted with red eyes, "They're all bombed. All 7 Japanese planes have been shot down." The woman holding her child covered her face and wept bitterly, this time tears of joy. The child in her arms also giggled as he looked at the black smoke. The old boatman, his hair now gray, knelt on the deck with a thud, kowtowing 3 times towards Nanjing, tears streaming down his face. "A living Buddha! A true living Buddha! We are saved!" The young men jumped and shouted, embracing each other, repeatedly yelling, "Long live the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army!" Many of the routed soldiers also raised their guns and fired into the sky, venting their excitement and elation with the sound of gunfire. The despair and fear that had previously enveloped the entire dock vanished completely at that moment. Chapter 35. The ace pilot is offline. At that moment, Ryuichi Matsumoto, piloting his Type 95 fighter, had just completed a steep dive and was flying over the Shimonoseki dock. The anti-aircraft fire he anticipated did not materialize. Despite being prepared to evade, not a single bullet was fired from the ground. Matsumoto looked down and froze. The riverbank and the dock were filled with Chinese refugees and fleeing soldiers, but instead of scattering and fleeing, they stood outside, waving and shouting at the sky, as if celebrating something. A cold smile crept across his lips, his heart filled with contempt. He was convinced these people were celebrating the empire's conquest of the capital. Such a people did not deserve this land. He lowered the nose of the plane and flew over the dock, his eyes sweeping over the vehicles and tents on the shore. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could this be the mysterious flying weapon base of the Chinese? The thought instantly excited him. He had discovered the target that headquarters had been searching for so desperately. If he could just go back and guide the bomber group to completely flatten this place, he would be able to achieve another great feat. Matsumoto immediately pulled up his fighter jet, preparing to return to formation, and notified the bombers to approach at low altitude and conduct a precision bombing of the suspicious base. But when the plane climbed to 3,000 meters and he looked back at the designated airspace for the formation, he froze instantly. The 7 planes that were supposed to be waiting there had all vanished. The vast sky was empty, with only a few wisps of black smoke remaining, and not a single plane in sight. Matsumoto frantically scanned his surroundings, but still couldn't find anything. His ace pilot instinct sent chills down his spine, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his flight suit. Not good. He suddenly realized that missing reconnaissance plane, along with his entire squadron, had probably all been shot down by the mysterious weapons of the Chinese. He immediately yanked the control stick, performing a series of roll maneuvers and dives to escape the deadly airspace. The 3 air defense flying aircraft in front of him were indeed shaken off by his extreme maneuvers. But just as he completed the turn, the 7th Air Defense flying machine, which WWII was personally controlling, had already predicted his trajectory and crashed into the belly of the aircraft like a ghost. Boom! The high-explosive warhead detonated instantly, directly piercing the main fuel tank. The aviation fuel exploded in midair, causing the entire Type 95 fighter jet to burst apart on the spot. The fuselage disintegrated, the wings and tail fins scattered everywhere, and the cockpit was torn apart by the intense heat. Before Matsumoto Ryu could even let out a final scream, he was reduced to ashes along with the fireball. The burning remains plummeted down, crashing straight into the rolling Yangtze River. Inside the command vehicle of the Drone Air Defense Firepower Battalion, WWII put down the remote control, let out a long breath, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The last enemy plane was too agile, its movements ruthless and cunning. The first 6 racing planes couldn't lock onto it. Only when he personally took over and predicted the enemy's maneuvering route was he finally able to shoot it down. As Luo Yun watched the last red dot disappear from the big screen, he excitedly pumped his fist. The feeling was like playing an aerial combat game in his past life. Tense, thrilling, and incredibly exhilarating. He turned to the soldiers in the command vehicle and announced loudly, "This air defense operation has been a complete success. All participants are hereby awarded a commendation." The command center erupted in cheers. The pilots cheered, hugged, and pounded on the table, shouting, "We shot them down. 9. All 9 of them." Once everyone had quieted down a bit, Luo Yin looked at WWII and said, "We need to carefully summarize our experience. Next time the Japanese army comes, they might have dozens or even hundreds of planes. We must not let our guard down." Wu Tieli stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, sir." Luo Yin nodded, then said in a deep voice, "The skies over Nanjing will depend on you to defend them. Do you have the confidence?" "Have." Everyone roared in unison, shaking the tent roof. At that moment, at Shawan Wharf, tens of thousands of refugees and defeated soldiers witnessed the last Japanese plane explode into a fireball in the air, with its wreckage falling into the Yangtze River, and their emotions were completely boiling. A thunderous roar of cheers echoed along the riverbank and resounded throughout the Shawan Wharf. For the first time, the skies over Nanjing truly returned to the hands of the Chinese people. Luo Yun had just finished reviewing the air defense operation when he hurried back to the temporary base. Inside the production base, more than 200 support battalion soldiers were working together, a scene of bustling activity. He saw that the ammunition production line had been started and various types of ammunition were rolling off the line one after another, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the screech of truck brakes filled the air. Wang Taiyong, the battalion commander of the Supply Transport Battalion, jumped out of the truck and excitedly reported, "Commander." After returning the greeting, Luo Yun looked at the truck behind him and asked, "How's it going at the dock? Are the river crossing and refugee resettlement going smoothly?" Wang Taiyong immediately opened the report and reported, "All the important materials and core equipment of the base at Puka Wharf have been transferred across the river. There's still 70 trucks left, and it is expected that they will all be transported before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In the past 2 hours, they have completed the relief registration for 325,478 refugees and distributed the same amount of supplies in full, without any looting or fraudulent claims. Among them, 58,742 Kuomintang officers and soldiers who had fled were registered, and 38,751 pairs of leather boots and 19,991 cotton-padded coats were issued to them. He continued his report, stating that as of now, over 8,000 refugees have safely reached the North Bank via ferry. Because the queue for those crossing the river at their own expense remains long, they're only prioritizing the crossing of a small number of disabled and seriously wounded soldiers. The remaining personnel were temporarily housed in a temporary camp at the dock, where order was maintained and no disturbances occurred. Luo Yin nodded. Wang Taiyong had indeed put in a lot of effort to arrange such a complex task so well. Chapter 36. The Strategy for Trading Gold. Just as he was about to ask another question, Wang Taiyong continued his report. There's also gold recycling. Here's the summary data from 2 locations. At the ferry ticket exchange point, a total of 3,751 small yellow croakers and 234 large yellow croakers were collected, along with gold and silver jewelry, silver dollars, and legal tender. At the goods exchange point, 2,751 small yellow croakers and 192 large yellow croakers were collected, along with gold and silver jewelry and silver dollars of equivalent value. All items have been counted, cataloged, and verified by 2 people before being loaded onto the truck behind. Upon hearing these numbers, Luo Yun's pupils constricted sharply. He quickly estimated in his mind 6,502 small yellow croakers, approximately 201 kilograms, 435 large yellow croakers, approximately 135 kilograms, totaling about 336 kilograms of gold. Based on the original price of 1,000 yuan per gram, that's nearly 336 million yuan. This single transaction is almost equivalent to his total income from trading goods in Shou County for 2 months. More importantly, this was just the beginning. Refugees were still queuing outside, and supplies were waiting to be exchanged. Luo Yin took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. 336 kilograms of gold meant he could buy more drones, racing vehicles, ammunition, and supplies. It also meant he had the confidence to fight the Japanese army for a longer time. Nanjing City was safe. He quickly inquired about the recruitment of soldiers. Wang Taiyong immediately turned the page and reported. Reporting to the commander, the recruitment far exceeded expectations. Among the eligible and clean-bred young men, 3,250 have been initially screened, of whom 1,674 are literate. Most of them live in the surrounding area, and their homes were destroyed by the Japanese. They are very eager for revenge. In addition, among the veterans of the National Revolutionary Army who were willing to join, 4,327 were found to be physically disabled, had no history of oppressing the people, and had combat experience after initial screening. Many of them had participated in the Battle of Songhu and the Battle of Nanjing. Further review and reorganization will be conducted. Luo Yun nodded and solemnly instructed. Young and strong people are the cornerstone of our future development. Make sure the political work team does a good job of screening them and thoroughly investigate their background, motives, and other aspects to prevent any spies from infiltrating. Wang Taiyong stood at attention and responded. Luo Yun then instructed the soldiers to move all the large and small gold coins and jewelry from the truck into his private tent and gave detailed instructions on subsequent transportation, refugee relief, and maintaining order at the dock. The remaining silver jewelry, silver dollars, and silver coins were all sent to the support battalion. Back in the tent, Luo Yun recharged all the gold into the system. The gold balance in the system became 362.45 kilograms. He then contacted his cousin Luo Feng from the original timeline through an e-commerce platform, briefly explained the situation, and immediately arranged for procurement. He first made a formal payment to the factory that had previously placed an order, then placed the order according to the original plan, and shipped out the products that had already been produced. The racing drone factory, in particular, needs to expedite its production schedule, aiming to increase output to 10,000 units per day and renegotiate prices. With long-term, large orders looming, the procurement cost should ideally be kept below 700 yuan per drone. In addition, Luo Feng Central Canteen must immediately hire temporary workers to speed up production. At a standard of 10 yuan per person per day, provide 2 box meals a day for 300,000 people, requiring 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, clean, hygienic, nutritious, and palatable. Ship the meals as soon as they are ready, and Luo Yun will store them in the system for easy retrieval. This standard will continue for at least 10 days. Within 10 days, Luo Yun was absolutely confident that he could completely drive the Japanese army out of the vicinity of Nanjing and beat them until they were terrified. He had just returned to the command post when a staff officer ran up with a battle report. Reporting to the commander, the full battle report from the 1st Battalion in Puku City, detailing the encirclement and annihilation of the 11th Infantry Regiment of the Kunisaki Detachment, including casualty statistics and a list of spoils, has been compiled. Luo Yun took the battle report, the paper still warm from its pages. He quickly glanced through it. The 11th Infantry Regiment of the Kunisaki Detachment had been annihilated, with 2,873 enemy soldiers killed, 53 captured, and a quantity of weapons and ammunition seized. On our side, the 1st Battalion suffered 7 lightly wounded and 4 seriously wounded, with no fatalities. The Central Army suffered 16 fatalities, 23 lightly wounded, and 21 seriously wounded. Luo Yun's gaze lingered on the 4 seriously wounded soldiers of the 1st Battalion, his brow furrowing slightly. These 4 soldiers were promising recruits he had personally interviewed 6 months ago. After 7 months of training and living together day and night, he recognized every single one of their faces. Now, lying on stretchers, it was uncertain whether they would survive. But he also knew that this was his first real battle against elite Japanese troops. It was already a remarkable achievement that he hadn't been killed in action. Following the battle report was the distribution plan for the spoils of war, discussed by Fang Biao and Yang Yoji of the Central Army. All gold, silver, and currency spoils would go to the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. Half of the weapons, artillery, ammunition, vehicles, and other supplies would go to the Central Army, and the other half would be sold to the Central Army at 80% of the market price. Fang Biao also included an estimate. The gold and silver currency from the annihilation of the 11th Regiment was worth approximately 25 kilograms of gold. The military supplies, sold to the Nationalist Army at an 80% discount, would be worth about 40 kilograms. The total was 65 kilograms of gold. Luo Yun's hand holding the battle report went slightly numb. The shock in his heart overshadowed his calm. He used to be obsessed with making money by trading resources across time and space for gold. He never imagined that fighting itself could be so lucrative. More importantly, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Besides selling captured equipment, he could also exchange Japanese prisoners for gold. In that instant, his money-making ideas were completely unlocked. He realized he didn't have to rely solely on trading gold. He could sustain the war effort through warfare. Which famous general in history didn't live off spoils of war? No guns, no cannons? The enemy made them for us. Luo Yun had never considered this possibility before. Chapter 37, Where did this miscellaneous army come from? At the end of the battle report, Fang Biao proposed a new operational plan. The 3rd Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment of the Kunisaki Detachment is deploying artillery positions, and he requested permission to attack, prioritizing its strike. Luo Yun paused slightly upon seeing this. The 3rd Artillery Regiment of Independent Mountain, they possessed a large quantity of artillery, ammunition, and mules. If half of it could be captured and sold to the Central Army, its value would be considerable. Thinking of this, Luo Yun's heart skipped a beat. He picked up his pen and wrote on the battle report. Agreed with the spoils distribution plan. Agreed to attack the 3rd Mountain Artillery Regiment. He then added an order, instructing his staff to relay the message to the 1st Battalion. While ensuring the completion of operational objectives and the capture of enemy equipment, preserve as much Japanese equipment as possible. Do not destroy what can be captured. Capture as many survivors as possible and send them to the coal mines for a survival game. An hour ago, the battle lines within Nanjing City had stabilized. Gunfire along the crossroads gradually subsided, and the previously frenzied Japanese troops ceased their advance and retreated to their positions to defend themselves. 2nd Battalion Commander Gu Mingchuan led his troops toward Shizuji. The 3 companies were fully armed, carrying AK-47S, RPGs, drones, and racing drones, everything they could get their hands on. Guided by the liaison officer sent by Xiao Tianong, Gu Mingchuan walked through several alleys and arrived at a half-collapsed house. This was Xiao Tianong's temporary command post. The walls of the houses were riddled with bullet holes, the windows were smashed, sandbags were piled up at the door, and several soldiers covered in gunpowder smoke were vigilantly watching their surroundings. Gu Mingchuan stopped at the door, straightened his uniform, and strode into the house. Xiao Tianong was standing in front of a broken table, looking at a map. His uniform was covered in dust and bloodstains, and he looked tired, but his eyes were still sharp. Gu Mingchuan knew that this was the anti-Japanese hero Luo Yun had mentioned who had defended Nanjing to the death, and he immediately felt respect for him. After standing still, he saluted properly. "Commander Xiao, we've arrived." Xiao Tianong raised his head to return the salute, then carefully examined the young officer before him. Gu Mingchuan looked to be under 25 years old, lacking the slickness of a veteran, possessing only composure and sharpness. What puzzled Xiao Tianong even more was that the other side's uniforms were of a style he had never seen before, yet they were exceptionally well made, even better than the uniforms of the training corps. The shoulder boards and chest badges were also completely different from the existing nationalist army system. His gaze then fell on the gun in front of Gu Mingchuan's chest. The black gun body and the long, curved magazine clearly indicated that it was not an old gun like the Type 24 rifle. It could hold at least 30 rounds, and its firepower was obviously much stronger. The entourage behind Gu Mingchuan were also dressed in the same military uniform and carried the same guns. One of them was also carrying a long tube that did not look like a mortar, and it was unclear what kind of weapon it was. Xiao Tianong's questions grew, and he finally asked, "Which department are you from?" Gu Mingchuan replied directly, "Gu Mingchuan, the battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Anti-Japanese National Salvation Army, does not belong to any national army unit. He has come to consolidate the Shiziji position on the orders of our commander Luo Yun." Xiao Tianong frowned. "Not part of the nationalist army? What kind of unit is that? With the whole country fighting the Japanese, all armies are under the nationalist army designation. How could a well-equipped yet completely independent force suddenly appear?" The other party was merely a battalion commander, while he himself was an army major general. Given the strict hierarchy in the military, Xiao Tianong's tone became noticeably more serious. "Those new flying and exploding weapons in the sky, are they yours too?" Gu Mingchuan nodded emphatically, a look of pride on his face. "They're all from our anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. We have even more powerful weapons. Dealing with these Japanese pirates will be a piece of cake." Xiao Tianong was taken aback by these words. He didn't understand how exaggerated the claim of powerful really was. He only felt that this young man was far too arrogant. Even 1,000,000 regular nationalist troops couldn't hold Husher and Nanjing. What gave this unknown force the audacity to say such things? But just as he was about to refute, he saw the drones hovering in the sky and thought of the Japanese soldiers' bodies blown to pieces in front of the position, as well as the heavy machine guns turned into scrap metal. His disbelief wavered again. Xiao Tianong suppressed his thoughts and continued to ask, "How many troops does your anti-Japanese National Salvation Army have in total?" Gu Mingchuan calmly replied, "The entire army currently has more than 3,000 men." "More than 3,000? Xiao Tianong was clearly stunned. Gu Mingchuan remained calm. "We currently have over 3,000 men on staff. Our commander Luo said that that's more than enough to completely drive the Japanese out of Nanjing." Xiao Tianong fell silent. 3,000 men, and they thought they could hold Nanjing? A place that even 1,000,000 regular nationalist troops couldn't defend. What made them think they could? But the flying weapons, the bombs falling from the sky, and the Japanese soldiers blown to pieces made him vaguely feel that this seemingly ragtag army might actually be able to do it. After a moment, Xiao Tianong took a deep breath and solemnly said, "Thank you for coming to our aid. On behalf of all the soldiers and civilians in Nanjing City, I thank you." Gu Mingchuan immediately replied, "Commander Xiao, you're too kind. Our commander Luo said that the duty of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army is to fight against the Japanese pirates and establish a new dragon nation. This is our inescapable responsibility." Chapter 38, Braised Pork Trotters with Rice. Xiao Tianong was stunned. Establish a new dragon kingdom? With just over 3,000 people? He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to respond. He felt these people had somehow acquired flying weapons and were acting incredibly arrogantly. On the other hand, if they hadn't intervened, he and the military police would probably have been killed long ago. The situation became somewhat awkward. Just then, a communications soldier came running up, reporting, "Battalion Commander, the lunch delivered from the base has arrived." As soon as those words were spoken, all the remaining military police soldiers on the scene subconsciously touched their empty stomachs. From yesterday afternoon until now, they had hardly eaten a hot meal, only managing to nibble on a few bites of moldy hard biscuits, surviving entirely on sheer willpower. Gu Mingchuan turned to Xiao Tianong and said with a smile, "Commander Xiao, let's all go have lunch first." Xiao Tianong's stomach was already rumbling with hunger, and he could see the expectation in his brother's eyes, but he was still a little embarrassed. "Is there any lunch prepared for us brothers?" "Of course." Gu Mingchuan laughed heartily. "Commander Luo instructed us long ago to make sure all the anti-Japanese heroes who are still fighting on the front lines are well taken care of. Hot meals and soup are all prepared." The words anti-Japanese hero warmed the hearts of Xiao Tianong and the remaining soldiers behind him. After the fall of Nanjing, the garrison commander fled, and all friendly forces scattered, but they alone remained steadfast in their defense. But now, Commander Luo, whom they had never met before, actually remembered them and even prepared a hot meal for them. Many veterans' eyes welled up with tears on the spot. Xiao Tianong nodded emphatically. "Then I shall respectfully comply." He then instructed his adjutant Zhao Lei to have the brothers take turns eating in 2 batches, and the second batch must keep their guns with them at all times. He also instructed that there be enough manpower left at the position to keep a close watch on the movements of the Japanese army. Zhao Lei accepted the order and went to make arrangements. Gu Mingchuan, however, smiled and reminded him, "Commander Xiao, there's no need to be so nervous. Our drones are keeping a close watch. If the Japanese make any unusual moves, our scouts will detect it immediately." Xiao Tianong looked up at the drone hovering high in the sky, and his nerves, which had been tense for more than 10 hours, finally relaxed. He hadn't felt that sense of security, not having to worry about a bullet flying at him in the next second for a long time. The group headed towards the temporary camp at the rear. On the way, Gu Mingchuan reported the latest battle situation. The situation inside the city has stabilized. From 8 o'clock this morning until now, we have killed more than 10,000 Japanese soldiers and destroyed dozens of heavy artillery positions, ammunition depots, and command posts. Xiao Tianong and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with shock. 10,000 men. That was the strength of a full-strength brigade of the Japanese army. They knew that the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army had killed many Japanese soldiers in those few hours, but they never expected the number to be so staggering. The Battle of Shanghai had lasted 3 months, and the National Army had suffered heavy casualties in killing just over 20,000 Japanese soldiers. Yet this force of 3,000 men had wiped out more than 10,000 in just a few hours. The remaining soldiers of the military police couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Some exclaimed in surprise, "No wonder the Japanese soldiers were so still after 10 o'clock. They had been decimated." Others said, "Those flying weapons are like divine punishment." Xiao Tianong suddenly realized that his previous doubts might be laughable. To be able to severely cripple the Japanese army in just a few hours, such combat power, let alone defending Nanjing, could certainly change the world. It might not be just empty boasting. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, the camp's logistics personnel began distributing boxed meals, hot soup, and disposable tableware. The military police officers were somewhat bewildered as they received the square lunchboxes. The moment they opened the box, a rich aroma wafted out. A young soldier, staring at the glistening, braised pig's trotters inside, immediately teared up. "There's meat? Such a big piece of meat." The veteran next to him took a sip of the hot soup, and tears immediately fell into his lunchbox. "It's pork bone soup, hot. I haven't had hot soup in almost a year." Someone stared in disbelief at the white rice. This is high-quality rice. These days, even the regimental commander might not be able to afford it every meal. "Brother, what kind of meal is this? Why is there so much meat?" Someone answered, "Pork trotter rice." For a moment, the camp was filled with the sounds of people shoveling food into their hands and the suppressed sobs of soldiers. Xiao Tianong looked at the lunchbox in his hand, then glanced at the corner where only a dozen or so remained and hesitated. He still had hundreds of brothers under his command. How could he, the commander, eat first? Gu Mingchuan seemed to sense his concerns and walked over to say, "Commander Xiao, Eat it while it's hot. The base has prepared a full 10,000 servings for the heroes on the front lines, which is more than enough. The second batch has already been shipped and will arrive in a few minutes. Upon hearing that there were 10,000 portions, Xiao Tianong finally felt relieved, opened his lunchbox, and began to eat large mouthfuls of rice and braised pig's feet. Looking at the military police soldiers who were engrossed in their meals, Gu Mingchuan picked up a megaphone and shouted, "Brothers, take your time eating." Our commander Luo said that hot food and soup are provided, and you can eat as much as you want. If you're not full, you can get another serving later. Eat until you're full. Chapter 39. Eat until you're full. The military police cheered instantly, shouting their thanks to Commander Luo and Battalion Commander Gu. The boxed lunches were indeed delicious, but one was only about 70 to 80% full. If they could have another, that would be truly satisfying. Just then, a deep rumble came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw more than a dozen DJI fly cart, 100s roaring in, each with a huge basket hanging underneath it. Xiao Tianong stood up, holding his lunchbox, while the military police around him stared in disbelief. These massive machines were much larger than the drones they had seen before. They slowly descended, placed the baskets in the center of the camp, and then quickly flew away. The staff stepped forward and lifted the insulated lid, revealing baskets filled with neatly stacked boxed meals. The military police were finally relieved, no longer worried about going hungry. Half an hour later, Xiao Tianong saw that all his men had eaten and drunk their fill and the battle lines were properly set up, and his entire demeanor had clearly changed. He strode up to Gu Mingchuan and asked to see Commander-in-Chief Luo. Gu Mingchuan nodded, took out his walkie-talkie, and shouted, "Fatty Sue, bring that Dongfeng Mingshi truck from the base over here. Commander Xiao wants to return to the base to see Commander Luo." The other end immediately responded, "Roger, coming right away." Soon, a rugged-looking Dongfeng Mingshi pulled up in front of them. Xiao Tianong, his adjutant Zhao Lei, and their accompanying staff officer stared at the car, which they had never seen before, their eyes filled with curiosity and awe. They then got in and drove towards the base in the city. As the car approached the base, a piercing air raid siren suddenly sounded from the direction of Yijiang Gate and Shaoan Wharf. Xiao Tianong frowned. Nanjing's original air defense system had long been destroyed by the Japanese army, and the power plant and telegraph office were also in ruins. Why would there still be a siren? The driver, Fatty Sue, slammed on the brakes and turned around to warn, "Commander Xiao, the Japanese planes are coming. We need to find cover." Xiao Tianong waved his hand and simply said, "Stop the car." As soon as the car door opened, Xiao Tianong and the other two got out. Zhao Lei quickly blocked his way, reminding him that the area was too open and it would be best to take shelter in a house first. Xiao Tianong, however, stared at the southeast sky and said coldly, "Hide for what? I want to see what's going on." The three climbed onto a high section of broken wall and found a concealed spot. Staff Officer Chen Shuchun took out a high-powered telescope from his briefcase, handed it to Xiao Tianong, and whispered, "Commander, there's a black dot high in the southeast sky." Xiao Tianong took the binoculars and quickly locked onto the target. It was a Japanese Type 94 reconnaissance plane, its silver-gray fuselage particularly dazzling in the sunlight, and the blood-red Japanese flag on its wing clearly visible. He knew this kind of plane all too well. After the Nationalist Army's anti-aircraft guns were destroyed, they could only watch helplessly as it swaggered overhead. But just as he gripped his binoculars, a surge of powerless anger welling up inside him, a burst of fire suddenly erupted in the blue sky. The reconnaissance plane's tail was blown apart, and it plummeted straight down, trailing black smoke. Xiao Tianong's hand trembled slightly. He hadn't heard any anti-aircraft gun fire or anti-aircraft machine gun strafing. The plane seemed to have exploded out of thin air. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Was it the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army that had intervened? Or had the plane malfunctioned? But he didn't see any smoke from exploding shells, nor did he hear any artillery fire. This didn't seem like a typical anti-aircraft shelling attack. Xiao Tianong raised his binoculars again to search the sky. Soon after, 7 small black dots appeared in the viewfinder. Then, one after another, the Japanese planes exploded in midair. Some had their wings broken off, some had their tails shattered, and some disintegrated completely. 8 bursts of light, like fireworks, bloomed in the sky above Nanjing before falling one after another. Xiao Tianong's breathing quickened. He was almost certain that these were anti-aircraft weapons of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. Given that they possessed flying weapons capable of chasing and bombing people, it wasn't too surprising that they also had equipment to shoot down aircraft. The last Japanese plane frantically maneuvered in the air, trying to escape, but was still caught up by a dark shadow. Boom! A burst of fire erupted as the plane crashed completely. Xiao Tianong let out a long breath, put down his binoculars, and his gaze inadvertently swept across the Xiaoguan wharf, but he suddenly froze. The dock was packed with people, hundreds of thousands of refugees crammed together. But unlike when he left that morning, everyone was now covered in colorful blankets, which stood out brightly in the sunlight, and many people were eating. Xiao Tianong felt a pang of sorrow. That morning, those refugees were shivering on the dock, starving and freezing. Some were crying out, others too desperate to even move. Now, they had blankets, food, and hope for survival. The central government fled, the garrison commander fled, and hundreds of thousands of defending troops either deserted or surrendered. Hundreds of thousands of unarmed civilians were left here, with no one to care whether they lived or died. But this suddenly appearing anti-Japanese National Salvation Army, while fighting bloody battles with the Japanese army, also took care of these refugees, providing them with food and clothing and protecting their lives. Xiao Tianong looked towards the riverbank again. Two oddly shaped boats were shuttling back and forth on the river, their bows cleaving through the water and stirring up white waves. On the dock, groups of refugees were queuing to board the boats. No one was doing what the government should have done, or the responsibilities the army should have shouldered. Yet this unfamiliar anti-Japanese National Salvation Army accomplished everything, one by one. Xiao Tianong took a deep breath, put down his binoculars, and, after a few seconds of silence, said in a low voice, "Let's go." Chapter 40, The True Hero. The three walked to the base of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. Along the way, Xiao Tianong noticed that the streets had been cleaned up and were much tidier. The bodies of refugees that lay by the roadside in the morning were being moved aside and covered with white sheets, while others had already been taken away. Many refugees began to spontaneously head into the city, their eyes no longer filled with despair and fear, but with a long-lost glimmer of light. Adjutant Chun Shuchun whispered, "Commander, look, in just a few hours, this place has changed. This unit is not only good at fighting, but also at calming the people's hearts." Xiao Tianong nodded silently, a strong curiosity growing in his heart about Luo Yun, whom he had never met before. Guided by Fatty Sue, the three entered the base and were immediately stunned by what they saw. Huge tents were filled with boxes, strange vehicles had antennas on them and satellite dishes on them. Soldiers in special uniforms were busy running around, and drones hovered overhead. Upon entering the command tent, the three men froze in place. At the front of the tent, 6 enormous screens lined up side by side were lit, transmitting real-time drone footage from 6 key battlefields. Zhao Lei stared at the leftmost screen and exclaimed excitedly, "This is WWII. The Japanese artillery positions have been bombed to pieces, the cannon barrels are bent, and there isn't a single living person to be seen in the positions." Chun Shuchun pointed to another screen. "This is Zijin Mountain. The Japanese positions have all been bombed flat. Our training corps fought here for 3 days and 3 nights, sacrificing thousands of men, but we still couldn't hold it. And now," subsequently, scenes of Mufa Mountain, Zhongshan Gate, and Zhonghua Gate came into view one after another. The Japanese anti-aircraft artillery units that entered the city were reduced to scrap metal. The supply convoys were destroyed, and the artillery positions outside the city were almost completely leveled. The three men were increasingly shocked and relieved as they watched. They had fought desperately for over 10 days, lost Nanjing, and sacrificed countless brothers, yet they had failed to inflict serious damage on the Japanese army. But Luo Yun's troops had blown up many of the Japanese army's positions in just a few hours. In the center of the tent, there was a huge projection screen displaying a dynamic situation map of the Nanjing City Defense Zone. Blue represented friendly forces, and red represented Japanese troops. The unit number, strength, and location of each unit were updated in real time. Xiao Tianong stood before the map for a long time, motionless. He had fought half his life and understood all too well what this meant. In the past, intelligence relied on messengers and scouts risking their lives to deliver it. But by the time it reached the command post, the battlefield had already changed. But now, Luo Yun's command post has almost complete control over the movements of the Japanese troops throughout Nanjing, as if they have been given a second eye. From the very beginning, they have gained the upper hand in this battle. However, when Xiao Tianong saw that the area south of Shiziji was still densely covered with red markers, and that tens of thousands of Japanese troops still occupied most of Nanjing, his heart, which had just been at ease, sank a little more. Just then, a young and calm voice came from the side of the tent. "Commander Xiao, everyone, don't just stand there, come and have a cup of tea." The three turned around and saw a handsome young man in his early 20s sitting in front of the tea table, smiling and waving at them. Xiao Tianong was stunned on the spot and subconsciously asked, Are you Luo Yun, the commander-in-chief of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army?" He had imagined countless times that the person who could raise such a strong army, cripple the Japanese army in a few hours, and protect hundreds of thousands of refugees must be at least a battle-hardened middle-aged general, if not an old general with white hair. But the man in front of him was even younger than his son. Luo Yun smiled and stood up, pulling out chairs for them. His tone was sincere and respectful. "Commander Xiao, Hero Xiao, please sit down. Try my WWII Mountain to Hong Pao tea, which was just transported from Fujian." Xiao Tianong and the other two sat down, utterly shocked. Luo Yun didn't rush to speak, but calmly warmed the cups, rinsed the tea, and brewed it. The war outside hadn't stopped, and most of Nanjing was still in the hands of the Japanese army. Yet he remained as steady as Mount Tai, showing no sign of panic. Xiao Tianong watched him brew tea, his mind filled with too many questions, yet he didn't know where to begin. Luo Yun poured a cup of amber tea for each of the three men before solemnly speaking. "Commander Xiao, during the Battle of Nanjing, many generals abandoned their troops and refugees and fled, but you were the only one who didn't run away. You led your remaining troops against the tide, holding the Yijiang Gate to the death, buying time for hundreds of thousands of refugees to cross the river. You and your brothers are true heroes, the backbone of the Chinese nation. I offer you a cup of tea." After speaking, Luo Yun picked up his teacup and gestured to the three of them. Xiao Tianong's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears. After the city fell, some cursed him for trying to stop a chariot with his bare hands. Some advised him to flee, and even the garrison command ordered him to retreat. But no one ever gave him a word of recognition, and no one called him a hero. The young commander, whom he had never met before, struck a chord deep within him with a single sentence. All his grievances, exhaustion, and resentment surged up at that moment. He suppressed a sob, solemnly raised his glass, and said in a deep voice, "Commander Luo, you're too kind. Defending our territory and resisting the Japanese invaders is a soldier's duty." The four of them drank it all in one gulp. The tea was mellow and had a sweet aftertaste. They couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really good tea." Chapter 41. A Huge Pitfall. After a cup of tea, the atmosphere eased considerably. Xiao Tianong put down his teacup and finally asked the question that had been on his mind. "Commander Luo, could you tell us about your origins? We've never heard of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army, let alone seen your weapons." Luo Yun spoke calmly, saying that their origins were unimportant. What mattered was that they were all Chinese and followers of Master Zai Ji and Master Zirun. Upon hearing these two names, Xiao Tianong was first delighted, then somewhat surprised. Luo Yun then revealed his pre-prepared identity as an overseas Chinese, speaking naturally and fluently. Xiao Tianong and the other two listened intently, quickly becoming mostly convinced, and the four gradually became acquainted. They talked about everything from the situation against the Japanese pirates to the equipment of the National Salvation Army. Xiao Tianong asked about the drones in the sky, the automatic rifles that could fire in bursts, and the rocket launchers that could destroy half a building with a single shot. Luo Yun gave a brief explanation of each, which amazed the three of them. At the end of the conversation, Xiao Tianong looked at Luo Yun with a solemn expression. "Commander Luo specially asked Battalion Commander Gu to pick me up, so he must have something he needs my help with. As long as it's about fighting the Japanese, I, Xiao Tianong, will do anything, even die. It's just that I only have about 1,000 military police and policemen left to command." Luo Yun looked at him with sincere eyes. "Commander Xiao, I have dug a big pit for the Japanese army and need enough manpower to bury them all in Nanjing. I have recruited more than 12,000 soldiers from the defeated troops outside the city. They are all veterans who have seen blood and have a good foundation. He went on to say that what was most lacking at the moment was not soldiers, but commanders who could lead troops, understand military discipline, and be able to act independently. Therefore, he hoped that Xiao Tianong would step forward to reorganize and train these defeated soldiers and equip them with brand new standard equipment, making their combat power far exceed that of the elite training corps of the Central Army. Luo Oyin paused for a moment, then said the most crucial sentence. You only have half a day to integrate and train. Tonight, we will launch a general offensive against the Japanese and take back the entire Nanjing city in one fell swoop. Xiao Tianong stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing. Half a day of training, tonight's all-out attack. And they're going to retake Nanjing? Just a few hours ago, he was preparing to lead his remaining troops to fight the Japanese to the last bullet. But then he remembered the drones, racing planes, and RPGs he had just seen, the victories at WWII, Zaijinshan, and Mufashan, and the 9 Japanese aircraft that had been shot down. This crazy plan might actually come true. Xiao Tianong turned to look at Zhao Lei and Chen Shuchun, whose 2 adjutants were also looking at him. Their eyes met, and they all saw excitement and determination in each other's eyes. This was an opportunity to avenge the country's humiliation, and even more so, an opportunity to personally drive the Japanese army out of Nanjing and to console the fallen soldiers and civilians. The 3 spoke almost simultaneously, their voices resounding. All right, we'll fight the Japanese devils with you and recapture Nanjing. Xiao Tianong immediately got to work and decisively gave the order. Zhao Lei went back to gather the military police and police forces, especially the officers with experience in leading troops, and they were all assembled an hour later. Chen Shuchun led his men to find a spacious training ground near Yijiang Gate that could accommodate tens of thousands of people for training and reorganization. After receiving their orders, the 2 quickly left. Luo Oyin looked at Xiao Tianong and said with a smile, Commander Xiao is very understanding. On behalf of the people of Nanjing, I thank you. Then, he called over Zhou Jing, the battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion, and Chen Yuming, the operations staff officer. The 4 of them sat around the tea table and began to discuss the reorganization of new recruits, the distribution of weapons, training subjects, and the coordination for the nighttime general offensive. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters of the Japanese Central China Area Army in Shuxi, in a requisitioned Western-style building, maps covered the hall, telegraph machines crackled, and staff officers hurried about. Matsui Mizun, dressed in general's uniform, stared intently at Chief of Staff Tsukado, veins throbbing on his forehead. He slammed his fist on the table and demanded angrily. The artillery positions at WWII, Zaijinshan, and Mufashan were all bombed. Tsukado bowed his head and carefully answered, Yes, Commander. Matsui then asked whether the anti-aircraft guns brought into the city had been destroyed before they could be deployed, whether all 9 aircraft of the 3rd Flying Group had been shot down, and whether the 3rd Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment of the Kunisaki Detachment had also suffered heavy casualties. With each question, Sukizuchi could only nod in agreement. Matsui Mizun flew into a rage. Baka! The entire headquarters fell silent instantly, everyone bowing their heads, not daring to breathe. Sukizumi added that the anti-aircraft troops entering the city were subjected to precise fire from mysterious Chinese weapons before they could even set up their artillery positions. They were all killed before they could even fire a single shell. Moreover, the Chinese Army's anti-aircraft fire did not explode in the air and was completely unlike any anti-aircraft guns they knew of. Matsui Mizun's heart sank, and a terrible thought popped into his mind. Could it be that the Chinese Army deliberately lured the enemy deep into the city, let the Locust Army in, and then closed the gate to beat them? But he immediately dismissed the idea. Impossible, absolutely impossible. All intelligence indicated that the Nanjing Garrison Command had issued a full-scale retreat order several days ago, and Tang Xiangxing had already crossed the river and fled. By this morning, all the combat and reconnaissance information matched up. Most of the Chinese army had retreated, and some units were even breaking out head-on. The intelligence and the actual battle situation were completely consistent. The main force of the Chinese army had collapsed, with most breaking out or fleeing across the river. In the eyes of the Japanese army, Nanjing was already undefended. Chapter 42, The Excavator Arrives. No commander in the world would use his own capital as bait. The more Matsui Mizun thought about it, the more reasonable the explanation seemed to be. This suddenly appearing force did not belong to the Chinese Nationalist Army at all. He suppressed his anger and asked the Special Hire Police if there was any new intelligence. Sakato immediately reported that an undercover agent lurking among the refugees at the Shimonoseki dock had sent back a message. The unit called itself the Anti-Japanese National Salvation Army, and its equipment looked very advanced, but they had not yet seen its firepower. According to the undercover agent, they appear to be equipped with lightweight, man-portable indirect fire weapons, similar to mortars, but smaller. They have many mechanized vehicles of unusual models, but no tanks have been spotted yet. Currently, only about 2,000 troops have entered Nanjing City. Matsui Mizun's lips twitched. 2,000 men? With just that many, they actually wiped out more than 10,000 Imperial warriors? Sakato continued, saying that this unit was distributing food, clothing, and medicine to refugees in Shimonoseki, and was exceptionally resolute in protecting Chinese civilians, even at the cost of fighting the Imperial Army. In addition, they had 2 transport ships that were sending large numbers of refugees to Puku. At this point, Sakato's tone became more contemptuous. He added that, strangely enough, their boat tickets were extremely expensive. A single person had to pay a small yellow croaker to cross the river. It was practically profiting from the national crisis. Matsui Mizun's tense face finally relaxed after hearing this. So that's how it is. It's neither the Central Army nor a regular army, just a local warlord's armed force. On the surface, they wave the banner of resisting Japanese aggression and saving the nation, pretending to love the people like their own children, but behind the scenes they still exploit them to the bone. He concluded that the other side had merely acquired a batch of foreign weapons from who knows where, gained some advantage by catching the Imperial Army off guard, and thought they could stop the Empire's iron hooves. A small warlord with a few thousand ragtag soldiers. They were utterly arrogant. Sakato carefully inquired about the next steps. Matsui Mizun did not immediately give orders, but instead asked about the progress of the technical department. Tsukazumi Ko, his tone turning serious as he opened the documents, explained that the technical department had recovered and dismantled some of the mysterious weapons' remains, but still couldn't determine its origin, power system, or detonation mechanism. However, they had discovered highly precise optical components resembling camera lenses within the debris, their structures extremely small. The technical department determined that the weapon likely relied on optical lenses for identification, tracking, and guidance. It might become ineffective in dark environments. Endo suggested that frontline troops immediately deploy the Chinese Army's aerial weapons to concealed locations such as basements, culverts, and enclosed buildings to verify their continued accuracy. Matsui Mizun's eyes lit up, and he finally showed a satisfied expression. He immediately ordered Sakato to arrange for the frontline troops to carry out the task and verify the assessment as soon as possible. Just as Sakato was about to leave, Matsui Mizun abruptly stopped him, a ruthless glint in his eyes, and ordered him to connect to the 3rd Fleet Commander, Vice Admiral Hasegawa Kiyoshi. Ground-based air defense positions had been destroyed, and anti-aircraft guns couldn't be deployed in time. The Army was temporarily helpless against that mysterious weapon. But the 3rd Fleet on the river was different. Their air defenses were always on standby. A moment later, the call ended. Matsui Mizun slammed the phone down, his face ashen, trembling with rage. He cursed the Navy idiots for taking advantage of the situation, making a bunch of unreasonable demands, and even requesting the establishment of a dedicated naval base at Shimonoseki. Nanjing was clearly territory fought and won by the Army, yet the Navy wanted a piece of the pie. Matsui Mizun paced back and forth in his office, barely able to contain his anger. Despite his cursing, the thought of those unseen, intangible, and undefendable mysterious flying weapons within the city, and the fact that the Imperial Army had lost nearly 10,000 men and destroyed all its artillery in just a few hours, brought back the fear in his heart. Finally, he took a deep breath and made a somber decision. The Imperial Army could tolerate the situation for the time being, until the mysterious Chinese weapon was fully understood and dealt with. The Navy would get what it wanted first. Any conditions were acceptable as long as this arrogant warlord force could be crushed. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Jiangpu City, Fang Biao planned to leave 200 men to defend Jiangpu in case the Japanese 41st Infantry Regiment, which had already switched to defense, launched a surprise attack. Yang Yojia was uncertain and couldn't help but remind them that although the 41st Regiment had lost its artillery, it still had manpower. If they launched a concentrated attack, the 200 men might not be able to hold out. His Central Army soldiers had experienced the brutality of the main battlefront, and now, looking at the empty defensive line, they were even more uneasy. Fang Biao leaned against the trench, his expression calm. He told Yang Yojia that since they dared to leave 200 men, they were confident they could hold the city. Defending Jiangpu City was not about having a large number of men, but about having the right methods and the right weapons. After saying that, he picked up the walkie-talkie and casually ordered, "Get an excavator over here as soon as possible." Yang Yojia was stunned, completely bewildered. Less than half an hour later, a yellow, 40-ton tracked hydraulic excavator roared into the field. Its massive robotic arm rose high, its bucket gleaming coldly in the sunlight, and its tracks left deep marks on the ground. Yang Yojia and several Central Army officers surrounded it, staring wide-eyed at the iron contraption like country bumpkins who had never seen the world before. A company commander couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Fang Biao casually replied, "An excavator, used for digging trenches." The company commander was stunned on the spot. Dig trenches? Fang Biao didn't explain much. He jumped into the cab and started gesturing to the excavator operator, instructing him on the work. Chapter 43, Prefabricated Bunker. A moment later, the operator started the machine, and the huge bucket slowly rose and then dug downwards with a swift motion. With a loud clang, the soil and gravel were scooped up together, creating a large, deep trench with a single scoop. The excavator immediately adjusted its direction, and with each rise and fall of the bucket, trenches quickly took shape. Dust billowed up, but the entire construction process proceeded smoothly, leaving the soldiers watching in awe. The soldier who had just touched the bucket jumped up in surprise, his eyes wide, and exclaimed, "My goodness! This one scoop can even cut through rocks. I couldn't dig as fast as it does in 3 scoops in a whole day." The others were equally astonished. This speed was even faster than 20 people working together. Yang Yojia stood aside, completely dumbfounded. He had originally thought that it would take 200 people at least a day of hard work to dig a barely usable trench. But this excavator dug out 3-step trenches, each 2 meters deep and 1.5 meters wide, in less than an hour, and the trenches were connected by communication trenches. In addition, it also dug more than a dozen thickened anti-artillery bunkers, machine gun firing positions, and ammunition storage points. The entire fortification was neat and sturdy, with a wide field of fire. The anti-artillery bunkers were even better than those dug by hand, capable of withstanding Japanese grenade launchers. Yang Yojia, having recovered his composure, couldn't help but exclaim, "Battalion Commander Fang, these excavators are incredibly useful. With these trenches plus the drones in the sky, let alone 200 men, even 100 men, could hold Jiangpu City." Fang Biao remained calm. This is just the beginning. To completely defend the flank, trenches alone are not enough. Soon after, 4 trucks roared in, carrying 4 huge, grayish-white, smooth-surfaced hemispherical objects, each over 3 meters tall, resembling inverted bowls. Yang Yojia leaned over and tapped it, finding it as hard as steel, and asked what it was. Fang Biao patted the surface and said, "A bunker made of ultra-high performance concrete, with a strength exceeding C200 and a thickness of 300 millimeters. Yang Yojia didn't understand these terms, so Fang Biao changed his explanation. Simply put, it's extremely tough. The Japanese infantry guns, mountain guns, and field guns can't penetrate it. What's more, the guns of the 41st Infantry Regiment were already blown to scrap metal by our drones." The crowd was taken aback. Fang Biao continued his explanation, explaining that these hemispherical fortresses could be simply placed on the ground and used. Soldiers entered through underground tunnels, making them extremely well concealed. The fortress had 4 firing ports that could cover the open area in front of it. One fortress could accommodate 10 soldiers taking turns firing, and 2 fortresses could form a crossfire, more than enough to defend key passages. After saying this, Fang Biao immediately ordered that the 4 fortresses be deployed on the 2 key routes where the 41st Infantry Regiment of the Japanese Army might reinforce the 3rd Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment. He ordered that the passes be held at all costs and that not a single Japanese soldier be allowed to pass. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, coordinating with the trucks and the 40-ton excavator to lift and unload the cargo. Fang Biao knew that his forces were limited and couldn't withstand 2 regiments simultaneously. With these 4 bunkers holding the line, even without drone support, they could hold off the Japanese 41st Infantry Regiment for several hours. After setting up the flanks, the anti-aircraft platoon that Fang Biao had obtained from Luo Yun arrived. Subsequently, he and Yang Yojie led 400 soldiers in the anti-aircraft platoon and drove by truck straight to the 3rd Artillery Regiment's base on Independent Mountain, quickly surrounding it and giving the Japanese no chance to break out. By this time, the base had been completely destroyed by drone bombing. In the air, drones circled continuously, dropping 10-kilogram bombs to accurately bombard the Japanese gathering points. On the ground, more than a dozen drones shuttled through the ruins, and any Japanese soldiers who dared to show their faces were immediately shot down. Under this multi-pronged attack, more than half of the Japanese soldiers stationed in the area had been killed or wounded. The mountain guns and field guns that were originally lined up neatly were all blown up, and the regiment of more than 3,000 men was now reduced to less than 1,000, who were hiding in trenches, ruins, behind rocks, and earthen walls. Fang Biao stood outside the encirclement, watching the footage transmitted by the drone. On the screen, the Japanese soldiers were hiding in various places like turtles. He said calmly, "That's about enough." Yang Yojie nodded. "Let's begin." The 400 people were divided into 20 squads, each equipped with a drone scout and a flying vehicle striker. The drones were responsible for reconnaissance, while the flying vehicles were responsible for assessing firepower. The squads began to advance into the encirclement. At the same time, loudspeakers began broadcasting in Japanese on a loop. "Surrender, and you will not be killed. Prisoners will be treated well. Give up resistance, and you will live." The sound echoed across the battlefield, reaching the ears of every Japanese soldier. A soldier hiding in a trench shuddered, about to ask his company commander if they should surrender, when the commander roared, "Baka! How can Imperial soldiers surrender to the Chinese?" The Japanese soldier lowered his head, not daring to speak again, but his eyes were filled with fear. Just then, a drone flew overhead. The company commander instinctively raised his gun to aim, but before he could fire, an RPG rocket landed precisely in the trench. With a deafening roar, the shockwave swept across the area. The company commander was blasted away, crashing heavily against the trench wall, leaving a trail of blood as he slid down. Several Japanese soldiers nearby were also killed instantly. In another ruin, several Japanese soldiers hid behind a crumbling wall, looking at each other in bewilderment as they listened to the broadcast that "Surrender, and you will not be killed." One of them had barely whispered whether he wanted to surrender when he was immediately rebuked by his comrade. Before the words were even finished, a time-traveling drone emerged from a gap in the ruins. An explosion followed, the remaining walls collapsed with a deafening roar, and the Japanese soldiers were instantly buried beneath, their screams abruptly cut short. Chapter 44. Support from the Japanese Army. In the Kunisaki Detachment Command Post, Kunisaki Yama slumped in a chair, looking as if he had aged 10 years overnight. Since landing at Hangzhou Bay, he fought his way through Hushi, occupied Donglu, and crossed the river to attack Jiangpu. He originally thought that he could block the retreat of hundreds of thousands of Chinese troops with a few thousand men and become a great hero in capturing the Chinese capital. But today, a full-strength regiment was annihilated by a mysterious Chinese weapon. This was the first time an entire regiment of the empire had been wiped out on the Chinese battlefield, a humiliation he could not accept. At that moment, the staff officer rushed in. "Sir, urgent telegram from the 3rd Artillery Regiment of Independent Mountain." Kunisaki Yama suddenly looked up, fear flashing in his eyes. "Speak." The staff officer swallowed hard. "The Chinese army has launched a ground offensive. They've suffered heavy casualties. Requesting tactical guidance." Kunisaki Yama abruptly stood up and roared. "Can't you even defend in place? You idiot. That moron Sakino Masao. He set up the defense 2 hours ago. That was an artillery regiment of over 3,000 men, dozens of valuable cannons, and a large number of skilled artillerymen, mules, horses, and supplies. Its value far exceeded that of an infantry regiment. He dare not even think about losing that unit." Ignoring the orders from the 10th Army headquarters to defend the position, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "The 41st Infantry Regiment shall immediately proceed to provide support. The 3rd Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment shall hold its ground and await reinforcements. Once reinforcements arrive, we shall launch a pincer attack from within and without to annihilate the Chinese army. At the same time, send a telegram to the army headquarters requesting air support." Meanwhile, in Wuhan, The council hall of the Nationalist Army's highest command was brightly lit. Maps covered the walls, staff officers bustled about, and telegraph machines crackled incessantly, yet the atmosphere was eerily oppressive. The battalion commander sat in the main seat, his expression complex. The loss of Nanjing had humiliated him, leaving him heartbroken. Yet, the Japanese army's heavy losses in Nanjing also secretly pleased him. What infuriated him most was that the force that dealt the blows to the Japanese army was not the Central Army, the Training Corps, or any of the elite units within the National Revolutionary Army, but rather a ragtag force that appeared out of nowhere. His hundreds of thousands of troops, equipped with advanced Han weaponry and rigorously trained, couldn't even hold Nanjing for a month. Thinking of this, he cursed inwardly. A bunch of good-for-nothings. They're not even as good as a ragtag army. He suppressed his emotions and gestured for everyone to be quiet. Sit down and take a look at this intelligence report. The staff officer distributed the documents. Jingji glanced at them a few times, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. He couldn't help but look up. This can't be fake, can it? A battalion from the 1st Army, in conjunction with the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army, annihilated the 11th Regiment of the WWII detachment in Jiangpu. Bai Jiansheng was also shocked. The anti-Japanese National Salvation Army confronted the Japanese army at the crossroads of Nanjing, and even shot down 9 planes and sank 2 gunboats. How'd they do that? Chen Tumu put down the intelligence report, his expression grave. Not only that, inside and outside Nanjing, their mysterious weapons have been continuously attacking the Japanese army, causing at least 10,000 casualties. The Japanese have halted their advance across the board. Even more outrageous is that they have also provided relief to at least 300,000 refugees in Xiaoguan and Puku. The 3 of them looked at the captain at the same time and asked anxiously, "Is this intelligence true? Could it be that the staff officer made a mistake, or that Dai Yunong's side sent the wrong information?" In their view, these reports were outrageous. An unknown unit had accomplished something that even hundreds of thousands of nationalist troops couldn't. The captain nodded slowly. "I have asked Dai Yunong to verify from multiple sources that the intelligence that the agents risked their lives to enter Nanjing and even made contact with Xiao Tianong's remnants is all true." As he spoke, he picked up another telegram. Breaking news. The anti-Japanese National Salvation Army is joining forces with that battalion of the 1st Army to besiege the 3rd Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment of the Japanese Army. Xiao Tianong also personally sent a telegram to confirm that this unit only had 3,000 men, and the commander was Luo Yun, an overseas Chinese. They possessed many advanced weapons, especially a small aircraft that could fly and drop bombs, which was flexible and precise and was used to attack Japanese positions. The captain paused slightly before continuing. More importantly, Xiao Tianong has already reached a cooperation agreement with Luo Yun and is organizing the newly recruited defeated soldiers of this anti-Japanese National Salvation Army to launch a counterattack tonight and recapture Nanjing. What? The 3 of them exclaimed in unison, their faces no longer able to hide their shock. Jingji stood up abruptly. Intelligence reports scattered all over the ground. 3,000 men? Just 3,000 men? And they're fighting on 2 fronts? One side is besieging the Jiangbei WWII detachment, and the other side is confronting the Japanese army at the Nanjing crossroads. And they can still rescue refugees and gather defeated soldiers? This is simply a fantasy. Bai Jiansheng frowned deeply. Our hundreds of thousands of troops, including German-trained divisions, the Central Training Corps, and elite troops from the Guangdong Army, Northeast Army, and Sichuan Army, couldn't hold Nanjing even with all our might. And these 3,000 men dare to launch a counterattack. Chen Tumu remained silent, his expression complex. The captain's eyes also churned with emotion. He too found it absurd, but with the verified intelligence before them, they had no choice but to believe it. Chapter 45. The national government wants to reap the benefits. Everyone present was thinking about the same thing. Just how strong was this suddenly emerging anti-Japanese National Salvation Army? Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, the battalion commander asked in a deep voice, "If we don't make any arrangements, do you think this anti-Japanese National Salvation Army can recapture Nanjing?" The hall fell silent instantly. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their first reaction being absurdity. A city that hundreds of thousands of elite nationalist troops couldn't defend. How could a mere 3,000 men possibly recapture it? But looking at the intelligence they had, those outrageous yet proven battle records made them waver. It seemed that this was not entirely impossible. After a moment, Chen Temu spoke first. "Captain, I believe they can recapture Nanjing." All eyes immediately fell on him. After organizing his thoughts, Chen Temu said, "I judge from 3 points. First, the combat strength of these 3,000 men far exceeds our imagination. They killed 10,000 Japanese soldiers in 2 hours while fighting on 2 fronts and rescuing refugees. Even if we sent all our elite German-equipped divisions, we might not be able to achieve such a result." He pointed out that normally 3,000 men could not possibly stand against tens of thousands of elite Japanese troops inside the city. The only explanation is that the Japanese possessed aerial weapons that provided them with overwhelming firepower. This suppression far exceeded the Japanese army's advantage over the nationalist army's miscellaneous troops. The Japanese clearly hadn't found a way to counter it, and could only passively endure the attacks. If this offensive continued for half a day, the Japanese troops inside Nanjing would likely be wiped out. Chen Temu then mentioned the latest intelligence. A battalion of the 4th Regiment of the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Army of the Central Army had joined forces with the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. The two sides had less than 1,000 men, but they were preparing to encircle and annihilate 2 regiments of Japanese troops, totaling 7,000 men. Tell me, can our strongest training brigade do that? Besides, they only have 3,000 men right now. What if they had 10,000 or 100,000? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Chen Temu continued. Secondly, although the Japanese army has 100,000 troops in Nanjing, their morale has plummeted after continuous attacks, and they are probably unable to completely control Nanjing, let alone eliminate these 3,000 men. Third, I have worked with Xiao Tianong for many years. He has fought tough battles and is steady and meticulous in his work. He has seen the strength of this army with his own eyes and is still willing to humble himself to cooperate with a counterattack, which shows that he is confident. Therefore, I judge that the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army will have no major problems in recapturing Nanjing. Everyone nodded in agreement, their initial doubts dissipating considerably. The captain's expression softened, and he immediately posed a more crucial question. Now that they've managed to recapture Nanjing, what should we do now? We can't just watch a ragtag army seize the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, can we? He Jingji immediately said, "Captain, we should seize the opportunity and immediately send troops across the river to join them in recapturing Nanjing." Bai Jiansheng immediately poured cold water on the idea. Easy for you to say. Within Nanjing City, the only troops we can command are the 1,000-odd remnants that Xiao Tianong has gathered. What do you have to do with them to retake them? He Jingji was speechless after being rebuked. The hall fell silent again, everyone frowning, unable to come up with a solution. The captain looked at Chen Temu. "You're meticulous and have a good eye. What do you think?" After a moment's thought, Chen Temu said, "I think we can proceed in 3 steps. This way we won't steal credit, we can maintain the initiative, and we can strengthen our forces in Nanjing." Everyone listened attentively. Chen Temu said, "First, immediately send someone to contact the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army and to try to bring them into the National Army and give them official designations. In this way, their recapture of Nanjing is equivalent to the nationalist government's recapture of Nanjing. We will have a legitimate reason to take control of this elite force, and at the same time, try to acquire their flying weapons. Second, order the troops still capable of fighting at the Puka Wharf to cross the river as soon as possible. Follow the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army, seize key strongholds in Nanjing, and expand our control area. Third, send capable personnel to Shaguan Wharf to gather the defeated soldiers. Most of them are from the Central Army and have a solid foundation. After Nanjing is recaptured, they will be a good addition to our strength and confidence." The arrangement was well organized, and everyone found it feasible. He Jingji quickly praised it. "Excellent plan. No risks are taken, yet we can reap the benefits, and even gain control of this elite force. A triple win." Bai Jianxing nodded in agreement. This is the safest approach at present. But he quickly frowned and asked, "What if the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army is unwilling to join the National Army and refuses to let our troops cross the river? They are so strong. They have every right to refuse." These words silenced everyone again. What could the nationalist government do if the other side refused to cooperate? They couldn't very well send troops to fight. Besides, the nationalist army was already under pressure, and the war in North China was being crushed by the Japanese. Before anyone could think further, the captain confidently declared, "I can't speak for other things, but I don't think they'll stop us from crossing the river." He explained, "This unit is called the Anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. The name itself indicates their purpose, to fight against the Japanese army and save the country. If they refuse to cooperate with the nationalist government or even attack the Central Army, they're not worthy of this name and will only be condemned by the people of the world. Secondly, no matter how strong they are, they only have 3,000 men. Even if they really want to carve out a territory, it is impossible for them to fight against both the Japanese army and the national government at the same time. The Japanese army has 7 or 800,000 men in China, while the national government has 3 million troops." Everyone nodded in agreement. He Jingji remarked with emotion, "The battalion commander sees things clearly. The Anti-Japanese National Salvation Army has no reason to refuse cooperation." Bai Jianxing agreed. That's right, joining the National Revolutionary Army was their best option. With the direction set, everyone immediately began discussing personnel arrangements and troop deployments. The atmosphere in the council hall quickly shifted from somber to enthusiastic and orderly. Ultimately, it was decided that Chun Tumu would personally go to Nanjing. On one hand, he would gather and reorganize the defeated soldiers at Shaguan Wharf. On the other hand, he would personally meet with Luo Yun to recruit the Anti-Japanese National Salvation Army into the National Army and grant them official designations. At the same time, he ordered the First Army of the Central Army, which was stationed at Puka Wharf, the closest to Nanjing and still combat-ready, to immediately assemble, cross the river, and enter Nanjing City to cooperate with the Anti-Japanese National Salvation Army in launching a counteroffensive. Other nationalist army units around Nanjing that still had combat capabilities were also ordered to gradually move towards Nanjing, ready to provide support at any time. Once the decision was made, a series of military orders were swiftly issued from Wuhan's command headquarters. At the same time, the nationalist government officially appointed Chen Tumu as the Nanjing garrison commander, giving him full responsibility for the recapture and subsequent defense of Nanjing. Chapter 46. Japanese Army requests reinforcements. Back on the Jiangpu battlefield, the 1st Battalion of the Anti-Japanese National Salvation Army, together with the Central Army, was launching an encirclement and annihilation operation against the 3rd Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment of the Japanese Army. The encirclement tightened relentlessly, giving the Japanese no chance to break out. The area where the 3rd Artillery Regiment was stationed had long since become a living hell. Drones hovered overhead, dropping 10-kilogram bombs one after another. Each explosion sent mud, rubble, and the remains of Japanese soldiers flying everywhere. The remaining Japanese soldiers huddled in dilapidated bunkers, cellars, and ruins, still driven by the so-called Bushido spirit, roaring, "Long live the heavenly locusts," and "I will die for my country." Some people were firing randomly at the drone with rifles, but the bullets didn't even touch the edge. Instead, they revealed their positions, which then attracted the drone to pinpoint them. Almost every minute, dozens of Japanese soldiers were blown to pieces. Regimental Commander Masao Tsukinoki hid in a makeshift air raid shelter, his face deathly pale, his hands gripping his sword tightly. He knew very well that without reinforcements, the entire artillery regiment would be doomed. He had 2 choices, die in battle or commit seppuku. But he didn't want to die. He wanted to return to Japan alive. As a result, telegrams requesting assistance were sent to the headquarters of the 41st Infantry Regiment. "Commander Yamada, come to our aid immediately. The Chinese army has extremely strong firepower and is bombarding us with mysterious weapons. Our unit has suffered heavy casualties. Without reinforcements, we will all perish." The telegram also emphasized that the Chinese army's air power had been concentrated on the artillery positions, greatly reducing the pressure on the 41st Regiment, and hoped that Yamada Tetsujiro, out of consideration for being a fellow soldier of the Empire, would immediately advance to provide relief. At this moment, Yamada Tetsujiro was standing on the bank of the Gawang River, clutching the telegrams from Kunisaki and Tsukino Masao in his hand, his expression uncertain. He looked up at the sky and found that this was indeed the case. There were far fewer drones overhead, only 5 or 6 bombers remaining, and the racing drones that used to chase people and self-destruct had disappeared. Clearly, most of the Chinese Army's air power was indeed transferred to the 3rd Artillery Regiment. A sliver of hope flickered in Yamada's heart, but he also hesitated. The pressure from the air had eased, and they finally had a chance to cross the river to provide rescue. But the small planes of the anti-Japanese forces were too formidable, and he didn't want his soldiers to die in vain. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and ordered the engineers to simultaneously build multiple pontoon bridges across the Gawang River to speed up the crossing. The heavy firepower and armored vehicles are gone, which actually reduces their burden. Support the 3rd Artillery Regiment as soon as possible. The staff officer immediately accepted the order. Braving drone bombardment, the engineering corps carried the pontoon bridge components and rushed into the river. Bombs continued to fall on the riverbank, scattering mud everywhere. Many sappers were blown to pieces, their bodies falling directly into the river. But those behind continued to build the bridge, one after another. 1, 2, 3 pontoon bridges were erected one after another, and the 41st Infantry Regiment began to cross the river rapidly. Some soldiers were hit by bombs and fell into the water, only to be swept away in an instant, but many more Japanese soldiers still managed to cross to the other side. After suffering over 100 casualties, the 41st Regiment finally crossed the Gawang River. Yamada Tetsujiro watched the soldiers cross the river, feeling a slight sense of relief. He immediately ordered his troops to move rapidly toward the 3rd Artillery Regiment. But the troops had only advanced less than 2 kilometers when an adjutant came running up, panting and looking flustered, and reported, "Regimental Commander, the road ahead is blocked. There are 2 bunkers and several step trenches. The advanced troops failed and cannot advance at all." Yamada Tetsujiro scoffed. "Damn it, just 2 bunkers. We can just bring out the mountain guns and blast them away, right?" In his mind, the Chinese Army's bunkers were always easily destroyed, and a few mountain guns could take them out. The adjutant's face grew even uglier, and he said in a low voice, "Sir, we have no more artillery, not even mortars. They were all blown to scrap metal by the Chinese Army's mysterious weapons long ago." Yamada's face instantly darkened. "Where are the grenade launchers? What's wrong with firing multiple grenade launchers at once and targeting 2 bunkers?" The adjutant's voice trembled. "We tried. The enemy's firepower was too strong. The bunkers had dense firing ports, and there were drones dropping bombs from the air. We couldn't get close at all. More than 50 soldiers were sacrificed to barely fire 1 shot, but the bunker was completely unharmed, without even a trace." Yamada then asked, "Even special operations teams can't bring explosives?" "No. There are several layers of barbed wire in front of the bunker we can't get through. Besides, they also have mortars that can fire horizontally. The wooden planks and iron plates we risked our lives to lay down were all blasted away." Bakiru, Yamada Tetsujiro suddenly drew his command sword, cleaved a small tree in half, and roared. "When did the Chinese bunkers become so sturdy and have such strong firepower? Didn't they used to be able to take down an enemy with a single shot?" He appeared furious, but a chill ran through him. He knew that charging through would likely come at a terrible price. Chapter 47. The Japanese planes have arrived. Thinking of this, Yamada Tetsujiro suppressed his anger and immediately ordered his adjutant to send scouts to explore other roads in preparation for bypassing the blocking position in front of them. Not long after, the adjutant ran back with a grim expression and reported, "Commander, we found another route." Yamada Tetsujiro's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly urged the troops to take a detour. But his adjutant shook his head, saying that there were 2 more bunkers and identical blocking positions on that road. The Japanese army had tested them with firepower. The bunkers were exceptionally sturdy and could not be destroyed by grenade launchers. The adjutant added gravely that continuing to search for another route would delay them for at least several more hours. But the 3rd Artillery Regiment probably wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Yamada Tetsujiro's face turned deathly pale instantly, his last shred of hope shattered. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Those Chinese soldiers, so cunning. He finally realized that the enemy had anticipated their detour and had set up positions in various locations in advance. If he couldn't save the 3rd Artillery Regiment, his 41st Regiment would be the next to be encircled and annihilated once the enemy had freed up their forces. At that point, it won't just be a few bombers overhead. those unpredictable and agile flying weapons will surely appear as well. When that happens, they won't even have a chance to escape. After a moment of contemplation, Yamada Tetsujiro gritted his teeth and ordered, "Immediately send a telegram to Major General Kanisakiyama requesting air support. Send planes to bomb these bunkers. The bombs must be powerful enough to take them out in one go." He then ordered that signal smoke grenades be fired near the bunkers at the first intersection as the planes approached to guide the bombers to their targets. He believed that the Air Force's bombs would be enough to reduce these bunkers to ruins. Meanwhile, the Central Army soldiers inside the bunker were fighting fiercely. They held their positions behind the long firing ports, firing continuously with rifles and machine guns, and the charging Japanese soldiers fell one after another. A soldier shouted excitedly, "That's so satisfying. Before, we were the ones risking our lives to fill the enemy's firepower, but now it's finally their turn to fill our gun barrels." The people around him laughed and agreed, saying that the bunker was so sturdy that when the Japanese grenade launchers hit it, it wouldn't even scratch the surface, and most, they would just brush off some dust. In less than 20 minutes, the two bunkers had killed nearly 200 Japanese soldiers. Corpses lay strewn on the ground, blood stained the road, and the Japanese soldiers' charges were repeatedly pushed back. They laughed heartily, unaware that an even greater test was about to begin. 20 minutes later, a low rumble came from the eastern sky. Several Japanese bombers, trailing ear-piercing roars, flew rapidly toward the blocking position. Upon seeing the planes, Yamada Tetsujiro was overjoyed and brandished his sword, roaring, "The Imperial Air Force is here. Chinese Army, your death is nigh." He could almost see the bunkers being blown to pieces by aerial bombs and the troops breaking through the blockade. He immediately ordered his soldiers to fire signal flares to guide the bombers. Several Japanese soldiers, clutching smoke grenades, charged forward desperately under the fire of the bunker. The bunker immediately opened fire, and many fell on the spot. However, a few Japanese soldiers still managed to get close enough to throw out red signal smoke grenades. Red smoke rose rapidly, clearly marking the location of the bunker. Upon seeing this, the Central Army soldiers panicked. "Damn it! The Japanese planes are here! They've even fired a signal. What do we do? If we get hit by aerial bombs, we're all doomed." The anti-Japanese soldiers next to him remained calm. "Don't worry. We expected them to do this." No sooner had he finished speaking than an order came through the walkie-talkie. "Attention everyone. Japanese planes are coming. Retreat to the rear artillery shelters immediately and do not stay there." The Central Army soldier was stunned. "Withdraw? Doesn't that mean the bunker is lost?" The anti-Japanese squad leader laughed and said, "We won't lose them. The drones in the sky are keeping an eye on us. We'll come back when they make a move." Without further hesitation, everyone followed their squad leader and quickly evacuated the bunker, crawling into the anti-artillery shelter that had been dug in advance. Yamada Tetsujiro stood on the position, staring at the sky with anticipation. But the next second his smile froze completely. With a deafening roar, an anti-aircraft drone precisely struck the belly of a bomber. The bomber exploded in mid-air, turning into a massive fireball, its wreckage trailing black smoke as it plummeted to the ground. Immediately afterwards, several other planes also suffered the same fate. Boom! 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 One after another, they exploded in the air like 5 fireworks blooming in the sky outside Nanjing City, and then crashed down. Standing on the high ground, Yamada Tetsujiro was struck dumb and roared in a hoarse voice, "Baka! What is this? When did the Chinese army get this kind of anti-aircraft weapon?" Just as he was dumbfounded, his adjutant stumbled in with a telegram. "Regimental Commander, the 3rd Artillery Regiment is urging us to provide support as soon as possible. The Chinese army's firepower is too strong. They can't hold on much longer, and the position is about to fall." Tetsujiro Yamada's hands began to tremble. Air support was gone. The bunkers couldn't be destroyed. The artillery regiment was on the verge of annihilation, and his 41st Regiment had already suffered heavy casualties. If this dragged on any longer, everyone would die here. Chapter 48. Relieving the siege of Wei by attacking Zhao. His heart sank little by little. Then, Yamada Tetsujiro's eyes changed, turning into a gambler's frenzy. He suddenly looked up and ordered the formation of a special assault team, selecting elite soldiers, carrying explosive packs, and taking marching pills to blow up the bunkers ahead. The adjutant was taken aback and wanted to dissuade him, but was sternly rebuked. Soon, dozens of strong Japanese soldiers were selected, each carrying a satchel charge and holding a machine gun, shouting "Long live the heavenly locusts" and "I will die for my country." After taking the marching pills, these men's eyes became even more fanatical, almost losing their reason, with only the thought of charging forward at the cost of their lives remaining. Dozens of special attack team members, providing cover for each other, charged towards the bunker. They ignored the falling of their comrades, the drone bombardment from above, and the intense firepower inside the bunker. Their eyes were fixed on only one target. But an RPG shot quickly landed in the crowd, and with a bang, 7 or 8 Japanese soldiers were blown away, their limbs and torsos scattered all over the ground. But the Japanese troops behind them continued to advance like madmen. The anti-Japanese National Salvation Army had anticipated this tactic. About 100 meters in front of the bunker, they had already laid down a special steel wire mesh with barbs. It was strong and sharp and could easily cut through the skin and snag clothing. Once entangled, it was very difficult to break free. Before the Japanese soldiers at the forefront could react, they were entangled in barbed wire. The barbs sliced through their bodies, and blood gushed out instantly. The more they struggled, the tighter the entanglement became, until finally they were accurately shot dead by the soldiers inside the bunker. Wave after wave of Japanese soldiers fell on their way to the front lines, their bodies piling up in front of the barbed wire, their blood staining the wires red. Yet the remaining men still refused to retreat, even lifting their comrades' corpses and pressing them against the barbed wire, stepping over the bodies to continue their charge. Their faces showed no pity, only fanaticism, as if their dead comrades were merely stepping stones. The closer the distance, the more accurate the fire from inside the bunker. Anti-Japanese soldiers, wielding AK-47s, unleashed a barrage of fire on the charging Japanese troops, bullets raining down like storm. Almost all the Japanese soldiers who rushed within 100 meters were mowed down. None could get close to the bunker. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people would manage to get within 80 meters, but before they could even retrieve their explosive charges, they would be locked onto by the aerial drone. The drone would swoop down and, with a deafening roar, blow them to pieces. The Central Army soldiers inside the bunker fired their weapons while exclaiming with excitement. The frustration of being suppressed by the Japanese army before was finally released. At that moment, an anti-Japanese soldier shouldered an RPG, aimed at the Japanese soldiers' corpses pinned to the barbed wire, and pulled the trigger. The rocket roared out and hit its target precisely. With a deafening roar, the corpse was blown to pieces. The barbed wire bounced a few times, then stubbornly stood up again. Wave after wave of suicide squad members fell before the bunker, their bodies piling up like mountains, their blood flowing like rivers, the stench in the air growing ever stronger. Yet Yamada Tetsujiro still did not order a halt. He had descended into madness, and as long as there was a sliver of hope, he could not give up. After an unknown amount of time, the adjutant ran in, his face pale and his voice trembling. "Commander, we can't charge any further. All 5 waves of special attack teams have been wiped out. Not a single one has returned alive. Our casualties are too high." Yamada Tetsujiro's eyes were bloodshot. He dared not think about it. When they crossed the river, there were more than 2,800 people, but in less than an hour, the group had dwindled to just over 1,700. Forget about supporting the 3rd Artillery Regiment. He feared his entire unit would perish here. He forced himself to calm down, squatted down, and picked up the map to examine it. Soon, his gaze fell on Jiangpu City, and an idiom popped into his mind: besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Jiangpu City was only 2 kilometers away from them. If they could capture Jiangpu City, they could threaten the Chinese troops inside and force the enemy troops attacking the 3rd Artillery Regiment to return to their aid. Even if the enemy did not return to their aid, they could still occupy the city, cut off the enemy's retreat, and defend it using civilian houses. With buildings providing cover within the city, the bomb-dropping drones from the sky could hardly strike accurately. In this way, they could not only preserve their forces, but also wait for reinforcements from Kanisakiyama. Thinking of this, Yamada Tetsujiro grasped at the last straw and immediately stood up and ordered, "Everyone stop charging and immediately move towards Jiangpu City to take it." The soldiers immediately obeyed. They were already terrified of the bunkers and had no desire to charge any further. Hearing that they were being turned towards Jiangpu City, they all breathed a sigh of relief and quickly quickened their pace. Soon, the Japanese army arrived outside Jiangpu City. Yamada Tetsujiro looked up and saw that there were only blocking positions outside the city wall, not the sturdy bunkers he had seen before. He breathed a sigh of relief, and the fear in his heart dissipated considerably. The Japanese troops began their charge, but the firepower from those blocking positions remained fierce. Da-da-da-da. AK-47 bullets swept in like a torrential rain. The charging Japanese soldiers fell one after another. Chapter 49. Another encirclement and annihilation. The drones in the air had destroyed all the remaining grenade launchers of the Japanese army. Without heavy firepower, the Japanese army could only rely on infantry to continue the charge. The 3rd Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment's telegrams pleading for help kept arriving at the 41st Infantry Regiment headquarters, their tone growing increasingly desperate. But Yamada Tetsujiro was barely able to protect himself and had no time to care about them. He simply reported the situation to Major General Kunisaki and then ignored all the telegrams pleading for help. In this life-or-death situation, the so-called imperial camaraderie and the spirit of Bushido became a joke. Yamada Tetsujiro now only wanted to save his own life. The anti-Japanese army and the Central Army fought and retreated in an orderly manner according to the original plan, deliberately pretending that they could not hold out and luring the Japanese army deeper into the territory. Yamada Tetsujiro mistakenly believed that the Chinese army was terrified and was fleeing in disarray. Overjoyed, he immediately ordered his troops to speed up their charge and seize Jiangpu City. However, when the Japanese army tried to encircle the city, they discovered that the south, east, and north gates of Jiangpu City, like the west gate, were all equipped with stepped trenches and dense firepower, making it impossible to bypass them. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge forward. Soon, the soldiers at the north, east, and west positions, after killing hundreds of Japanese soldiers, withdrew back into the city as planned, joined up with the south gate positions, and then quickly withdrew from Jiangpu City, disappearing into the woods outside the city. Next, they ambushed key passages around Jiangpu City to prevent the Japanese army from escaping. Yamada Tetsujiro led the remaining 1,000-plus men of the 41st Regiment into the city safely, only to find it deserted. The civilians had long been evacuated, leaving only empty streets and desolate houses, creating an eerie atmosphere that sent chills down their spines. The adjutant stepped forward to report, "Commander, all the civilians in the city have been evacuated." A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Yamada Tetsuro's heart, and he immediately ordered, "Alert! Be on the lookout!" But it was too late. Boom! Several Japanese soldiers stepped on booby traps and were instantly blown away. Immediately afterwards, explosions rang out one after another as booby traps in key sections of the road detonated, and one Japanese soldier after another fell down screaming. Yamada Tetsujiro was so enraged that he lost his composure, cursing the Chinese for being cunning and having planted so many booby traps in the city. But the soldiers were terrified and fled into civilian houses. He never imagined that Jiangpu City, which he had risked his life to enter, would turn out to be a dead city full of traps. After most of the booby traps in the city were detonated, the Japanese army finally managed to calm down. However, in just 1 hour, they lost more than 200 men, leaving less than 800, and their morale completely collapsed. Meanwhile, Fang Biao and Yang Yojia had led their combined forces to completely annihilate the 3rd Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment. Fang Biao left behind several dozen soldiers to count the spoils and guard the prisoners before leading the main force back to Jiangpu City. On the way, Yang Yojia said with admiration, "Battalion Commander Fang, you are really amazing. You actually guessed that the Japanese would enter the city and even laid booby traps in advance, which made them dizzy and disoriented." Fang Biao laughed and said, "It was just a coincidence. I only considered a few possibilities, but I didn't expect Yamada Tetsujiro to choose the worst one and walk into the trap himself." He then teased Yang Yojia, saying that the Central Army had suffered a great loss when they annihilated the 11th Regiment here last time, and that they should have learned their lesson this time. Yang Yojia laughed and said that the same thing cannot be done twice. This time, when dealing with the Japanese, we should strive for 0 casualties. As they spoke, the troops arrived outside Jiangpu City. Fang Biao and Yang Yojia rallied their forces and immediately ordered a mopping-up operation. The loudspeaker blared again. "Surrender, and you will not be killed. Prisoners will be treated well. Only those who give up resistance will live." The tactics used this time were almost identical to the previous encirclement and annihilation of the 11th Regiment. Drones cleared the way, drones conducted reconnaissance, RPGs bombarded the enemy, and AK-47s provided follow-up fire, resulting in an even faster advance than last time. The Japanese soldiers hiding in the civilian houses were completely powerless to fight back. Explosions, gunshots, and screams echoed throughout the city. Yang Yojia led his Central Army soldiers to keep pace with the anti-Japanese forces, advancing steadily. During the last mopping-up operation, more than a dozen of his men were killed, but this time, the casualties were almost zero. Because they had learned how to dodge, how to charge, and how to coordinate, and they understood how to take advantage of the equipment superiority of the anti-Japanese army. In less than half an hour, the anti-Japanese army and the Central Army completed the second mopping-up operation in Jiangpu City with extremely low casualties. Less than 800 Japanese soldiers remained in the city, and they were either killed or captured. Not a single one escaped. At this point, the main force of the Kunisaki detachment was completely annihilated. The 11th Regiment, the 3rd Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment, and the 41st Infantry Regiment, 3 elite regiments, were all wiped out, leaving Kunisaki Mountain completely without any troops. Standing on the Jiangpu City Tower, Fang Biao said regretfully, "It's a pity we can't find the location of that old dog Gokishin. If we could find him, we would definitely blow him up." Yang Yojia nodded, standing to the side. Fang Biao recalled what Luo Yun had said before. New equipment would soon be deployed, capable of quickly locating enemy command posts. At that time, none of these Japanese leaders would be able to escape. Meanwhile, in Shuxi, the atmosphere inside the headquarters of the Japanese Central China Area Army was extremely tense. On the battle situation map on the wall, the red markers representing the Japanese army were marked with damaged, out of contact, and annihilated, a shocking sight. Matsui Mizun had already ordered a complete halt to the offensive, hoping to catch his breath, regroup, and ascertain the strength of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. However, he never expected that the enemy would give him no chance. The air attacks continued, and the offensive grew increasingly fierce. Chapter 50, All Aircraft Deployed. Chief of Staff Sakato Osamu, carrying a thick stack of battle reports, strode into the headquarters, his voice trembling. "General, this is the battle damage statistic for the past 2 hours." Matsui Mizun, his face cold, uttered only one word: "Read." Sakato took a deep breath and opened the battle report. In the past 2 hours, a total of 1,437 air attacks by the Chinese army have been reported across the entire front. Matsui Mizun's brow twitched. Sakato continued reading. The loss includes 132 artillery pieces of various types, including 54 anti-aircraft guns, 97 supply vehicles, and 26 tanks. His voice was even lower. 9,743 casualties, of which 7,653 were killed in action. 195 officers were killed in action, including 2 regimental commanders and 8 battalion commanders. Matsui Mizun swayed slightly. Nearly 10,000 more. Sakato then reported, "The 3rd Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment of the Kunisaki Detachment has been completely wiped out. The 41st Infantry Regiment is under siege and has fewer than 800 men. They may be completely wiped out at any time." He paused, then said with difficulty, "The 3rd Air Wing sent 5 bombers to provide support, but all 5 planes were shot down." Matsui Mizun suddenly looked up, roared, and slammed his fist on the table, making the teacups jump around. An entire division is gone. Is the Chinese army still not done? I've already ordered a halt to the offensive. Why are they pushing their luck? In the headquarters, the staff officers all kept their heads down, not daring to utter a sound. Matsui Mizun paced back and forth, panting heavily, and ordered Sakato to confirm when the naval warships would arrive, and then had someone summon the intelligence officer. Not long after, an intelligence officer rushed in with a look of delight. "General, good news. We have crucial intelligence about the Chinese army's mysterious weapon." Matsui Mizun's anger subsided slightly. "Speak." The intelligence officer reported that the agents infiltrated among the refugees at Shawan Wharf had confirmed the location of the core base of the mysterious weapon. He walked to the map and pointed south of Yijiang Gate. Right here, in those huge tents, agents have personally witnessed large numbers of mysterious weapons taking off from there and flying to various battlefields, and many more being transported to the front lines from there. That's the production, deployment, and dispatch center. Matsui Mizun's eyes lit up as he stared intently at the map. Can the intelligence be confirmed? The intelligence officer stated unequivocally. Multiple agents have verified that it is absolutely true. Matsui Mizun slammed his fist on the table. Good. Issue the order to gather all the artillery in Nanjing, whether mountain guns, field guns, or mortars, and aim them all at the tent camp near Yijiang Gate. Bomb them flat. Leave no one alive. The command headquarters fell silent instantly upon receiving the order. All the staff officers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of embarrassment and helplessness. Matsui Mizun quickly realized something was wrong. An aide cautiously spoke up. General, not only are there no cannons inside Nanjing, but there are none within a 5-mile radius outside the city. All the cannons have been destroyed by those mysterious Chinese weapons. Matsui Mizun swayed, then flew into a rage, kicking over a chair. Didn't we tell them to hide the artillery? A bunch of idiots. No one dared to speak. He paced around in place a few times, a sudden madness flashing in his eyes. It seems I can't count on you guys. He turned to Tsukato, who had just returned, and gritted his teeth as he ordered, contact the 3rd Air Wing and have them send all their aircraft to bomb all the tents and suspicious targets near Yijiang Gate. Tsukato was taken aback. All the planes? Matsui Mizun glared at him. All of them. I want to go to the airport myself and watch them depart. Tsukasa no longer dared to ask any more questions, stood at attention and agreed, and immediately went to convey the order. Matsui Mizun knew that they could only rely on the Air Force now. Even if the National Salvation Army had anti-aircraft weapons, and even if they might suffer heavy losses of aircraft, he had no choice. This is the only chance to destroy the mysterious weapon. As long as that base is blown up, those damned flying weapons will disappear. Once they are gone, the Imperial Army can regain control of the battlefield, and Nanjing City will finally fall into his hands. He stood in front of the map again, forcing himself to calm down, and asked, "Any progress from the technical department?" A staff officer replied, "The verification mission has been assigned to a specific wing, and results will be available soon." Matsui Mizun nodded. "Hurry up. The Imperial Army is being bombed every moment. Tell the technical department to come up with a solution as soon as possible, at all costs. Every minute that passes means dozens of Imperial warriors will perish." "Yes, sir." "Understood." Chapter 51. The Reorganization of the 4th Division. In the northern part of Nanjing, a huge drill ground was packed with people. 15,000 routed soldiers gathered here, like a gray-brown sea of people. Their clothes were tattered, their faces covered in dust and exhaustion, but their eyes still shone with fire. No one wanted to be a routed soldier. Most of them had crawled out of the bloodbath of the Battle of Shanghai and the defense of Nanjing, only to be forced to this point by poor command and the retreat of their allies. Xiao Tianong stood at the front with a corps of nearly 400 officers, all with solemn expressions. Beside them, the political work team of the Anti-Japanese Army Support Battalion was also in position, holding folders and loudspeakers. This time, the two teams will jointly rescreen these 15,000 defeated soldiers. The rules have already been posted around the training ground. Those who are seriously injured or have chronic illnesses will be eliminated, and after treatment, they will be given a resettlement allowance and sent back. Those who smoke opium or have a history of robbery or rape will be rejected and dealt with severely. Those who have a record of desertion will be dismissed on the spot. Time was of the essence, making it impossible to investigate each case individually. After discussing with the political work group, Xiao Tianong, Luo Yun, and others decided on the most direct method. Gather them according to their original unit numbers, let them expose each other, and offer rewards for identifications. If the allegations were true, they would be rewarded with real money. Soon, the routed soldiers lined up in square formations according to their unit numbers. The 87th Division, the 88th Division, the 83rd Army, the 103rd Division, the 112th Division, and the remnants of the training corps all stood in their respective ranks. Comrades who had once fought side by side now looked at each other in bewilderment, the atmosphere heavy with tension. At first, the drill ground was deathly silent. No one was willing to speak. Then a soldier from the political commissar group climbed onto the platform, picked up a megaphone, and shouted, "Brothers, I know you're thinking of your comrades, but you're about to fight the Japanese to the death. You must entrust your backs to those around you." His voice grew even stronger. "Are you willing to entrust your lives to cowards who smoke opium, desert in the face of battle, and rob civilians? Are you willing to let parasites who kill your brothers and tarnish your uniforms drag down your troops?" These words pierced through the crowd's hesitation like a knife. Finally, someone shouted in a trembling voice, "I'll expose him. He's from the 88th Division. He snatched an old lady's bundle during the retreat." The accused immediately denied it, but the whistleblower insisted that he had witnessed it himself. Political officers stepped forward and pulled the man out of line, after which an officer handed the whistleblower several silver dollars. The young soldier stared in disbelief at the heavy silver dollar in his hand, while the eyes of those around him lit up. It really was money, and in cash at that. Soon, a second voice rang out, "I'll expose him. That man smokes opium. I saw him smoking it with my own eyes at the Shagwan Wharf." A third voice followed closely behind. "That's a deserter. He ran away once during the Battle of Shanghai." Someone else exposed the heinous crime of raping women. Those exposed either bowed their heads and confessed, or desperately tried to deny their crimes. Some attempted to resist, but were immediately subdued by the anti-Japanese soldiers and awaited further investigation. In less than an hour, more than 1,000 people had been identified. Those with bad records, opium addicts, deserters, robbers, and rapists were basically purged. In the end, only 13,000 people remained on the drill ground. An officer looked at those who remained in the field, nodded with satisfaction, and said loudly, "Good. Those who stayed are all commendable. From now on, you are no longer defeated soldiers. You are members of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army." A long-suppressed cheer suddenly erupted from the crowd. Luo Yun stood on the high platform, looking at the ranks below, and had already made his judgment. Most of these 13,000 people were from the Central Army, had received formal training, had a high literacy rate, and were in excellent physical condition. With proper training, coupled with superior equipment and advanced combat concepts, this team could become his second core force. After considering the opinions of Xiao Tianong, Zhou Jing, and others, Luo Yun immediately decided to organize these people into a division, named the 4th Division of the Anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. The division headquarters quickly made its appointments. Xiao Tianong was appointed as the division commander, and Zhou Jing, the 3rd Battalion commander, was appointed as the deputy division commander. The two were jointly responsible for specific combat command. The officer corps of the 4th Division consisted of 3 parts. The 2nd Battalion of the Anti-Japanese Army, numbering 600 men, had little combat experience but possessed advanced concepts. The military police and police forces brought by Xiao Tianong, numbering over 400 officers, were disciplined and highly efficient, and the rest were over 700 junior officers selected from defeated soldiers. In order to help the soldiers quickly get to know each other and build up their fighting strength, Luo Yin decided not to disrupt the original unit relationships and to reorganize them as much as possible according to the original unit numbers, so as to preserve the tacit understanding between the soldiers. The remnants of the training corps were mainly organized into the 10th Regiment. The 88th and 87th Divisions were mainly organized into the 11th Regiment. The 156th and 51st Divisions were mainly organized into the 12th Regiment, and the remnants of the remaining divisions were organized into the 13th Regiment. The entire division consisted of 4 infantry regiments, each with approximately 3,000 men. In addition, the 4th Division set up a medical company of about 300 men to form a field hospital. Luo Yin directly supplied a large quantity of precious Western medicines, including penicillin, sulfonamides, and morphine. The medic stared wide-eyed at the boxes of medicine. An old army doctor, his hands trembling, picked up a vial of penicillin and murmured, "With this, so many wounded soldiers could have survived." Considering that the 4th Division mainly fought in and around Nanjing and had a short supply line, Luo Yun did not set up a separate logistics unit for the time being, and all supplies were still the responsibility of the original logistics support battalion of the anti-Japanese army. To enhance logistical support, he recruited over 1,000 literate young men. These were mostly patriotic local youths from Nanjing, enthusiastic and well-educated, who could quickly master the registration, allocation, and transportation of supplies. Regarding the officer corps, Luo Yun had already made arrangements. All the senior officers at all levels of the 4th Division were military police officers to ensure discipline and unified command. The original personnel of the 3rd Battalion were appointed as deputy officers, responsible for communications, aerial reconnaissance, airstrikes, and training on new equipment. Luo Yun believed that, after being tempered in actual combat, and with the combat concepts he imparted to them, the young men of the 3rd Battalion would grow up quickly. Chapter 52, Buffet Arrangement. The reorganization work had just been completed when the most exciting part, the costume change, began. The loudspeaker blared, "Attention everyone! Begin changing gear now. Discard your current equipment and receive your new gear." The soldiers of the 4th Division erupted in cheers. They could finally receive the same weapons as the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. Soon, crates of firearms were carried onto the drill ground. When the crates were opened, they were filled with brand-new AK-47 automatic rifles. A soldier from the former training corps carefully picked up a gun, examined it closely for a long time, and couldn't help but ask what kind of gun it was. A soldier from the anti-Japanese army next to him skillfully took it and told him that it was an AK-47 with a 30-round magazine, capable of both single-shot and automatic fire, and could hit any target within 200 meters. The soldier's eyes widened in astonishment. He touched his own Type 24 rifle, which had 5 rounds per magazine and required pulling the bolt after each shot, and suddenly felt like it was just a stick. Another fleeing soldier received an RPG rocket launcher, slung over his shoulder, still unsure of its purpose. Someone nearby explained that it was specifically designed to take down tanks. One shot could kill a tank within 500 meters. He froze, remembering the Battle of Shanghai, when his brothers could only risk their lives by throwing cluster grenades at each other. If 2 out of 10 men charged out, they were considered lucky to return. Now, a single shot could destroy a tank, and his eyes instantly reddened. Subsequently, camouflage uniforms, helmets, military boots, tactical vests, tactical belts, and bulletproof plates were distributed. The soldiers, now fully equipped, underwent a complete transformation in their morale. One soldier, touching the bulletproof plates, asked if they could stop bullets. The anti-Japanese soldier laughed and said, "Even a Type 38 rifle can't penetrate them." However, the operation of drones and racing drones is quite difficult, and they will still be handled by the original 3rd Battalion personnel for the time being. Modified walkie-talkies will be directly issued to each soldier. These devices have a large number of fixed channels and must be modified by the administrator to ensure stable and secure battlefield communications. The entire 4th Division completed its re-equipment according to the standards of the anti-Japanese army, with armbands bearing the inscription 4th Division of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. Shedding their previous weariness and dishevelment, they stood neatly on the drill ground, displaying the imposing presence of an elite force. The original 3rd Battalion was temporarily spared re-equipment to facilitate differentiated command. The last item was the payment of military pay. Distributed ahead of schedule at double the standard rate of the Central Training Corps, each soldier received either silver dollars or legal tender. Some counted it over and over, unable to believe they could receive so much. The anti-Japanese soldiers nearby told them that there was a supply exchange point at Shawan Wharf where they could buy food, clothing, and daily necessities. If they had gold or silver, they could exchange it for even more supplies. Someone couldn't help but ask if they could try the RPG now, which immediately sparked laughter from the surrounding crowd. Double military pay. Commander Luo keeps his word. With a commander like this, we're sure to drive the Japanese devils out of China. We are no longer defeated soldiers. We are the 4th Division of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. On the drill ground, shouts drowned out the cold wind. These men of the 4th Division were veterans who had fought their way through the Battle of Nanjing and the Battle of Shanghai. Instead of crossing the river to return to their original units, they chose to stay and join the anti-Japanese army, which showed that their anger against the Japanese had never been extinguished. To further boost morale, Luo Yun ordered the Logistics Support Battalion to arrange a buffet lunch for the 4th Division. All kinds of meat, as much as you want. When the steaming hot food was brought out, the soldiers were all stunned. Braised pork, stewed ribs, scrambled eggs, and white rice were laid out in abundance. An old soldier picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth, tears streaming down his face. When asked what was wrong, he wiped his eyes and choked back tears, saying, "It's nothing, I just haven't eaten such delicious meat in years." Everyone around fell silent, remembering the cold rice balls from the Battle of Shanghai and the dry rations from the Battle of Nanjing. "Now there's plenty of meat and rice," someone whispered. "The anti-Japanese National Salvation Army really treats us like human beings." Another young soldier said while eating, "When we get to the battlefield, I'll definitely kill a lot of Japanese devils to make this meal worthwhile." Laughter filled the dining room, carrying warmth and renewed energy. Meanwhile, inside the command post of the Drone Air Defense Battalion, the atmosphere was completely different. Luo Yun was staring at the map, his brows furrowed. Wu Tai strode over and reported that radar detected a large number of aircraft approaching from the directions of Hushi and Hangzhou, with an initial estimate of more than 130 aircraft. The specific models were still being identified, and they were expected to arrive in Nanjing in 30 minutes. Luo Yun immediately understood that the Japanese army had detected his base in the city. This time, the enemy air force was willing to risk huge casualties to bomb him, clearly going all out. His existing air defense firepower was insufficient to intercept so many targets simultaneously. However, Luo Yun showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, a bold plan quickly formed in his mind. Since the enemy has come to us of their own accord, let's just play along and give them a real buffet. Chapter 53, a large number of planes arrive. At this moment, in the western sky of Nanjing, a dark mass of aircraft, like hungry vultures, was swooping down on the city. This time, the Japanese army deployed a total of 137 aircraft, making it the largest air raid on Nanjing since the start of the war. 32 Type 97 fighters were responsible for leading the way, with cannons and bombs mounted under their wings. 105 Type 97 dive bombers carried 250 kilograms of aerial bombs and were specifically designed for low-altitude precision bombing. These aircraft took off from two airports, Hushi and Hangzhou, and were divided into two batches as planned. The first batch of 45 aircraft, mainly fighters, mixed with 5 bombers, was tasked with clearing the anti-Japanese army's ground-based air defenses. The second batch of 92 aircraft, almost all of them dive bombers, were aimed directly at the mysterious weapons base rumored by the anti-Japanese army. At this time, the first wave of aircraft had approached Nanjing. Commander Major Torada Takahashi, piloting the most advanced Type 97 fighter, flew at the forefront of the formation. He stared at the distant city of Nanjing, his feelings incredibly complex. Special Higher Police Intelligence reported that the Chinese possessed a mysterious anti-aircraft weapon. All 14 aircraft previously dispatched had failed to return. Takahashi knew this trip was dangerous, but it was an order personally given by Admiral Matsui Mizune. The words "at all costs" weighed on his heart like a stone. He didn't want to die, and he wanted to make a contribution. As long as he destroyed that anti-aircraft firepower, promotion, medals, and honors would all come his way. Even so, his palms, gripping the control stick, were already covered in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Luo Yun's side had already entered a state of combat readiness. The radar screen was densely packed with dots of light. He appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was racing with calculations. This time, the Japanese army sent over 100 aircraft, while the anti-aircraft drone fire support battalion only had 200 pilots. According to conventional air defense tactics, at least a 3-to-1 firepower coverage is needed to ensure an effective interception. With insufficient troops at the moment, casualties were likely unavoidable. But Luo Yun quickly suppressed these distracting thoughts, because his pre-prepared contingency plan came in handy. He picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered in a deep voice, "Each team shall proceed according to the plan." At the order, everyone sprang into action. The air defense forces deployed north of the Yangtze River to support Feng Biao quickly rode military trucks to the vicinity of Puka Wharf to join the interception. The Air Defense Firepower Battalion was also completely moved out of the base and dispersed in platoons to concealed locations such as woods and ditches in western Nanjing, with each group covered with camouflage nets. At the same time, the pilots and anti-aircraft drones were deployed completely separately. The pilots took cover nearby, and the drones were hidden in pre-designated positions to minimize losses in the event of bombing by the Japanese army. On the river, 2 flatbed cargo ships slowly entered the Puka Wharf. Inside the base, soldiers raced against time to cover exposed machinery and equipment with camouflage. The tents in the base were originally in urban camouflage, blending seamlessly into the surrounding environment. But the real key was the fake position that Luo Yun personally set up. He had elite soldiers set up more than a dozen deceptive fake bases on the high ground and open areas north of Nanjing. These bases included inflatable tents, inflatable drones, inflatable anti-aircraft drones, and several huge inflatable fake houses. These decoys, though seemingly hidden at the edge of the woods, were actually quite conspicuous from the air. If Japanese pilots observed them closely, they would assume they had spotted target. On some high ground, there are inflatable anti-aircraft gun models, with the gun barrels pointing straight to the sky. Next to them stand many inflatable dummies, some holding binoculars and others bending over to operate the guns. From the air, they look almost indistinguishable from real ones. To make it more realistic, the soldiers also sprinkled a small amount of fuel around the fake gun positions and placed models of ammunition boxes and simulated ammunition piles to completely confuse the Japanese army. Soon, the staff officer strode into the command post and urgently reported, "We're 10 minutes away from the arrival of the Japanese aircraft." Luo Yun glanced at the radar screen and decisively ordered, "Activate air defense warning. All personnel, enter combat readiness. Woo dash." The piercing air raid sirens blared once again along the line from Yijiangmen to Xiaoguan Wharf. Unlike the panic during the first air raid, many refugees were instead intrigued this time. Those who hadn't witnessed the Japanese plane being shot down last time not only didn't take cover, but also ran to rooftops and hillsides, standing on tiptoe to look towards the western sky. They muttered to themselves that they had heard the anti-Japanese army's anti-aircraft weapons were very powerful, and they were determined to see with their own eyes how the Japanese planes were shot down. Soon, the first batch of Japanese aircraft arrived over Nanjing. 40 Type 97 fighters led the way, followed closely by 5 dive bombers. Torata Takahashi stared at the ground below, a greedy glint in his eyes. He roared into the radio, 10 kilometers from target. "All hands on deck, prepare for dive attack. Let's kill them." As he adjusted the fighter jet's attitude, he prayed in his heart that he would not encounter that mysterious anti-aircraft weapon, and that he would return alive to claim his credit. Long live the heavenly locust! All the Japanese pilots shouted in unison, their voices a mixture of fervor and feigned composure. The fighter jets lowered their altitude, tilted their wings, and prepared to dive. Inside the Air Defense Firepower Battalion command post, Luo Yun watched the movements of the Japanese aircraft on the radar and couldn't help but smile. He originally thought that more than 130 planes would swarm in, but the Japanese army attacked in batches, which gave them the opportunity to annihilate them one by one. Wu Tai nodded and said, "The commander is right. Their coming in batches makes it easier for us to deal with them one by one." When the first batch entered the 12-kilometer interception range, I had already ordered everyone to prepare. Chapter 54, the first batch of annihilation. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Tai decisively pressed the attack button and ordered over the radio, "Attention all pilots. All personnel, move out." Each pilot's their own air defense flying aircraft, targeting the Japanese fighter jets in a level flight formation. Firepower ratio of 5-1. Be sure to strike with precision. 200 pilots instantly took their positions, their fingers flying across the joysticks. These small anti-aircraft drones, painted with stealth coating, could effectively avoid Japanese aircraft probing downwards. Having already figured out the patterns from the previous 2 battles, the anti-Japanese air defense forces had discovered the enemy's tactics. When enemy aircraft were flying at level speed, their flight paths were fixed, and their bellies were completely exposed, making it the best time to attack. More importantly, all the Japanese aircraft that had previously encountered this type of firepower crashed. Not a single one returned to relay their experience. Subsequently, the Japanese only knew that this weapon was unlike traditional anti-aircraft guns, but they had no idea how to dodge it. Boom! 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 Violent explosions rang out in the air one after another, and dozens of air defense flying aircraft swarmed towards the Japanese aircraft like bees, locking onto their targets and ramming them directly. A flying drone struck the belly of a fighter jet, instantly exploding a jagged gash, spraying fuel into black smoke and igniting the engine, sending flames soaring into the sky. Some Japanese planes were blown open, Their fuselages went out of control, and they spun and fell like kites with broken strings. Others, with their engines billowing thick smoke, barely managed to fly a few hundred meters before going out of control, crashing and bursting into flames. The 5 dive bombers following behind fared even worse. Before they could react, they were simultaneously hit by multiple flying machines. Their fuselages were torn to pieces, their bombs detonated prematurely, and the sky exploded into fireballs. Within minutes, half of the 45 Japanese aircraft were shot down before they even entered their dive. 22 fighters and 5 bombers were all destroyed, leaving only 23 in the air. The surviving pilots were completely terrified. Their fanaticism was replaced by fear, and they began to dive and roll erratically, desperately trying to avoid the attack, shouting repeatedly, "Devil! What kind of devilish weapon is this?" Takahashi Koda's plane also shook violently, his back soaked with cold sweat. The thought of retreating surged into his mind instantly. He couldn't understand how the Chinese could have such strong anti-aircraft firepower. He instinctively wanted to turn around and run away, but then he remembered General Matsushita Mizune's order. Destroy the air defense positions at all costs. Even if everyone is sacrificed, we cannot retreat. No, I can't escape. Takahashi shook his head violently, his eyes turning frantic. I'm an Imperial Ace pilot. I can't bring shame to the Empire. He suppressed his fear and roared into the radio. Attention, everyone. No deserción. Continue the dive attack and destroy the Chinese Army's anti-aircraft firepower. Anyone who retreats will be court-martialed. A pilot pleaded, his voice trembling with tears. Captain Takahashi, it's too dangerous. We've already lost half our men. If we keep going, we'll all die. Takahashi shouted sternly. Useless trash. The Empire has raised you all for this moment. Charge! After saying that, he took the lead in accelerating his fighter jet, diving at high speed towards Nanjing. The fleeing Japanese planes had no choice but to follow him. At this point, they were still 8 kilometers away from Ijun Gate. At the speed of the Type 97 fighter jet, it would only take 1 minute to reach the airspace and destroy those so-called air defense positions. Even during the dive, the explosions continued. Anti-aircraft aircraft pursued relentlessly, and despite the Japanese planes' desperate evasive maneuvers, many were still hit. Some aircraft had their wings broken off and crashed headfirst to the ground. Some had their cockpits blown open, killing the pilots instantly, and others had their fuel tanks ignited, exploding into huge fireballs in the air. When the Japanese troops finally reached the airspace above Ijun Gate, of the original 23 surviving planes, less than 10 remained. Takahashi Koda survived by sheer luck thanks to his superb skills. He hovered above Ijun Gate, looked down, and his eyes lit up. The ground was covered with anti-Japanese army bases, densely packed with tents, as well as many mysterious weapons with 4 propellers. Several positions even had multiple anti-aircraft guns. This is completely consistent with the intelligence sent back by the Special Hire Police. Takahashi was overjoyed. His previous fear vanished instantly. As long as he destroyed these positions, his mission would be complete, and no matter how many planes he lost, he would still be a hero. He immediately aimed at the air defense position on the ground and pressed the fire button for the airborne machine gun. Da-da-da, da-da-da. A hail of bullets rained down on the anti-aircraft gun models. He watched with his own eyes as they were hit, overturned, and destroyed. But when he looked up, he found that there were no more friendly planes in the sky. More than 20 fighter jets were all gone. He was the only one left. Takahashi Terada's heart tightened suddenly. He quickly pulled up the plane, preparing to leave the battlefield. The mission was complete. The Chinese anti-aircraft firepower had been destroyed. He could go back and report, and might even be alive. This is already the best possible outcome. He pressed the radio button and sent a signal to the second wave commander, Kenta Kitamura. Chinese air defenses have been cleared. Attack is permitted. Target clearly identified. He then prepared to accelerate the upward movement. Just then, a dark figure rushed out from the side. It was so fast that his eyes couldn't keep up. No. Boom. Chapter 55. The ace pilot is torn between 2 options. A racing drone crashed precisely into the belly of Takahashi's aircraft, and a deafening explosion erupted. Flames instantly engulfed the entire plane, and the fuselage shattered into pieces. He didn't even have time to scream before he plummeted to the ground with the wreckage. In his final moments, Takahashi had only one thought. he was finally dead. Cheers erupted immediately from the anti-aircraft fire battalion's bunker. The soldiers shouted excitedly that the Japanese commander had been hit, and by a drone personally operated by the battalion commander. WWII lowered the control stick, a smile on his face. This ace pilot was indeed quite skilled. He constantly changed his attitude in the air, expending a full 10 interceptor drones before finally shooting him down. Luo Yun walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and praised him, saying, "Well done." WWII then reported that the first batch of 45 enemy planes had all been shot down. Not a single one had escaped. Luo Yun nodded and looked at the radar screen. Seeing how easily the Japanese army took the bait and focused on bombing the inflatable models, he immediately decided to postpone the interception of the second wave of enemy aircraft so that the Japanese would not be scared away after the first wave was destroyed. At that moment, a second wave of 92 Japanese aircraft was rapidly approaching. In the rear command center, Kitamura Kina received a signal from Takahashi Torada, and his eyes immediately lit up. He immediately ordered the entire troop to assemble via radio, declaring that Takahashi had cleared the Chinese army's anti-aircraft fire and that now was the perfect opportunity to bomb the mysterious weapons base and seize the credit. But as soon as he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of the distant sky. None of the first batch of planes had returned. Only billowing black smoke continued to swirl in the air. Kitamura Kenta's heart sank. He immediately sensed something was wrong. The complete annihilation of 45 aircraft demonstrated that the Chinese army's anti-aircraft firepower was by no means simple. On the other hand, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he was in the second wave. If Takahashi had really fought to the death to clear out the firepower, he could have easily completed the mission and survived to receive a promotion, medal, and honor. As they flew closer to Nanjing, 15 kilometers, 12 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 8 kilometers, Kenta Kitamura grew increasingly nervous, his mind flashing back to the flames of the crash. Those were his compatriots. If the Chinese army's anti-aircraft firepower were still intact, he would have met the same fate. But even now, the sky remained empty and no attacks occurred. Kitamura Kenta was overjoyed, convinced that Takahashi Koda had truly succeeded. He raised his binoculars and looked towards Ijian Gate, where he indeed saw a large number of mysterious weapons and tents, which perfectly matched the intelligence transmitted back by the Special Hire Police. Kenta Kitamura was so excited he could hardly contain himself. If he could just destroy all of these things, he would have accomplished a great feat, and Admiral Matsui would surely reward him. However, just as he was feeling triumphant, a series of explosions suddenly erupted behind the squadron. Amidst the roar, at least 30 Japanese aircraft were instantly destroyed, scattering debris and filling the sky with thick smoke and flames. Many pilots failed to eject and plummeted to the ground screaming in agony. Kitamura Kena whirled around, instantly panicking. He couldn't understand why such a fierce attack was occurring here when Takahashi had clearly stated that the anti-aircraft fire had been cleared. In fear, his instinct was to turn and run. But General Matsui Mizune's order echoed in his mind. Destroy the Chinese army's secret weapons base at all costs. Even if it means the sacrifice of all, do not retreat. Kenta Kitamura gritted his teeth and suppressed his fear. He knew that if he ran away now, he would not only lose his first merit, but also be punished by military law and even implicate his family. He then roared into the radio, ordering all aircraft not to flee, to continue accelerating to attack the target, and to complete the bombing at all costs. The pilots were already terrified by the sudden attack, but upon hearing the order, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and push the speed to the limit, desperately rushing towards the airspace above Yijiangmen. Even so, planes continued to be shot down. By the time they finally reached their target area, the entire fleet was reduced to less than 20 aircraft. No one dared to descend to the optimal altitude. Instead, they frantically pressed the bomb release button, dropping all the bombs in one go, and then immediately fled this terrifying airspace. Kenta Kitamura did the same, quickly dropping his bombs and immediately maneuvering his aircraft to ascend. He looked back and saw flames shooting into the sky in the direction of Ijian Gate. It seemed that all those bases had been destroyed. He completed his mission and survived. For him, that was the best possible outcome. At this point, only 16 aircraft remained in the air, including 4 fighter jets. All the planes were accelerating desperately, their engines almost smoking, and the pilots were pale-faced, wanting only to get away as quickly as possible. Inside the Air Defense Battalion command post, Luo Yun frowned slightly as he watched the red dots gradually receding from the radar screen. 16 more aircraft remained. They were about to flee. He asked Wu Tai how many VCRs were left. Wu Tai glanced at the data and said there were still over 100, but the distance was too far and the hit rate would decrease. Luo Yun was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. He picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered the immediate release of red signal smoke grenades near the unexploded simulation base. Soon, several red smoke grenades rose near the fake position, their bright red smoke columns standing out conspicuously in the sky. Kenta Kitamura, who was retreating at full speed, saw it, and his pupils suddenly contracted. It was an Imperial signal smoke grenade. It must be a special higher police agent risking their life to send a message. This meant that there were still key targets there that hadn't been destroyed. Kenta's heart clenched. He was utterly conflicted. To flee, or to go back. Going back might mean death. If they can escape, the mission might be incomplete. Chapter 56, The Ace Pilot Backs Down. Kenta Kitamura recalled the words Matsui Mizune had spoken to them before their departure. The rise and fall of the Empire hinges on this battle. Gentlemen, I entrust my fate to you. He recalled the toast he had been given in celebration, his honor, his family, and his future. He dared not even consider the consequences of fleeing back like this, with the key objective undestroyed and the Chinese's secret weapon still intact. He was an ace pilot. He couldn't let the Empire down. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the radio button. Attention! Turn back and attack the location where the red smoke is rising. There are still critical targets there that haven't been destroyed. The remaining 3 pilots were practically cursing themselves to death. They were almost out of the battlefield. Going back now would be suicide. But the order had been given, and no matter how terrified they were, they had no choice but to obey, grumbling as they followed Kitamura Kenta around. The 4 aircraft regrouped and flew at low altitude toward the fake position, constantly making sharp turns to evade detection, fearing that they would be targeted by that strange anti-aircraft fire again. Inside the anti-aircraft fire support battalion, Luo Yun looked at the 4 enemy planes turning back on the radar screen and smiled slightly. They're back as expected. Those greedy Japanese devils can't escape their fate in the end. He immediately ordered Wu Tai. Select a dozen or so of the best pilots to operate the air defense flying drones and make sure to shoot down all 4 of these planes. Wu Tai responded and left. Soon, more than a dozen anti-aircraft flying aircraft took off and headed straight for the Japanese warplanes. It must be said that these 4 pilots were indeed very capable. They learned from the lesson of the previous group being wiped out and constantly performed serpentine maneuvers, sharp turns, and rolls in the air, even deliberately luring the flying aircraft close before suddenly changing direction and shaking them off. However, the pilots of the Air Defense Battalion remained calm, always keeping their eyes firmly on the target, adjusting their angles, and waiting for the best opportunity. Soon, explosions rang out in the sky. The first fighter jet was hit simultaneously by 2 flying drones. The second was hit in the engine and plummeted, trailing black smoke. The third attempted to stop abruptly to avoid a collision, but was precisely struck in the belly. After the fake positions were destroyed by strafing, only Kenta Kitamura remained of the 4 aircraft. He used his superb skills to evade the enemy, and, after completing the attack on the 2 positions, immediately accelerated away. He maneuvered wildly, dodging one flying machine after another. Just then, he saw the Puka Wharf, where 2 large ships were moored, their hulls enormous, and their displacement at least 200 tons. According to Japanese military practice, such high-value targets must be destroyed. But when Kitamura Kenta looked around, he realized that all his friendly aircraft were gone, and he was the only one left. He chickened out. Without any hesitation, he sped away. The V-Dragon was still in pursuit, but he was too fast and finally broke out of the attack range. It wasn't until they were 10 kilometers away that Kitamura Kenta dared to look back. He picked up his binoculars and looked towards Ijiang Gate, where flames were raging and several bases had been destroyed. He looked again at the Puka Wharf. The 2 large ships were still intact, but he dare not go back. He could only take a deep breath and console himself. Yoshi, although the losses were great, I'm still alive. The mission is complete. The Chinese base has been destroyed. After saying that, he turned around and flew towards the Hohu City base. After all the Japanese aircraft had completely left, near Puka Wharf and Ijeon Gate, soldiers of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army, whether new recruits or veterans, all rushed out of their bunkers, waving their weapons and cheering loudly. "We won! We won! We shot down more than 100 Japanese planes. We'll never be afraid of Japanese bombing again." Cheers echoed through Nanjing. The refugees who had been watching joined in, clapping and shouting, their faces breaking into long-lost smiles, their eyes rekindling with hope. Inside the Air Defense Battalion command post, a staff officer rushed in and excitedly reporting to the commander, "In this air defense battle, our army destroyed a total of 124 Japanese enemy aircraft, including 31 fighters and 92 bombers. No one in our anti-Japanese National Salvation Army was injured or killed." Luoyin nodded slightly. The staff officer's tone immediately turned somber. A power generation base has been destroyed, with equipment losses amounting to approximately 2 million. In addition, some refugees were accidentally injured by the wreckage of the crashed plane, with an estimated 20 casualties. Medical personnel are currently conducting rescue operations. Luo Yun remained silent for a moment. The anti-Japanese army suffered no casualties and shot down 124 enemy aircraft. Such a result would be a miracle in any war. He looked up at the cheering pilots. "All participants, another merit is awarded. Continue to organize study sessions and summarize our experiences." Then, his tone became serious. "The Japanese may send more planes later, hundreds or even thousands, so we must prepare in advance." The pilots responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Images of aircraft carrier battles and thousands of planes clashing in the Pacific theater flashed through Luo Yun's mind, and his brows furrowed again. Air defense, 9 out of 10 defenses fail. We can't remain passively attacked forever. Only by launching an attack as soon as possible and proactively destroying Japanese airfields and aircraft carriers can the threat be fundamentally resolved. In order to mislead the Japanese army, Luo Yun immediately ordered, "No one other than the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army is allowed to approach the base or leave the controlled area within the city. Anyone who violates this order will be executed as a Japanese spy. From now on, all drone units will significantly reduce their attack intensity. The drones will cease operations, and only a small number of drones will be retained to monitor the Japanese army and continue to bombard their artillery. We're creating the illusion for the Japanese that our drone units have suffered heavy casualties. All drone units are taking turns resting, replenishing ammunition, and charging their batteries." Wu Tai was taken aback. "Commander, this is—" Luo Yun waved his hand. "The Japanese have suffered such a great loss today, they will never let this go. They must be preparing for an even larger scale attack. We must give them some hope." He snorted coldly. "When they come back, we'll give them another surprise." Chapter 57. A Decisive Strike Against the Great Powers. After the order was given, the drone offensive inside and outside Nanjing City immediately weakened. The drones that had been circling in the sky returned to base one after another, leaving only a few reconnaissance planes in the air to monitor the movements of the Japanese army. Occasionally, bombs would still fall, destroying one or two artillery pieces, but compared to the previous overwhelming bombardment, it was like a tickle. Inside the Japanese positions, the soldiers hiding in their bunkers finally dared to peek out, asking in surprise, "The Chinese attack seems to have stopped?" By this time, the anti-Japanese drone unit had been engaged in high-intensity combat for nearly a day. Outside the command tent, the drone operators slumped to the ground, exhausted, their eyes bloodshot, and their fingers bearing marks from the joysticks they had used to operate them. The drone's battery was almost depleted. Ammunition reserves were dwindling rapidly, and both personnel and equipment were at their limits. Without immediate rest, charging, and resupply, they would be unable to cope with the larger battles to come. Luo Yun was well aware that drone warfare relied not only on pilots, but also on logistics. Previously, pilots had to control the drones, check ammunition, maintain equipment, and record data, which diverted too much of their energy. So he immediately decided to supplement the drone unit with a batch of newly recruited literate young people, giving priority to those who could do math and assigning them to be responsible for ammunition inventory, battery charging, equipment cleaning, and combat record keeping. In this way, frontline drone pilots can be freed from miscellaneous tasks and focus on operating drones, preparing for subsequent major battles. According to Luo Yun's plan, in extreme circumstances, the anti-Japanese army could deploy up to 1,500 drones simultaneously to form a saturation bombing campaign. Then, Luo Yun turned his attention to the support battalion. Before the major battle, ammunition stocks had to be replenished to a safe level. He ordered that more literate young men be sent to the logistics department to participate in low-skill tasks such as assembling ammunition casings, installing fuses, and filling explosives. At the same time, he demanded that skilled soldiers and new recruits be mixed together, processes be optimized, and ammunition production be increased as quickly as possible. Just then, Wang Taiyong, the battalion commander of the Supply Transport Battalion, ran over and reported, "Commander, there's an update at Shaguan Wharf." Luo Yun nodded and let him speak. Wang Taiyong opened his notebook. In the past few hours, the ferry ticket exchange point has collected a total of 3,264 small yellow croakers, 284 large yellow croakers, and a considerable amount of gold and silver jewelry, silver dollars, and legal tender of equivalent value. He continued, "The material exchange point has collected 2,215 small yellow croakers and 221 large yellow croakers, as well as jewelry and silver coins of equivalent value. All the items have been counted and cataloged and verified by 2 people. They're all on the truck in the back now." Luo Yun did the mental calculations. 5,479 small yellow croakers, about 171 kilograms. 505 large yellow croakers, about 158 kilograms. A total of 329 kilograms of gold, which, at the original timeline's prices, was close to 329 million. But his brow furrowed slightly. In the first hour alone, they'd collected nearly 340 million. Now, more than 4 hours later, they'd only collected an additional 330 million. It seemed the gold held by the 300,000-plus refugees at Shaguan Wharf had been nearly completely drained. Refugees are already displaced and have limited personal belongings, so the fact that they could contribute so much already exceeded expectations. Luo Yun sighed. "All right, something is better than nothing." Wang Taiyong continued his report, stating that there were no more refugees paying their own way to cross the river at Shaguan Wharf, and they had begun arranging for the defeated soldiers to cross. Important supplies and vehicles at Puka Wharf had also all been transported across the river. However, many people in Puka now want to return to Shaguan Wharf. Wang Taiyong asked, "Commander, how much should the ferry tickets from Puka be priced?" Luo Yun thought for a moment. "First, collect all the civilian boats in Puku and coordinate their use. The fare for the people will be 1 yuan. Wang Taiyong was taken aback. "So cheap." Luo Yun smiled and said that most of the people who wanted to return from Puku were people who had received their relief and were loyal to the anti-Japanese army. 1 yuan was enough. As for soldiers, Luo Yun wasn't so easy to talk to. If anyone really wanted to come back, they were probably just looking to reap the benefits. He said coldly, "The ticket price for soldiers is the same as crossing the river from Shaguan. 1 small yellow croaker per person." After taking notes, Wang Taiyong reported on the recruitment situation. A total of 15,241 eligible young men with clean backgrounds were found, of whom 12,451 were literate. Recruitment of 16,214 defeated soldiers has been halted, with over 11,000 of them having completed reorganization. Luo Yun nodded. With over 30,000 new recruits, plus the original 3,000, he now commanded nearly 35,000 men. He then ordered all the large and small gold ornaments and jewelry from the trucks to be moved to his private tent, while the silver jewelry, silver dollars, and silver coins were sent to the logistics battalion as military supplies. Wang Taiyong stood at attention and accepted the order. When Luo Yun returned to the tent, the gold was already neatly stacked on the ground. He directly recharged all the gold into the system, and the balance showed 421.32 kilograms. 421 kilograms of gold, equivalent to approximately 420 million yuan in the original Dragon Kingdom. This was his entire fortune. Afterwards, Luo Yun contacted his cousin Luo Feng through an e-commerce platform, briefly explained the situation, and arranged for another purchase. The first priority is to purchase printing presses, paper, ink, and printing plates. This is of paramount importance. Once he has a stable base, he plans to use counterfeit money that looks even more real than real money to deliver a swift and decisive blow to all the foreign powers. He wanted to print as many currencies as possible: Japanese yen, Chinese currency, US dollars, British pounds, and rubles. He wanted to seize gold from these great powers. The second measure is to initiate international bulk grain purchases. Currently, international grain prices are cheaper than domestic prices. Wheat is 0.7 yuan per kilogram, corn is 0.6 yuan per kilogram, and rice is 1.3 yuan per kilogram. We must purchase in large quantities. There are over 300,000 refugees and tens of thousands of soldiers in Nanjing. Feeding them is the top priority. Only by solving the food problem can we truly stabilize the morale of the people. Chapter 58. The 1st Battalion's Battle Results. Thirdly, Luo Yin requested that several modification plans be found to study the conversion of civilian tracked vehicles into armored vehicles. Next, the anti-Japanese army should take the initiative to attack and push through the Japanese positions. Armored vehicles could protect the soldiers and provide fire support, minimizing casualties. Fourthly, high-yield grain seeds and fertilizers should also be purchased in bulk. Luo Yin plans to forcefully promote high-yield seeds on his land after spring planting, in conjunction with the use of fertilizers, to quickly increase grain production, solve the food problem, and achieve self-sufficiency. The 5th item is the conversion of civilian aircraft. This project is very difficult, requiring financial and technical support, and for now, we can only prepare for it. Once the converted aircraft are in place, the anti-Japanese army will be able to use them for reconnaissance, transporting supplies, and even bombing Japanese troops. However, this timeline doesn't yet have a global positioning system, making it difficult to implement the cheap, long-range precision strike methods of later generations in the short term. Even if they were to be developed, the attack range would be limited, so it's better to use drones for now. The final item is the procurement of complete sets of industrial equipment. Equipment for coal mining, cement, steel, textiles, power generation, photovoltaics, power grids, oil extraction, and oil refining will all be purchased gradually. Once the site is stable, a modern industrial foundation can be quickly established. Luo Yun's strategy was clear. Utilize the cheap raw materials and advanced technology from his original timeline, combined with the low labor costs here, to quickly establish a number of modern enterprises. But after arranging all this, he still sighed softly, his eyes filled with anxiety. The system only has a little over 400 million yuan left, and it still has to cover the cost of drone combat ammunition, battery wear and tear, fuel replenishment, and troop supplies. This amount of money seems like a lot, but if it were invested in industrial projects, it probably wouldn't even be enough to support one. Luo Yun had just returned to headquarters and hadn't even sat down when a staff officer rushed up to him with a telegram. Looking excited, Luo Yun only said one word. Speak. The staff officer immediately reported, and Battalion Commander Fang Biao sent a battle report. The main force of the 1st Battalion, in coordination with Yang Yojia's Central Army, annihilated the Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment and the 41st Infantry Regiment under the command of the Kunisaki Detachment of the Japanese Army in the Jiangbei area. In the 2 offensive battles, a total of 5,478 Japanese soldiers were killed, including 127 officers and 5,351 soldiers. 214 were captured, including 1 battalion commander, 2 company commanders, and 6 platoon leaders. Our side was assigned 1 battalion commander and 2 platoon leaders as prisoners, all of whom were imprisoned in Puka City. The staff officer then reported the captured items: 4,687 Type 38 rifles, 94 Type 11 light machine guns, 54 Type 92 heavy machine guns, 67 Type 89 grenade launchers, and 27 Type 94 75mm mountain guns. In addition, there were 465 mules and horses, more than 860 mountain gun shells, more than 1.2 million rifle bullets, as well as military supplies such as tents, dry food, medicine, and communication equipment. Most excitingly, the gold, silver, and currency captured from the Japanese soldiers were equivalent to approximately 32 kilograms of gold. The captured military supplies were sold to the Central Army at 80% of their value, which could be converted into approximately 63 kilograms of gold. Together, these amounted to a total of 95 kilograms of gold. Upon hearing this number, Luo Yun couldn't help but smile. Just moments ago, he was worrying about funds, and now money was being delivered to his doorstep. Indeed, war was the fastest way to make money. It could both eliminate the Japanese army and seize supplies to fill the gaps. He suppressed his elation and asked in a deep voice about the casualties. The staff officer straightened up and replied, The 1st Battalion has 9 lightly wounded, 21 seriously wounded, and no dead. The Central Army has 2 dead, 13 lightly wounded, and 8 seriously wounded. Luo Yin nodded, quite satisfied. Both the 1st Battalion and Yang Yojia's Central Army had shown significant progress after 2 joint operations. The 1st Battalion, in particular, had become increasingly tactically sophisticated, and its soldiers' skills had greatly improved, making it his strongest main force. With a major battle imminent tonight, the Japanese army is bound to launch a large-scale offensive. Luo Yun's forces are still stretched thin. The 1st Battalion is the strongest and must be deployed strategically, defending key positions while also ensuring the base's garrison. He quickly ordered Fang Biao to lead a company back to base immediately, leaving 2 companies to garrison Puku City and Puku Wharf, reinforce fortifications, guard prisoners, and guard against Japanese sneak attacks. At the same time, they were to support the downstream minefield to ensure they completed their mission and blocked the Japanese army's crossing of the river. Next, Luo Yun ordered that 1,200 literate young men be added to Fang Biao's ranks, and that Fang Biao lead the formation of the 1st Regiment of the Anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. He also promoted Fang Biao to the position of regimental commander, responsible for base defense, security, material protection, and recruit training. The staff officer was somewhat surprised and asked Fang Biao if he should rest since he had just finished fighting. Luo Yun shook his head. There's no time to rest. There's another big battle tonight. The staff officer then asked if other units were to be expanded, but Luo Yun said that with the big battle imminent, there would be no adjustments for the time being, and they would discuss it after tonight's battle. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters of the Japanese Central China Area Army in Shuxi, the atmosphere was more relaxed than ever before. The staff officers walked briskly, their faces beaming with smiles, because Captain Kenta Kitamura, commander of the 15th Independent Squadron of the 3rd Air Regiment, had returned alive, bringing with him an exhilarating victory. At this moment, Kitamura Kina was standing before Matsui Mizun, reporting his victory. His military uniform was impeccably pressed, his face bearing a perfect balance of weariness and determination, his eyes shining like a hero's. This was the most glorious moment of his life. To be able to report the battle results directly to the army commander was an honor that countless officers dreamed of. Chapter 59, à colonel's talent. A surge of pride welled up in Kitamura Kina's heart. He knew very well that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if he seized it, he could rise to prominence and even have his name written into the annals of imperial history. He snapped to attention, saluted, and said in a loud voice, "Commander, I have been ordered to report on the results of this air raid." Matsui Mizun nodded, signaling him to continue. Kitamura Kinta took a deep breath and first pointed his finger at the commander of the 1st batch, Takahashi Koda. He said indignantly that Lieutenant Takahashi had made a command error, falsely claiming over the radio that the Chinese air defenses had been neutralized, when in fact the opposite was true. It was this erroneous intelligence that caused the second wave of aircraft to suffer heavy losses. He then pointed out that Takahashi's tactics were foolish, as he led his squadron into the target area in a level flight without any evasive maneuvers, which ultimately led to the complete annihilation of the 1st batch of 45 aircraft. 45 Imperial warriors, 45 elite fighter jets, sacrificed in vain. A hush fell over the command post. Some bowed their heads, others exchanged glances. Former ace pilot Kota Takahashi was now branded with shame. Kenta Kitamura then took the opportunity to recount his heroic deeds. He said that he remained calm in the face of intense anti-aircraft fire and decisively ordered the aircraft to disperse and maneuver, weaving, rolling, diving, and climbing, entering and exiting the fire net twice without being harmed. He emphasized that while the Chinese anti-aircraft weapons were powerful, they were not invincible. They were slower than anti-aircraft shells and relied primarily on impact to kill. With agility, one could dodge them. Matsui Mizun's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this. Kenta Kitamura continued, emphasizing that under his leadership, the warriors fought bravely and, with their ingenious tactics and perfect teamwork, ultimately destroyed 13 mysterious weapon bases belonging to the Chinese army. Those tents, flying weapons, and air defense positions were all destroyed. My subordinates personally led the charge, and every bombing point hit the core precisely, without the slightest deviation. Matsui Mizun's breathing gradually became rapid. Then, Kenta Kitamura recounted the final, thrilling incident. After completing the mission, he was preparing to lead his team back when several plumes of red signal smoke suddenly rose from the ground. He concluded that it was a bombing marker placed at great risk by Imperial agents. The enemy would surely die if exposed, but he couldn't betray that trust, so he immediately ordered the remaining 3 fighters to return with him. 4 planes charged into the enemy lines again, advancing against the Chinese anti-aircraft fire. Kenta Kitamura described it with great passion, saying that his comrades were shot down and killed one after another, but he never retreated. Finally, amidst a hail of bullets, he located his last target and hit it with a grenade. With a deafening roar, the final base was completely destroyed, and he, thanks to his superb flying skills, successfully escaped from the encirclement. After he finished speaking, Kenta Kitamura stood ramrod straight, waiting for praise. The command center was completely silent. Everyone looked at him with reverence in their eyes. Matsui Mizun remained silent for a few seconds, then slowly stood up, walked to him, and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Kitamura-kun, you did a great job. You are a hero of the Empire, and you have the talent of a colonel. Kenta Kitamura's heart nearly leaped out his chest. A colonel, that's a high-ranking Air Force officer, qualified to serve as an Air Force commander, base commander, or even a carrier strike group leader. And he was currently just a lieutenant. With Admiral Matsui Mizun's patronage, he could almost see himself sitting in the position of Air Force commander. He suddenly stood at attention and bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Commander. I am willing to die for the Empire. Matsui Mizun nodded in satisfaction, returned to his seat, and began to synthesize information from all sides. Kenta Kitamura's report was largely consistent with the accounts of other surviving pilots. Although more than 120 aircraft were lost in this battle, and the air power of the Central China Area Army was almost completely wiped out, the cost was worthwhile as long as the mysterious weapons base of the Chinese army was destroyed. After all, those mysterious weapons had previously inflicted heavy casualties on the Imperial Army. Now that the base is destroyed, the initiative on the battlefield has a chance to return to the Empire's hands. More importantly, this result perfectly matches the changes on the front lines. On all fronts, the once overwhelming number of drones has been reduced by more than 80%, and Imperial soldiers can finally move freely on the ground without having to constantly guard against aerial bombardment. As for the occasional sporadic artillery fire, Matsui Mizun considered it a trivial matter. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Kenta Kitamura and asked, "Tell me about their air defense weapons. You've had close contact with them. What are your insights?" Kenta Kitamura immediately perked up. This was precisely his area of expertise. He first acknowledged that China's mysterious air defense weapons were indeed formidable, then changed the subject, but they are not insurmountable. After saying that, he walked to the map and began to explain, "This weapon flies slightly faster than our fighter jets, but much slower than anti-aircraft shells." Chapter 60, The Talent of a Marshal. Kenta Kitamura concluded that the destructive power of this mysterious Chinese weapon primarily stemmed from high-speed impact, rather than explosion. The previous heavy losses were due to the Imperial Army's lack of understanding of its characteristics. Once the patterns were deciphered, it could be avoided. As he gestured, he explained that the best approach was to begin violent maneuvers about 10 kilometers from the target, employing serpentine maneuvers, rolls, dives, and climbs to make the flight path unpredictable. With the right technique, one could navigate through a network of fire, just like him, and even destroy anti-aircraft fire. After speaking, Kitamura Kenta slightly raised his chin, his eyes filled with arrogance, as if he were already the ace pilot among the Japanese army. Matsui Mizun listened with shining eyes, nodding repeatedly. He approached Kenta Kitamura, promising to personally award him a medal after the war, and ordering him to immediately compile his experience and conduct comprehensive training within the air regiment, ensuring that every pilot was proficient. A month later, a new batch of aircraft would arrive, and the skies and glory of the Empire would depend on them to defend it. Kenta Kitamura bowed deeply, expressing his determination not to fail in his mission. Mizun Matsui then turned to his staff and ordered them to immediately find the Imperial warrior who had released signal flares at the mysterious weapons base in China and guided the Imperial Army to their target. He wanted to personally award him a medal and honor. Just as the staff officer left, a technical staff officer rushed in with an experimental report, excitedly reporting, The technical department has reached a conclusion. Matsui Mizun immediately pressed for details, asking if they had found the weakness of the mysterious weapon. The technical staff said they had 5 soldiers put on colonel uniforms and introduced the mysterious flying weapon into a completely dark, enclosed space. After 5 consecutive tests, the results were consistent. The weapon was essentially rendered inoperable in the dark. Once it enters darkness, it either loses its tracking ability, spirals down, and self-destructs, or it loses its target and returns directly, posing no threat to the soldiers. In other words, it becomes useless at night. The Chinese's mysterious weapons base had already been destroyed by Kitamura Kenta. Even if a few remnants remained, they would be useless at night. Matsui Mizun immediately became excited, staring at the map on the wall and quickly calculating in his mind. Currently, the Chinese army only controls the area north of Shiziji and the Shaoguan Wharf in Nanjing. If a general offensive is launched tonight, they can sweep through that area in one fell swoop, seize the mysterious weapon, and then study, replicate, and mass-produce it for the Imperial Army. By then, the Empire's influence will no longer be limited to China. The Northern Soviet Union, the European blast furnaces, and the Americas may all be brought under its control. Matsui Mizun will become its greatest contributor, and the possibility of him becoming chief of the Army General Staff or even field marshal is not out of the question. He was trembling with excitement, but forced himself to calm down. He then loudly ordered his chief of staff, Sakato, to devise a night attack plan for Nanjing, launching a full-scale assault on Nanjing that night. He also demanded that they seize as many of the mysterious Chinese weapons and bases as possible. At this moment, the communications officer rushed over to report that the 3 gunboats, Attica, Toba, and Sita, of the 11th Squadron of the 3rd Fleet of the Navy, had arrived in the river area near the Yuryuzan Fort and were ready to carry out their mission at any time. Matsui Mizun frowned slightly. The Navy idiots had finally arrived. Although he was already dissatisfied with their slow response, now was not the time to fuss. He ordered the naval vessels to completely blockade the river north of Nanjing and to sink any Chinese ferries they spotted. He added that they should focus on observing the mysterious Chinese flying weapons to see if they could be shot down with anti-aircraft guns, and that any suspicious targets such as tents or mysterious buildings found at the Shaoguan Wharf should be destroyed. Meanwhile, the wind was biting cold on the mudflats outside the old river mouth, and the dampness soaked through their uniforms. The mine-laying platoon soldiers had been huddled under their muddy moisture-proof mats for more than 7 hours. Suddenly, platoon leader Hitao's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Headquarters reported that 3 Japanese gunboats had entered the Wulongshan Fort's warning zone, traveling at approximately 12 knots, and were expected to reach the Caoshi Gorge area in 30 minutes. The minesweeper was ordered to intercept or sink them, and to strictly prohibit them from approaching the Shaoguan Wharf. Hitao solemnly confirmed the mission, then reiterated the parameters of the 3 Japanese warships to the entire platoon. The Toba, a river gunboat, had a displacement of 250 tons, armed with 4 76mm guns and 6 machine guns, with a speed of 15 knots. The Seda had a displacement of 330 tons, armed with 2 120mm guns and 4 76mm guns, with a speed of 16 knots. Finally, there's the Attica, with a standard displacement of 725 tons. It's the newest of the 3, equipped with 2 120mm guns, 2 76mm anti-aircraft guns, 6 machine guns, and a depth charge system with a speed of 20 knots. Chapter 61, I want to seize it too. Hitao glared at the soldier. Small? Small is still a warship. His gaze swept over everyone, his tone turning serious. The commander had said that the equipment this minesweeper possessed was enough to arm another battalion. If they couldn't even handle 3 small warships, how could they face anyone back home? The soldiers' expressions immediately turned serious. Hitao continued. Even if they can't stop it, there's still the anti-aircraft fire battalion's drones to cover for them. But if we really have to rely on the people in the sky to clean up their mess, the mine platoon will lose face big time. An old soldier nodded in agreement. The minesweeper should handle the work in the water. Hitao patted him on the shoulder, urging everyone to stay alert. They had been waiting all day for this moment. At this moment, 2 Dolphin 3A unmanned underwater robots had already submerged to the bottom of the river, connected to a generator truck via a dedicated cable to maintain a continuous power supply. Two fully charged drones also rose to an altitude of 200 meters, transmitting real-time images of the river surface back to the control screen. On the screen, 3 Japanese warships were clearly visible. The Toba was leading the way, the Attica was in the middle commanding, and the Ceto was bringing up the rear, all slowly advancing along the planned route. Hitao stared at the terminal, tapped on the map, and decided to place the ambush point 300 meters downstream of Tsaoshi Gorge. The channel there was narrow, and the current was gentle, forcing warships to slow down. Moreover, the complex underwater terrain was perfect for the unmanned underwater robot to hide. His plan was straightforward. Lay mines near the ambush point in advance, and concentrate the attack on the lead ship, Toba. Toba was the smallest and least protected ship. Sinking it first would disrupt the Japanese fleet and create opportunities for subsequent attacks. However, the Dolphin 3A has limited speed, with a maximum speed of only 6 knots. With a 200-kilogram mine towed, it would only have 4 knots, making it impossible to catch up with the warship. Therefore, they could only ambush in the channel ahead, and they only had one chance. If the mine failed to accurately reach the hull, the enemy ship could easily escape. The soldiers responded in unison and immediately took action. 2 operators controlled 2 unmanned underwater robots, each towing a 200-kilogram mine, slowly moving them towards the predicted course. The drone in the air continuously transmitted images and used its surfacing fuse to calibrate its position. Meanwhile, inside the command center of the Attica, Fleet Commander Harada NOV looked out the window, his eyes filled with contempt. He cursed the army for advancing too slowly, unable to even capture a single dock in Shimonoseki, forcing the Navy to come from Macy to clean up the mess, a disgrace to the Empire. He then asked his adjutant if the cause of the 2 gunboats sinking that morning had been determined, and whether they had been attacked by ground artillery. Although Harada was arrogant, he was not stupid, and the fate of those 2 gunboats made him more wary. The adjutant bowed and reported that the cause had not yet been fully investigated. The technical department initially determined that it was not ground artillery, but rather an attack by some kind of mysterious Chinese flying weapon. Hearing this, Harada scoffed, thinking that so-called flying weapons were nothing to be afraid of. Their squadron was equipped with machine guns and anti-aircraft guns. If the enemy dared to show themselves, a single salvo would be enough to take them down. He grew increasingly smug, even complaining that the squadron command was too cautious. If he were in command, he would have already completely blockaded the river north of Nanjing. There would be no need to wait for the army. They might already be enjoying themselves in the city. Those army idiots, without naval support, couldn't even cross the river. Despite his boastful words, Harada didn't truly relax. He had read the intelligence and knew that the Chinese army's flying weapons were fast and stealthy, so they had to be on guard. Soon his smile faded, and he ordered the entire squadron to go on high alert. All sailors immediately took their combat positions. Lookouts kept a close watch on the air and the river, and anti-aircraft machine guns and anti-aircraft guns were ready to fire at any time. Upon spotting any unusual aerial targets, they were to open fire immediately without requesting permission, ensuring that the Chinese forces had no opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The adjutant immediately obeyed. Soon, alarms blared on the 3 warships. Sailors rushed to their posts, and the entire fleet instantly went on high alert. Not long after, the adjutant returned quickly with binoculars, excitedly reporting. Targets had been spotted on the river ahead. The 2 Chinese ferries they were supposed to sink. Harada's eyes lit up, and he took the binoculars to look. In the distance, 2 ferries were slowly sailing on the river, their hulls clean and their weaponry undetectable. He observed for a moment, a greedy smile spreading across his face. He could tell that the 2 ships were powered by internal combustion engines. The smokestacks emitted no black smoke, indicating they weren't small coal-fired steamships, and their power systems were far more advanced than their steam engines. The ships were filled with Chinese refugees, with virtually no defenses. It was practically a gift delivered to their doorstep. Harada lowered his binoculars and announced with a cold laugh that the 2 ships belonged to the Imperial Navy. He glanced down at his own Atake, disdainfully pointing out that it was still using a coal-fired triple expansion steam engine, and then scolded the army for being ignorant, thinking only of sinking such a good internal combustion engine ship. He immediately ordered the formation to accelerate and quickly approached the 2 ferries. After boarding, They were to immediately employ boarding tactics, having sailors forcibly board and take control of the ferries, ensuring their complete capture and preventing any damage to the hulls or propulsion systems. The adjutant responded loudly. The 3 Japanese warships immediately increased their speed and headed straight for the 2 ferries. Chapter 62. This mine is problematic. Just as the Toba was 50 meters from the ambush point, 2 Dolphin 3A unmanned underwater vehicles, lurking underwater, had already locked onto the ship's position. The operator initiated the attachment procedure, and one of them quickly approached and delivered a mine to the hull of the Toba. The oversized neodymium iron boron permanent magnet on top of the mine instantly attracted the hull, producing only a soft bang. Several Japanese sailors on deck stopped what they were doing, looked at each other in confusion, and one of them asked in a low voice if they had hit a reef. The sailor in charge of inspecting the ship ran to the side to check and quickly reported that there were no reefs or leaks. He estimated that the ship had simply encountered some loose rocks on the riverbed during the voyage. Everyone was relieved and returned to their posts. On the mudflats, Hitao stared at the screen and counted down in a low voice. 3, 2, 1, detonate. The mine attached to the bottom of the Toba exploded instantly. With a deafening roar, the river surface was torn apart, and the 200-kilogram shaped charge armor-piercing mine unleashed its terrifying power, sending a water column more than 20 meters high into the sky, carrying fragments of the ship straight into the air. The Toba was merely a small river gunboat of 250 tons, and it couldn't withstand such an impact at all. The hull was blown to pieces on the spot. Before the Japanese soldiers on the deck could react, they were thrown into the air by the shockwave. Some were hit by debris, while others were stunned after falling into the water and sank into the river in the blink of an eye. In less than 10 seconds, the Toba disappeared from the river surface, leaving only wreckage and oil slicks floating on the water. 100 meters behind, in the command room of the Attica, Harada NOV was observing the scene through binoculars. Having witnessed the Toba being destroyed, his eyes widened, and his voice trembled. What happened? Was that a mine? He was a veteran of the Navy, having fought in many battles, but he had never seen the power of river mines. A single mine had sunk a gunboat. After a brief moment of shock, his face turned pale, and he immediately ordered all ships to stop and halt their advance. He turned to his adjutant and questioned him. The minesweeper had just swept through the area in the early morning, and the downstream channel of Dashing Pass was clearly a safe waterway. So how could there still be mines? The adjutant was sweating profusely and could only speculate that either the Chinese army had just laid them, or they were floating mines that had drifted down from upstream. Harada NOV, his face grim, ordered that the rescue be carried out first. Several lifeboats were quickly lowered from the Attica and rowed towards the wreckage of the Toba. Just then, 2 soft thuds came from the bottom of the Attica and Sita ships almost simultaneously. The 2 warships were already stationary, making them easy targets for the Dolphin 3A. The remaining 2 unmanned underwater robots precisely attached mines to the bottoms of the 2 ships. The Japanese soldiers on deck were puzzled again, shouting that they had hit a reef. No one could answer them. On the mudflats, Hitao stared at the screen with icy eyes, then pressed the remote control button again. Detonate. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions occurred almost simultaneously, sending 2 massive jets of water soaring into the sky, engulfing steel fragments and human remains. Like the Toba, the 330-ton Seda was blasted to pieces by the mines, and the sailors on deck were instantly swallowed up, with none surviving. The 725-ton Atake was slightly larger, but it too couldn't escape the wreckage. The power of a 200-kilogram mine was enough to tear apart a warship under 2,000 tons. The Atake's hull was blown into several pieces. Its main and secondary guns were blown off. Its engine room was completely destroyed, and thick smoke and flames shot into the sky. The rescue boat that had just been launched was instantly capsized by the shockwave of the explosion, and all the sailors on board fell into the river. In the command room, Harada NOV and his adjutant were thrown violently into the air and slammed against the wall. He saw the bridge break apart, the river water rushing in wildly, and he also saw his adjutant's terrified face. The next second, a massive turret descended from the sky. Harada NOV had only one thought left. This mine is suspicious. Far away at the Nanjing Base Command Headquarters, Luo Yin stood in front of the large screen and watched the whole scene unfold. For mines, 3 warships, all sunk. He clenched his fist with one hand, turned to the staff officer, and said, "The Minesweeper team executed perfectly. None of the 3 warships escaped. The Minesweeper team is hereby commended." Inside Puku City, Fong Biao, accompanied by 2 guards, arrived at the temporary command post of Yang Yojia's Central Army to discuss city defense arrangements. Although the WWII detachment had been completely annihilated today, there was still a large number of prisoners and captured supplies inside and outside the city that needed to be guarded, so the 2 forces had to redivide their defense zones. As soon as Fong Biao entered the courtyard, he was stunned. Central Army soldiers were packing up supplies, ammunition, documents, and clothing, loading them onto trucks one by one, a scene almost identical to when he first came that morning. The difference is that in the morning, the soldiers were dejected and flustered, clearly preparing to flee. Now, however, they are calm, efficient, their weapons are gleaming, and their canteens are neatly arranged. This isn't about running away. It's about shifting positions to fight a bigger battle. Fong Biao walked into the command post and saw Yang Yojia standing in front of the table, grinning foolishly at a document. He deliberately teased, "Battalion Commander Yang, what's going on? You just won a great victory. Are you trying to run away again?" His tone was relaxed, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. After all, the 2 had fought side by side in 3 encirclement battles that day, and a certain camaraderie had developed between them, so such jokes were quite natural. Chapter 63, Acting Commander Yang. Yang Yojia looked up and saw Fong Biao, his eyes immediately lighting up. At that moment, he was bursting with a desire to show off and didn't pay any attention to Fong Biao's teasing. He witnessed 3 encirclement battles that day. The anti-Japanese army was tactically superior, had fierce firepower, and its equipment and logistics far surpassed those of the Central Army. In particular, the braised pork trotter's lunch was plentiful and filling. Many Central Army soldiers had never eaten so heartily in their lives. He had initially felt somewhat disappointed, believing his unit was inferior to the anti-Japanese forces in every way. However, upon receiving his appointment order from a Nanjing garrison command, that frustration vanished instantly. Now, he has finally surpassed Fong Biao in military rank. Yang Yojia straightened up, cleared his throat, and said in a deliberately smug tone, "Battalion Commander Fong. Please call me Regiment Commander Yang now." Fong Biao was taken aback. Yang Yojia picked up the document on the table and waved it in front of him. "Just received the appointment order issued by the Nanjing Garrison Command. Acting Regiment Commander of the 4th Regiment, 2nd Brigade, 1st Army of the Central Army." He added, "The newly appointed Commander-in-Chief Chen Tumu personally issued this order, making an exception for me. I am now the youngest regimental commander in the Central Army." Fong Biao paused for a few seconds, then burst into laughter, stepped forward and patted him heavily on the shoulder. "Congratulations, Commander Yang. But why are you still acting?" Yang Yojia waved his hand. The selection of military rank and formal appointment still need to wait for the battalion commander's signature. But that's just a formality. It's basically a done deal. Fong Biao nodded. "That's right. With such brilliant results in your report, it would be strange if Commander Chun didn't promote you." Yang Yojia grinned from ear to ear, but still pretended to be modest. "Didn't we fight all the battles together? As for the results, we shared them too. We basically annihilated the WWII detachment, killed 3 regimental commanders, and captured supplies piled up like mountains. Anyone in our position would be promoted." Fong Biao listened, a sense of anticipation rising within him. The 2 of them had worked together, and Yang Yojia had already been promoted. Perhaps he too had a chance. He suppressed his thoughts and turned to the important matter. What did the higher-ups say about recovering equipment and receiving prisoners of war? Yang Yojia suppressed his smile. "Regarding the equipment recovery, the higher-ups have agreed to the price I assessed, a total of 103 kilograms of gold. Commander Chen Tumu will personally deliver it to your anti-Japanese army headquarters tomorrow, not a penny less." Speaking of prisoners of war, he looked somewhat embarrassed. However, the higher-ups think that 1 small yellow croaker per head for your 107 Japanese prisoners of war is too high. Commander Chun will personally talk to Commander Luo when he delivers the gold tomorrow. Fong Biao nodded without saying much, then looked at the Central Army soldiers who were packing up. "Have you received orders to withdraw? Are you going to retreat?" Yang Yojia shook his head and said seriously, "It's not a retreat. The latest order from above is that I, the regimental commander, will cross the river tonight to gather the defeated troops and cooperate with your anti-Japanese army to recapture Nanjing." He certainly understood his superior's intentions. The main force of the Japanese army in Nanjing City had been decimated by the anti-Japanese army. Crossing the river now would allow them to both gather the defeated troops and strengthen their own forces, as well as share in the credit for the recapture of Nanjing. Fang Biao was somewhat speechless when he heard him repeatedly addressing him as this regimental commander. But when he heard that the Central Army was going to cross the river to recapture Nanjing, his eyes immediately became alert. Luo Yin once pointed out the problem with the Nationalist Army. They would rush into battle when it was easy, but stay far away when faced with tough fights. Now that the anti-Japanese army had just crippled the Japanese, the Central Army wanted to cooperate. Wasn't this just reaping the benefits? Just then, a guard rushed in, walked to Fang Biao's side, and handed him a document. Regimental Commander, urgent telegram from headquarters. Fang Biao was taken aback. What regimental commander? The guard was stunned. You haven't seen it yet? Fang Biao took the document and unfolded it. A few seconds later, his eyes widened suddenly, and then he burst into a hearty laugh. Yang Yoji asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Fang Biao looked up at him, a meaningful smile on his lips. Acting Regiment Commander Yang. He deliberately emphasized the word acting and repeated it. Acting Commander Yang. Yang Yoji's smug expression froze instantly, and he panicked. Just say what you have to say. Fang Biao's smile remained unchanged. The headquarters just issued an order that, from now on, I'm the commander of the 1st Regiment of the Anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. I am now the official commander, and the appointment letter has taken effect. Yang Yoji's lips twitched a few times, and he could only force a smile. Congratulations, Commander Fang. I didn't expect you to be promoted too. You have to treat me to a drink now. Don't be stingy like me. Fang Biao was in high spirits and readily agreed. No problem. After we recapture Nanjing, I'll treat you to snow beer. I promise you can drink as much as you want. Yang Yojia was taken aback. Snowflake beer? What kind of beer is that? I've never heard of it. Fang Biao smiled mysteriously. Good wine. You'll see when the time comes. After laughing, Fang Biao composed himself and got back to business. I've also received a transfer order to return to Nanjing. If you want to cross the river, do it as soon as possible. There are still quite a few boats on the riverbank. He paused, his tone turning serious. Headquarters has ordered the immediate confiscation of all boats in Jiangmen. From now on, you can only cross the river by our ferry. And the tickets are very expensive, especially for you nationalist soldiers. Yang Yoji's expression immediately became subtle. Chapter 64. The Central Army crosses the river. Seize all the boats. Control the river crossings. Yang Yoji certainly understood what that meant. Although Puku City was jointly garrisoned by 2 forces, everyone in the Central Army knew that the real authority over the city and the docks right now belonged to the anti-Japanese army. But now the Central Army needs to cross the river and enter Nanjing, and more troops will be arriving later. If the river crossing remains under the control of the anti-Japanese army, there will likely be many problems. Yang Yojia was silent for a moment, then took the initiative to say, I will leave a company in Puku City, firstly to help guard the prisoners and the captured supplies, and secondly to guide the Central Army in the follow-up, so as to avoid any trouble. I will take the rest of the troops with me immediately, without any delay. Fang Biao looked at him and nodded in agreement. The two quickly finalized the defense arrangements for Jiangpu City, Puku City, and Puku Wharf. Finally, Yang Yoji extended his hand. Commander Fang, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Fang Biao grasped his hand. Regimental Commander Yang, see you in Nanjing. Then the two turned around and organized their troops to prepare for crossing the river. The same order was also relayed to all units of the 1st Army of the Central Army. However, this army marched slowly, stretching for miles, and showed no signs of being an elite force. The 1st Army comprised 2 divisions, which were scattered throughout the area north of the Yangtze River. Within the 1st Division, Yang Yoji's 4th Regiment had already crossed the river and was assembling at the Shaguan Wharf. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Regiments, which were closer to Puku, were heading towards the wharf. As for the regiments of the 78th Division, they retreated too quickly and had already reached Chuxian, which is 40 kilometers away. They simply cannot catch up with them on foot in a short time. At this moment, the more than 6,000 officers and soldiers of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Regiments were moving at an alarmingly slow pace, stopping and starting intermittently. The difficult roads and the darkness and slippery conditions were only superficial reasons. What was truly slowing them down was the fear and resistance from officers to soldiers. They had no idea of the true situation of the battle within Nanjing. Even the mid to high-ranking officers didn't believe that the anti-Japanese army could achieve such results, and no one told the soldiers below that the Japanese army on the front lines had been utterly routed. Most of these soldiers had witnessed the horrific scenes at Xiaoguan and Puka Wharf firsthand. Corpses strewn everywhere, ships ablaze, and Japanese troops running rampant. Those images were etched into their minds like nightmares. Now, suddenly receiving the order to return to Nanjing and recapture the old capital, their first reaction was not excitement, but fear. Someone muttered a complaint. Even hundreds of thousands of nationalist troops couldn't defeat the Japanese army. With just a few thousand of US, going back would be suicide. The veteran next to him could only sigh. Military orders are hard to disobey. After such disastrous defeats in the Battle of Songhu and the defense of Nanjing, who has the will to fight? If we really get to the front lines, we'll just have to hide. Such sentiments echoed throughout the ranks, and most of the lower-ranking officers were also becoming passive and uncooperative. 2 consecutive major defeats had long since shattered their confidence, and no one was willing to voluntarily go to the battlefield. And so, what should have been a 2-hour journey took the 3 groups a full 4 hours. They finally reached Puka Wharf as darkness fell. When they arrived, everyone was dumbfounded. All the civilian boats on the river had been confiscated by the anti-Japanese army. Not even a single broken boat remained. Several impatient officers immediately flew into a rage, rolled up their sleeves, and were about to go to the anti-Japanese army to ask for boats, shouting that why the Central Army should also have to buy boat tickets, and who would be responsible for delaying the crossing of the river. The company commander left behind by Yang Yojia quickly stopped them and warned in a low voice, "Don't be impulsive. The anti-Japanese army just annihilated the Japanese Konisaki detachment today, killing 3 regimental commanders, seizing weapons piled up like mountains, shooting down hundreds of planes, and sinking 5 ships." When the company commander announced the results, the 3 regimental commanders froze instantly, exchanged glances, and all their arrogance vanished. It turned out the intelligence from their superiors was indeed true. Thinking about how they had almost clashed with the anti-Japanese army, the 3 of them broke out in a cold sweat and could only immediately send a telegram to their superiors for instructions. It took a full half-hour for the order to be issued. Clearly, there was considerable disagreement within the military headquarters. This was because the Japanese 18th Division had already occupied the Wuhu area, preventing the nationalist warships upstream from reaching the area, let alone assisting in the crossing. The final order was that the main officers of the 3 regiments would pay to cross the river and go to Nanjing to gather the defeated soldiers. The remaining troops would expand their search, look for civilian boats or fishing boats near Puku, and cross the river on their own, making sure to arrive as soon as possible. The 3 regimental commanders exchanged glances, then could only admit it. 1 small yellow croaker per person. What a rip-off. We have to rip them off, otherwise how will we cross the river? Once we recapture Nanjing, what's a little extra? They then relayed the true battle situation in Nanjing City. The anti-Japanese army was powerful. The main force of the Japanese army had been severely damaged, and this time going back was not to die, but to reap the benefits and recover the old capital. The moment the words were spoken, the previously dejected soldiers erupted in cheers. Some exclaimed in surprise at how formidable the anti-Japanese army was, while others calculated that this wasn't a death sentence, but rather a chance to claim credit. With a change in morale, their actions quickened. Some ran to nearby villages to borrow boats from fishermen, some dismantled door panels and tied them together to make rafts, and others brought in large wooden barrels and tied them together to make simple floating devices. Half an hour later, the 3 regiments selected more than 400 key officers, pooled their money to buy boat tickets for the anti-Japanese army, and were the first to cross the river. In less than an hour, the river was filled with all sorts of strangely shaped boats. Some people sat on door panels and used planks as oars, while others held wooden buckets and pushed themselves forward, making the entire river lively. Chapter 65. Preparations for the defense line. At this moment, in the city of Nanjing, along the crossroads, the 2 armies faced each other across the street, the situation in a strange balance. Both sides temporarily halted their offensives, silently gathering their strength, waiting to deliver a fatal blow after nightfall. On the surface, Luo Yun ordered his men to reinforce the Shizuji defense line. Soldiers moved sandbags, built fortifications, and erected barbed wire and obstacles at key locations. Secretly, he also prepared nearly 100 hemispherical prefabricated bunkers, each weighing 10 tons. The very same kind of monsters that had wielded their power on the Jiangpu battlefield. This bunker is an upgraded version, purchased with the gold looted during the day. It's made of reinforced concrete, with an outer layer of bulletproof steel plates, an iron door at the rear for easy access, and improved firing ports for a wider field of vision and fewer blind spots. As darkness fell, Luo Yun used the system to visualize the bunkers directly on site, quietly deploying them on concealed high ground that had already been scouted behind the Shiziji defense line. Extending eastward to Xuanwu Gate and westward past Dinghuai Gate all the way to the riverbank, it formed a tight barrier. The front of the defensive line was also covered with barbed wire, with sharp spikes wrapped around it. A single touch could cause minor cuts and lacerations, or even instant death. To prevent the AK-47 barrels from overheating due to continuous firing, Luo Yun equipped each bunker with ample ammunition and RPGs. A bunker has 10 men, but is equipped with 20 guns. They simply replace the guns when they get hot, so sustained firepower is never a concern. The Air Force has also been fully replenished. All racing drones have been replaced with new models equipped with infrared night vision cameras, eliminating blind spots at night. What Luo Yun valued most was the 4th Division. The more than 13,000 defeated soldiers were intensifying their training, familiarizing themselves with equipment, teammates, and tactics. Fang Biao, who had combat experience, also sent people to participate, quickly integrating the Air Force's reconnaissance and strike capabilities into the 4th Division. This force is the true main force for recapturing Nanjing tonight. After the deployment was completed, Luo Yun returned to headquarters, stood in front of the large screen looking at the latest enemy and friendly situation map, and asked, "What's the current situation with the Japanese army?" The staff officer immediately reported that the Japanese army was still continuously assembling in the city. The 3rd, 6th, 9th, 16th, and 114th divisions were all pressing into the city, and there were currently at least 100,000 Japanese troops inside. Luo Yun frowned slightly. 100,000 was no small number. The staff officer continued, saying that the 13th Division outside the city was assembling towards the Mufam mountain line. The 18th Division was approaching the Sancha River outside Dinghuai Gate, and the Zhongbei Tingu detachment was also moving towards Puka City. Luo Yun then asked, "How's the artillery clearing going? Are there any stragglers?" Another staff officer replied that after multiple rounds of precise bombing by the Air Force, there was no more Japanese artillery within Nanjing and within a 5-kilometer radius outside the city. Luo Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered that the artillery bombardment cease after dark, but that aerial reconnaissance must continue 24 hours a day. Upon detecting any new artillery pieces entering the city, immediately locate and track them, and deploy armed drones for surveillance. If there are any signs of firing, bombard them without prior authorization. Simultaneously, report the Japanese troop buildup within the city every half hour. After arranging these matters, Luo Yun remembered the defenses north of the Yangtze River and ordered someone to summon Fang Biao. Not long after, Fang Biao arrived at the headquarters, travel-worn. Luo Yun asked him to sit down, handed him a bottle of water, and casually inquired about the details of the 3 encirclement battles. Fang Biao took a sip of water and gave a detailed report on the encirclement and annihilation of the 11th Regiment in Jiangpu City, the siege of the 3rd Artillery Regiment of Independent Mountain, and the blocking of the 41st Regiment. He described the tactical coordination, casualties, and spoils in detail. Luo Yun listened and nodded repeatedly. After listening to the end, Luo Yun asked, "Why weren't the commanders of the 41st Regiment and the 3rd Mountain Artillery Regiment captured? Such high-ranking officers could be exchanged for a lot of money by the nationalist government, or they could be sent to work in the coal mines." Fang Biao felt a pang of regret. The commander of the 3rd Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment, Sakino Masao, was too stubborn. He personally charged back to the artillery position to try and fire, and was killed first. The commander of the 41st Regiment, Yamada Tetsujiro, was even more tragic. He was preparing to surrender, but was shot dead from behind by his own bodyguard. Luo Yun remained silent for a moment. At this time, the Japanese soldiers from top to bottom had mostly been thoroughly indoctrinated, and their fighting spirit was indeed tenacious. He stopped dwelling on it and instead asked, how are the defenses north of the Yangtze River being arranged? Fang Biao immediately reported solemnly. The nearest Japanese force to Jiangbei was the Amikani detachment, coming from downstream, numbering over 6,000 and still more than 40 kilometers from Puka City. He had already left the entire battalion's air force on Jiangbei, planning to bomb the artillery first, and then attack the commander once the enemy entered the drone's attack range. Meanwhile, the 4 bunkers were moved to the north of Puka City and deployed along the key road of the Sancha River. There were only 2 companies, less than 300 men, there, but excavators had already gone there and were digging trenches and ditches. Fang Biao also transferred half of the new recruits to Jiangbei, where they would not participate in direct frontline combat, but would only be responsible for logistical support and city defense assistance. Luo Yun was very satisfied with this arrangement. It was a safe and secure one. Finally, Fang Biao added that the minefield platoon had also moved its positions back into its own defensive line, redeployed the minefields, and focused on defending the river surface and the Sancha River to prevent the Japanese army from launching a surprise attack by water. Luo Yun listened attentively and nodded, saying, "Okay, report to me immediately if anything happens." Fang Biao stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, sir. I guarantee I will complete the mission." Chapter 66. The Japanese are going all in. Shushi, the headquarters of the Japanese Central China Area Army. Night had fallen, but the command post was still brightly lit. Matsui Mizun's expression was complex, a mixture of anger, worry, anticipation, and pride as he listened to the latest battle report. The Toba, Sita, and Attica ships of the 11th Squadron of the 3rd Fleet of the Navy struck mines near the Kusakyo Gorge in the northern part of Nanjing. All 3 gunboats sank, and only a dozen or so people were rescued from the entire fleet. Matsui Mizun frowned, unable to contain his anger as he cursed the Navy's incompetence. Even he knew that mines had to be cleared and the waterway confirmed to be safe before sailing, yet the Navy, relying on a few gunboats, had acted arrogantly and recklessly, which was utterly foolish. Sakato kept his head down, not daring to speak. Matsui Mizun paced back and forth in the command post. What he truly feared was not the regular troops of the Chinese army, nor the mines, but that batch of mysterious flying weapons. He turned to stare at Sakato and asked in a deep voice, "Can the Special Higher Police confirm that the 3 gunboats sank after striking a mine and not after being attacked by those mysterious weapons?" Sakato immediately replied that the Special Higher Police had confirmed that Imperial agents lurking along the riverbank had witnessed the 3 gunboats exploding from underwater, not from an aerial attack. After listening, Matsui Mizun let out a long breath, his expression visibly relieved. It seemed his judgment was correct. Those mysterious Chinese weapons had indeed been almost completely destroyed. As for these mines, they were probably laid temporarily during the day. From the time the 2 gunboats were bombed in the morning to the time the 3 gunboats struck mines in the afternoon, there were 6 or 7 hours in between, giving the Chinese enough time to lay more mines. He walked to the map and stared at the location of Nanjing. Sakato carefully reminded him that the original plan was to use 3 naval vessels to blockade the Shimonoseki dock and cut off the Chinese army's retreat, but now the plan had to be adjusted. Matsui Mizun pondered for a moment, then moved his finger to the map and immediately ordered the reinforcement of the 65th Infantry Regiment of the 13th Division to the Amaya detachment, instructing it to move covertly along the north bank of the Yangtze River toward the Puka Wharf. Once the order for the general offensive is issued tonight, the Tiangu detachment must immediately launch an attack, seize the Puka Wharf as quickly as possible, completely cut off the Chinese army's retreat route north of the river, and strictly prohibit any Chinese soldier from crossing the river to evacuate. Sakato bowed in agreement. The Navy couldn't be relied upon. Ultimately, the army had to take the lead. Just as he was about to relay the order, Matsui Mizun remembered something else, asking if those mysterious weapons were still bombarding the artillery after dark. Sakato's face lit up with joy, and his tone was filled with admiration. "General, your foresight is unparalleled. After dark, the mysterious Chinese weapon completely ceased its attacks. Currently, it is safe for Japanese vehicles, tanks, and artillery to enter the city. However, they dare not turn on lights or use torches, relying solely on people to guide them. Furthermore, the city's roads are narrow, and some sections have been destroyed, hindering the advance of heavy weapons." Matsui Mizun nodded, a smug glint in his eyes. The technical department's conclusion was indeed correct. Those mysterious weapons relied on light and became useless once it got dark. Sakato continued his report, saying that the Chinese army was consolidating its positions along the Shizuji line, with large numbers of soldiers digging trenches and erecting barbed wire. Matsui Mizun snorted coldly, feeling that this was the enemy's last struggle before death. He walked to the sand table, focused his attention on the crossroads position, and said in a cold voice, "Tonight, a salvo from the Imperial artillery will level their position and make them understand that resisting the Empire will only lead to their death." He then glanced at the clock on the wall and ordered the artillery outside the city to speed up their advance into the city, camouflage themselves, and avoid detection. He stressed that all troops and heavy weapons must be in place by 1 a.m., and a full-scale attack must be launched precisely at 2 a.m. to capture the Chinese capital in one fell swoop. Sakato immediately stood at attention and responded. Matsui Mizun added another order. Now that there was no air threat, all division commanders fighting inside the city should enter the city to oversee the battle. Sakato accepted the order again and turned to relay it. Matsui Mizun walked to the window, his mind screaming with rage. "Damn Chinese! Tonight I will slaughter Nanjing and avenge the more than 20,000 Imperial warriors who have died." Shimonoseki Wharf. After Yang Yojie's troops completed the crossing of the river, they did not rush into the city, but instead gathered the defeated soldiers at the dock. He stood on a high platform, holding a hastily found tin megaphone in his hand, with more than 1,000 officers and soldiers of the 4th Regiment behind him, in neat formation, fully armed. Beside him were a large quantity of captured Japanese military equipment, including Type 92 heavy machine guns, light machine guns, and small mountain guns. Yang Yojin knew very well that rallying the defeated soldiers couldn't be done with words alone. He had to demonstrate his strength. He cleared his throat and shouted, "They're the 1st Division of the 1st Army of the Central Army, the elite troops under the battalion commander." Finally, some of the scattered, defeated soldiers on the dock looked up. Yang Yojia pressed his advantage, continuing to claim that during the day they had fought alongside the anti-Japanese army, annihilating the Japanese Kunisaki detachment, killing 3 regimental commanders, and capturing enough weapons to equip a division. He asserted that following them would guarantee protection of the country and lead to promotions and wealth. As soon as he finished speaking, the officers and soldiers of the 4th Regiment shouted in unison, "Kill the Japanese devils! Get promoted! Get rich!" The shouts were deafening and full of momentum. But the routed soldiers only glanced at it a few times before quickly going back to their own business. Some lined up to receive supplies, some warmed themselves by the fire, and some even chatted with the anti-Japanese soldiers. Yang Yojia was stunned. He had prepared very thoroughly. His words were well rehearsed, and there were more than 10,000 defeated soldiers present, but very few were willing to rejoin the Central Army. These defeated soldiers had all witnessed firsthand the formidable fighting power of the anti-Japanese army. In comparison, the Central Army, which had suffered defeats year after year, was far inferior. In the end, despite his best efforts, Yang Yojia only managed to gather fewer than 1,000 defeated soldiers. Chapter 67, The Japanese Army's Defeat, was not unjustified. While Yang Yojia was reorganizing the routed troops, the other 3 regiments of the 1st Division of the Central Army also found boats to cross the river on their own. Nearly 4 hours later, the troops arrived at Shaguan Wharf one after another. By this time, the 4 regiments of the 1st Division had basically completed their crossing of the river. Including the defeated soldiers gathered along the way, the total number of troops was about 9,000. The troops temporarily set up camp around the dock, inventoried their weapons, and erected tents, ready to fight at any time. Around 9 p.m., Li Peiyuan, the commander of the 1st Division, led more than 300 officers and soldiers from his division to Shaguan. They gritted their teeth and bought expensive boat tickets for the anti-Japanese army. In a temporary command post, after listening to the reports from the 2 brigade commanders and several regimental commanders, Li Peiyuan could no longer contain his anger. He smashed a teacup on the ground, shards flying everywhere. He gritted his teeth and cursed. This anti-Japanese army is indeed a warlord. It's one thing to charge exorbitant boat tickets, but they won't even let us into the city? Does he think Nanjing is his private property? Li Peiyuan paced back and forth, feeling increasingly aggrieved. They were the Central Army, the trump cards in the battalion commander's hands. Yet those anti-Japanese soldiers at Yijiangmen wouldn't even introduce them. They were utterly arrogant. Despite his curses, Li Peiyuan knew very well what was going on. Intelligence from the Wuhan forces and the Nanjing Garrison Command kept pouring in, and he knew that this anti-Japanese army had already annihilated 25,000 Japanese soldiers inside and outside the city. They also shot down more than 130 aircraft and sank 5 gunboats. They were well-equipped and possessed formidable combat power. Li Peiyuan was furious, but not confused. To force their way in would be suicide. At this moment, Yang Yojia walked in. He had just finished reorganizing the routed troops, and upon hearing that the division commander had arrived, immediately came to report. Reporting to the division commander and brigade commander, Yang Yojia, acting commander of the 4th Regiment, has come to report on the reorganization of the routed troops. Li Peiyuan's eyes lit up immediately. This young man had fought alongside the anti-Japanese army today, almost annihilating the WWII detachment, making a great contribution and capturing enough weapons to equip a division. Yang Yojia is now officially on the battalion commander's radar, and his future is limitless. More importantly, he has connections with the anti-Japanese army, which is exactly what Li Peiyuan needs right now. Li Peiyuan adopted the stern demeanor of a division commander and said in a deep voice, "Yang Yojia, let's talk about the reorganization later. Since you fought alongside the anti-Japanese army, go and contact their commander." He paused, then said, "Tell them that the 1st Division of the Central Army is willing to join forces to resist the Japanese and retake Nanjing. I, Li Peiyuan, want to see him." Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Yojia immediately saluted. "Yes, I will go right away." Li Peiyuan waved his hand and said, "Don't rush. First, arrange for someone to tell everyone about the situation of the anti-Japanese army and the process of your encirclement and annihilation of the WWII detachment." Yang Yojia nodded and left, quickly arriving at Yijiang Gate. He immediately recognized several familiar faces. It was Fang Biao's 1st Regiment that was in charge of the city's defense tonight. Several of the squad leaders had fought alongside him during the day and were already familiar with each other. Based on this relationship, Fang Biao quickly came over in person. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he immediately sent someone to contact Luo Yun and convey Yang Yojia's purpose. At 10 p.m., Li Peiyuan, accompanied by several guards and Yang Yojia, passed through Yijiang Gate and entered the headquarters of the anti-Japanese army base. His gaze remained fixed almost constantly on the ground as he walked. The enormous tents, the strange vehicles, and the facilities he had never seen before all secretly alarmed the Central Army Lieutenant General. Yang Yojia stepped forward to report, and the sentry lifted the curtain. Li Peiyuan had just stepped into the tent when he froze. The tent was bright as day, but it wasn't lit by torches, oil lamps, or ordinary electric lights. Instead, it was a cool white light that evenly illuminated every corner. After his eyes adjusted, he could see that there were 6 huge screens hanging side by side on one side of the tent, each playing different images. Zhonghua Gate, Yuatai, Zijin Mountain, and Mufa Mountain. These key locations in Nanjing are currently being viewed from above by drones. The images are frighteningly clear, showing the Japanese army digging trenches, camouflaging artillery, and soldiers changing shifts, all clearly visible. Moreover, those images weren't static. They were changing in real time. Li Peiyuan felt a chill run down his spine, and his gaze shifted back to the center of the tent. There was a huge 3-dimensional digital sand table there, which recreated the enemy and friendly forces situation in the entire city of Nanjing. The red and blue markers were clearly distinguishable, and even the Shabuan Wharf had a patch of blue dots. The sign above read, 1st Division of the Central Army, and the number of personnel, location, and approximate firepower configuration were almost identical. Li Peiyuan's heart tightened suddenly. Is this the strength of the anti-Japanese army? Is this why they were able to defeat the Japanese so badly that they couldn't even lift their heads? He finally put away the airs of a lieutenant general in the Central Army. Although he held the highest rank here, he had lost all arrogance in the face of everything before him. Yang Yojia walked up to a young man, stood at attention, and saluted. "Commander Luo, this is Lieutenant General Li Peiyuan, commander of the 1st Division of our Central Army." Li Peiyuan looked at the young man. The man was in his early 20s, wearing a military uniform he had never seen before, with no rank insignia on his shoulders, but his eyes were frighteningly calm. Li Peiyuan now fully understands the shock Xiao Tianong felt when he first met Luo Yun. It's unbelievable, yet he has no choice but to believe it. Luo Yun had a good impression of Yang Yojia, who had fought bravely during the day. Knowing that he had not cheated or held back his strength, he nodded to him. Then, Luo Yun looked at Li Peiyuan and said in a flat tone, "Oh, Commander Li, please have a seat." Li Peiyuan nodded and sat down, but his attention remained fixed on the screens. He stared at Zhonghua Gate and saw a group of Japanese soldiers changing shifts, each movement clearly visible. He looked towards WWII again, where a few Japanese soldiers were still peeking around beside the wrecked artillery. Then he looked at the electronic sand table. The dots, markers, and enemy/friendly situation maps were all things he had never seen before. The more Li Peiyuan looked, the more shocked he became, and the deeper his apprehension grew. With such reconnaissance capabilities, the Japanese army's defeat was no injustice. Chapter 68. Merely following orders. The command room was silent. Everyone was staring at Li Peiyuan. His face was filled with shock, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the shock, making him appear particularly out of place. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Xiao Tianong instinctively wanted to smooth things over. After all, they were all in the nationalist army, and he didn't want to embarrass Li Peiyuan too much. But just as he was about to get up, Luo Yun raised his hand, signaling him not to speak. After a moment, Luo Yun broke the silence, his tone still calm. "Commander Li wants to see me." "What is it?" Li Peiyuan then came to his senses, quickly composed himself, and solemnly said, "Commander Luo, by order of Chun Temu, the commander of the Nanjing garrison, our first army has come to cooperate with the anti-Japanese army to recapture Nanjing." Luo Yun showed no surprise upon hearing this. Xiao Tianong had already reported the change of commander of the Nanjing garrison, and Fang Biao had also mentioned it when discussing the defense of Jiangbei. He raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "How many of you are there?" Li Peiyuan quickly replied, "The first army has a total of 20,000 men, and my first division has 9,000 men, all of whom have assembled at Shaguan Wharf. The 78th Division is also on its way and is expected to arrive at Puku tomorrow." Luo Yun sneered inwardly. With such a small force, they thought they could reap the rewards in Nanjing, and less than half of them had arrived. If they had actually sent 100,000 to fight the Japanese pirates to the death, he might have thought more highly of them, but now they looked like they were just here to gain military merit. He waved his hand dismissively. "We don't need any assistance. Please leave." Li Peiyuan was stunned. He never expected that he, a lieutenant general in the Central Army, would be rejected by Luo Yun for volunteering to cooperate in the operation. Xiao Tianong looked somewhat embarrassed, and Yang Yojia was so anxious that he kept giving him meaningful glances, but dared not interrupt. Li Peiyuan regained his composure and quickly lowered his tone, saying, "Commander Luo, protecting our country and defending Nanjing is the duty of our Central Army." Upon hearing the words, "duty," Luo Yun's face instantly darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table. "Duty? What were you doing before? Why did you run away?" His voice suddenly rose. "You were supposed to be guarding Nanjing, but you ended up guarding Chuxian, which is only a few dozen kilometers away, leaving hundreds of thousands of people in the city to fend for themselves. Is this your duty?" Li Peiyuan trembled with fright and hurriedly explained, "We were just following orders. The retreat was an order from our superiors, and soldiers must obey." Luo Yun retorted coldly, "Just because you're following orders, you can disregard the lives of hundreds of thousands of civilians? Why weren't they evacuated before the war? Why were all the boats crossing the river confiscated during the battle, leaving the civilians stranded at Shaguan Wharf, waiting to be slaughtered by the Japanese pirates?" These words pierced Li Peiyuan like a knife. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and a chill ran down his spine. The confiscation of the boats was carried out by 2 divisions of their first army. Just yesterday afternoon, he had ordered the shooting of many civilians trying to escape by boat. Their cries still echoed in his ears. Luo Yun stared at him and said, word by word, "Do you know what would have happened in Nanjing if I hadn't come? The Japanese pirates would have massacred everyone, killing all 300,000 people at the Shaguan Wharf. This would have been an indelible wound for the entire nation." The command room was deathly silent. Xiao Tianong, Yang Yojia, and the others wore grim expressions. They knew the Japanese pirates were cruel, but they never imagined they would be so ruthless as to massacre unarmed civilians. If 300,000 people were truly killed, it would be an unspeakable hell on earth. Li Peiyuan's legs trembled slightly. He was powerless to refute, and could only continue to shift the blame to orders. Commander Luo, we soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders. The withdrawal from Nanjing was following orders, and this recapture of Nanjing is also following orders. Luo Yun's eyes were mocking as he pointed to the red dot on the sand table. Since you're going to carry out orders, there are still more than a dozen city gates in Nanjing that are in the hands of the Japanese army, waiting for you to retake them. There are many other options. There's no need to focus on Yijiang Gate. Li Peiyuan's face turned pale. How could he dare to attack the city gate controlled by the Japanese army alone? The 1st Division had just crossed the river, lacked supplies, and had many new recruits. They were struggling to defend, let alone attack, an enemy stronghold. He could only invoke his superior's orders. The orders from above are to assist you. Luo Yun's reply was crisp and indifferent. We don't need any assistance. You can go back now. Li Peiyuan's face turned completely pale, and his entourage also looked grim. The atmosphere in the command room was extremely awkward, and everyone remained silent. Luo Yun had always been polite to Xiao Tianong and mild-mannered to Yang Yojia, but he showed absolutely no mercy to Li Peiyuan, a lieutenant general. Li Peiyuan had no choice but to turn to Xiao Tianong for help. Normally, he would look down on Xiao Tianong, but now the only person who could speak up for him was this fellow member of the National Revolutionary Army. Xiao Tianong noticed his gaze, sighed inwardly, and could only say, Commander Luo, the country is in crisis right now, and there are still more than 100,000 Japanese soldiers in Nanjing waiting for us to eliminate them. He continued earnestly, since yesterday afternoon, all units have been retreating, but only Commander Li's unit has crossed the river against the tide to retake Nanjing. This shows that their determination to fight the Japanese is not just for the sake of gaining merit. Xiao Tianong paused, then said, the Japanese troops inside the city are numerous and strong. The more troops they have, the greater our chances of victory. Let's see if we can give them a chance to assist in the battle. Chapter 69, Participating in Defense. Luo Yun remained silent for a few seconds, his emotions gradually calming down. The Battle of Songhu and the defense of Nanjing turned out this way, ultimately leading to a national tragedy. There are many reasons for this, but the primary responsibility lies with the battalion commander, followed by the officers. As for the rank-and-file soldiers, most of them fought bravely, and he certainly shouldn't have vented all his anger on them. He then thought of Li Peiyuan from the original timeline. Although this man was a die-hard reactionary who always stood against the people, he had fought hard battles and made meritorious contributions on the anti-Japanese battlefield, and was not without merit. More importantly, Luo Yun wanted the nationalist government's Central Army to remain in Nanjing to witness firsthand the true strength of the anti-Japanese army and to deter those with ulterior motives, lest they try to instigate a civil war in the future. After a moment, Luo Yun nodded slowly, his tone softening. With the nation in peril, every bit of strength contributes to the chances of victory. Since you are truly committed to resisting the Japanese pirates, then stay. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Tianong smiled with relief, and Yang Yojia also felt at ease. Li Peiyuan was overjoyed, secretly rejoicing that he had finally managed to latch onto the coattails of the anti-Japanese army. As long as he could stay in Nanjing and accumulate merit in the recapture of the battlefield, his future prospects would surely be different. Luo Yun glanced at Li Peiyuan, then thought of how this Central Army unit had very little baggage and was poorly equipped when they crossed the river. They had some mortars at most, but only a few heavy machine guns, and half of them were new recruits. He could let them participate in the battle, but he couldn't let these low-ranking soldiers die in vain. He turned to his staff and ordered, give each of them a bulletproof vest. Replace helmets for those who don't have them, and gas masks for those who don't. Also, give each of them a lunch so that our nationalist brothers can have a full meal. Get it done now. Time is limited. The staff officer stood at attention, responded, and turned to leave. Li Peiyuan was stunned. He hadn't expected Luo Yun to not only agree to let them stay, but also to provide supplies. He quickly ordered his guards to follow them, and then sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Commander Luo, for the supplies. Our Central Army will fight bravely to the death, recapture Nanjing, and serve the party and the country. Luo Yun's face darkened. We don't need to serve the party and the country here. He said, word by word, all we need to do is protect the people. Remember, We are not fighting for any faction or any officer, but for the hundreds of thousands of people in Nanjing, for the millions of our compatriots in China, and to drive the Japanese pirates out of our land." Li Peiyuan was stunned. He hadn't heard the phrase, "protect the people," in a long time. But he quickly realized what it meant and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, protect the people." Luo Yun looked at him and asked, "Would your unit prefer to defend or attack?" Li Peiyuan did not hesitate. "We have just crossed the river, lack heavy weapons, and have many new recruits. We can only defend." He knew in his heart that even if the troops were strong and well-equipped, he would not dare to fight the Japanese army head-on. Luo Yun nodded, then gathered everyone and began to refine the battle plan. At 10:30 p.m., Luo Yun stood in front of the sand table, his hands gripping the edge. Xiao Tianong stood beside him, his heart filled with complex emotions. 12 hours earlier, he had been desperately defending the Shiziji front line, but now he was about to join the anti-Japanese army in a counterattack. Li Peiyuan stood a little further away, trying to blend into the unfamiliar environment. Fang Biao, Wu Tai, Gu Mingchuan, Zhou Jing, and others surrounded the sand table, awaiting the final orders. Luo Yun took a deep breath, looked up and said, "Let's begin. Our goal is to hold the line, seize the opportunity to counterattack, and ultimately annihilate the 100,000 Japanese troops inside the city, thus completely recapturing Nanjing." He first pointed to the line from Liujiankou in Jiangbei to Sanshe. The Jiangbei defense line is based on 2 companies of the 1st Regiment, plus 600 new recruits, and is further supported by a battalion of the 10th Regiment, with a total strength of nearly 2,000. There are 180 drone pilots, 50 bomb drones, 5,000 infrared drones, and 1,200 night vision helmets. The overall command is under the command of Lu Yu, the former company commander of the 1st Battalion. Lu Hu quickly took notes. Luo Yun continued, "You are facing the Japanese Army's Amikani detachment, which includes the 65th Regiment, the 19th Mountain Artillery Regiment, and a newly reinforced 65th Infantry Regiment of the 13th Division, with a total strength of about 10,000. They are currently 20 kilometers away from Puku, which is enough time for them to fortify their positions." He emphasized that Jiangbei is the northern gateway to Nanjing. All that is needed is to reinforce the bunkers, barbed wire, and trenches according to Fang Biao's previous plan, and firmly defend the area from Liujiankou to Sanshe to prevent the Tiangu detachment from taking their rear. Once the city is stable, they can turn around and deal with them. Then, Luo Yun turned his attention to the west of the city. The western city wall is only 2 kilometers from the Yangtze River. The area is densely covered with waterways and the terrain is complex, making it difficult for the Japanese army to deploy heavy equipment. This is our advantage. This line is garrisoned by the remaining 3 battalions of the 10th Regiment, totaling about 2,000 people. Regiment Commander Chen Shuchun serves as the overall commander, and the regiment is equipped with 80 drone pilots, 40 bomb drones, 3,000 infrared drones, and 1,500 night vision helmets. Luo Yun looked at Chen Shuchun. "Across from you is the Japanese 18th Division, which consists of the 55th, 56th, and 114th Infantry Regiments, as well as mountain artillery, engineer, and supply regiments, with a total strength of about 18,000 men." He said with certainty, "I have already deployed more than 30 prefabricated bunkers and high-density barbed wire. The brothers of the 2nd Battalion are stationed there. You can go up and relieve them directly. Make sure to hold the line from outside the city wall to the Sancha River. Just hold it well, and don't be greedy for credit. We'll deal with them after the city is stabilized." Chen Shuchun nodded emphatically. "Yes." Luo Yun moved his finger to the city, his tone becoming serious. "The main battlefield is inside the city. There are 5 Japanese divisions in the city, the 3rd, 6th, 9th, 16th, and 114th Divisions. Current reconnaissance indicates that the Japanese troops have not yet entered the safe zone in large numbers. After dark, the reconnaissance platoon will also be unable to accurately determine their direction of attack." Chapter 70, Battle Deployment. Luo Yun pointed to several locations on the sand table and determined that the main Japanese attack force from Dinghuimen to Miaoshan should be the 6th Division. This division consisted of 4 infantry regiments, as well as field artillery, engineers, and supply troops. After the daytime airstrikes, it had about 20,000 troops remaining. His finger moved to the line from Miaoshan to Shiziji, indicating that the main attacking force here was the 114th Division, which was also fully organized, but had only about 20,000 men left after being attacked. The 3-kilometer contact zone was defended by 3,000 men from the 11th Regiment, with Regiment Commander Yi Yunzhou serving as the overall commander. Luo Yin looked at Yi Yunzhou and instructed that the 11th Regiment be equipped with 200 drone pilots, 100 bomb drones of various types, 6,000 infrared drones, and 2,000 infrared night vision helmets. He had already laid more than 30 bunkers and barbed wire along the defensive line. The 2nd Battalion was currently stationed there, and after the rotation, they could simply hold their ground by relying on the terrain. Yi Yunzhou stood at attention and accepted the order. Then, Luo Yin pointed to the line from Shiziji to Zuanwoman, his expression becoming even more serious. The pressure was greatest here. The main attack was expected to come from the 3rd, 9th, and 16th Divisions. The 3rd Division had only one main force regiment. The rest of its main force remained in Shushi. These 3 divisions comprised 9 infantry regiments, 2 artillery regiments, and engineer and supply troops. After half a day of attacks, their numbers were less than 50,000. This 4-kilometer defensive line was assigned to the 12th Regiment, with 3,000 men under the command of Regiment Commander Qinxinghe. Luo Yin provided them with 400 drone pilots, 200 bomb drones, 10,000 infrared drones, and 2,500 night vision helmets. He also laid more than 50 bunkers and a large amount of barbed wire in advance, and instructed them to hold the position after the rotation of troops. Seeing the grave expressions on the faces of some of the generals, Luo Yin reminded everyone not to be intimidated by the 100,000 Japanese troops inside the city. After several hours of air raids, the Japanese divisions had largely destroyed their tanks, artillery, and heavy machine guns, and most of their junior and middle-ranking commanders had also been killed. The defensive line was close to the base, air support could arrive at any time, and there was infrared equipment at night. They could hold the line by taking a steady and methodical approach. However, he specifically instructed Yi Yunzhou and Qinxinghe that the bunker's location wasn't high, and if the Japanese launched a banzai charge, blocking their line of fire with corpses, they must clear it immediately. They also needed to understand that 150,000 Japanese troops were crammed into a front line of less than 8 kilometers. Their contact area was narrow, but the attacks would come wave after wave. The group solemnly agreed. Luo Yin then moved his finger to the north of the city. The north of the city mainly faced the 13th Division coming from the direction of Mufa Mountain. This division originally had 4 infantry regiments, one of which was reinforced by the Tiangu detachment. Now it only had the 104th, 116th, and 58th infantry regiments, as well as mountain artillery, engineers, and supply troops, with a total strength of about 17,000 men. This defensive line was the responsibility of the 1st Division of the Central Army. Luo Yin told Li Peiyuan that they only needed to rely on the city walls to block the Japanese army, focusing on defending the Zayedongmen, Jinshuimen, Ziobimen, Zongyangmen, and Heapingmen. The existing fortifications at these city gates were intact and could be used directly without additional reinforcement. The 13th Division was also decimated by half a day's firepower, with heavy weapons and many junior officers wiped out. Luo Yin would deploy a reconnaissance squad, an air support squad, 200 infrared night vision helmets, and liaison personnel at each city gate, and call upon the base's fire support battalion directly when support was needed. Li Peiyuan only needed to guard the city walls. Li Peiyuan took a deep breath, stood at attention, and obeyed. He had mixed feelings. He had just been reprimanded by Luo Yin and felt ashamed, but now the other party had given the Central Army so much valuable equipment and hadn't deliberately made things difficult for them. This young man truly only wanted to win. Luo Yin scanned the crowd and continued to deploy. The remaining personnel of Fang Biao's regiment would remain at the base as a reserve force to deal with emergencies and provide support to the various defense lines at any time. The mine platoon would continue to monitor the river surface and ensure the complete blockade of the Yangtze River. After arranging the defenses, Luo Yin changed the subject and began issuing counterattack orders. The 12th Regiment was a reinforced regiment with over 4,000 men. Zhao Lei would lead 3 battalions of the 12th Regiment, nearly 1,800 men, starting from Xuanwu Gate and advancing south along the city wall. Their core mission was to capture the city wall and defend the city gates along the way. These 3 battalions are equipped with 200 drone pilots, 100 bomb drones of various types, 10,000 infrared drones, and 1,500 night vision helmets. Luo Yun instructed them to proceed cautiously and steadily, minimize casualties, and use drones to bomb fortifications that cannot be destroyed, and to call for base fire support if necessary. The city walls were narrow, preventing all 1,800 men from deploying at once. Zhao Lei had to advance in waves, controlling the pace and fully utilizing their air superiority. The team included veterans from the former 3rd Battalion. Their opinions on equipment usage should be taken into consideration. Luo Yun finally set a target. If they could reach and hold Zhongshan Gate before dawn tomorrow, it would be considered a meritorious achievement. Zhao Lei stood at attention and accepted the order. Luo Yun took a deep breath and announced that he would personally lead the 2nd Battalion and the remaining 4 battalions of the 12th Regiment southward from the Dinghua Gate city wall to meet Zhao Lei at Zhongshan Gate, striving to complete the encirclement by noon tomorrow and annihilate all 100,000 Japanese troops in the city, giving them no chance to break out. The crowd responded in unison, yes. Chapter 71, The Captain is Enraged. Finally, Luo Yun clarified the command arrangements. Fang Biao, Zhou Jing, Wu Tai, and Xiao Tianong would remain at the headquarters to summarize the battle situation on all fronts and report to him every half hour. In case of any emergency, they were to be reported immediately. Luo Yun glanced at the time. It was already 10:30 p.m. At that moment, a staff officer quickly stepped forward to report that, based on the latest heavy firepower transport deployment of the Japanese army, the enemy's full-scale offensive would likely begin around 2 a.m. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yun decided that he and Zhao Lei would advance their attack time to 1 a.m., so as to catch the Japanese army off guard before they could make a move. Everyone's spirits lifted. Luo Yun then looked at Wu Tai and ordered the artillery battalion to destroy all threatening artillery and heavy weapons inside and outside the city at 1 a.m. sharp. Wu Tai immediately responded that all targets had been locked and that drones carrying ammunition were hovering over the 132 artillery pieces currently identified, waiting only for the order. Luo Yun nodded, instructing everyone to split up and, if possible, catch up on some sleep to ensure they were well rested, so the operation would commence promptly at 1 a.m. The group was in high spirits and about to leave when Luo Yun suddenly called them back. Everyone turned to look at him. A sly glint flashed in Luo Yun's eyes as he reminded them not to use the time travel machine before 2 p.m., but only after 2 p.m. Everyone instantly understood his meaning, and Xiao Tianong couldn't help but laugh. Commander Luo is really trying to kill the Japanese. The others joined in the laughter. The Japanese soldiers thought they would be safe once it got dark, that the time-traveling machine had malfunctioned, and that neither side could see each other. But Luo Yun was determined to let them be complacent first, before delivering a fatal blow. The laughter contained both confidence and the satisfaction of revenge. Luo Yun waved his hand, telling them to get ready, while also emphasizing the importance of minimizing casualties, as every soldier was invaluable. After the deployment was completed, Luo Yun didn't rest, but went to the base support center. The huge tent was already piled high with supplies. He found a few more empty tents, opened the system, and began collecting the loot. A halo flashed repeatedly, and numerous transmigrators materialized one after another. Seeing the tents full of equipment, Luo Yun felt a little more at ease. He then pulled Fang Biao along to replenish the bunkers around the base. Meanwhile, in the council hall of the highest command of the Wuhan Kingdom Army, the lights were still on late at night. The battalion commander sat in the main seat, awaiting the latest military intelligence from the Nanjing direction. High-ranking generals, such as He Jingji and Bai Jiansheng, were also present. They all knew that the situation in Nanjing was crucial to the entire anti-Japanese war. If Nanjing fell completely, it would not only demoralize the entire nation, but also allow the Japanese army to launch a pincer attack from the north and south. However, the battalion commander was more worried that Luo Yun's well-equipped and powerful anti-Japanese army might become a hidden danger that the nationalist government could not control. Just then, a staff officer rushed into the hall, sweating profusely, and delivered an urgent telegram from Nanjing jointly sent by Li Peiyuan and Shen Temu. The battalion commander took the telegram, initially appearing calm, but the more he read, the more grim his face became, and cold sweat dripped down his cheeks onto the paper. In the telegram, Li Peiyuan gave a detailed report on Luo Yun's refusal of assistance from the Central Army. his rebuke of the Central Army for abandoning the people, and even his statement that there was no need to serve the party and the country. Every sentence was like a knife stabbing into the battalion commander's heart. With a loud smack, the telegram was slammed onto the table. The hall fell silent instantly. Everyone was startled. The captain, veins bulging, angrily denounced Luo Yun for his lawlessness, calling him nothing short of a warlord. He Jingji, by Jiansheng, and others hurriedly passed the telegram around, their expressions growing increasingly grim as they read. They hadn't expected that a young man in his early 20s, relying on advanced equipment, would dare to disregard the highest command of the nationalist government. The battalion commander paced back and forth in anger, gritting his teeth and denouncing Luo Yun for preventing the Central Army from crossing the river, entering the city, and even fighting the Japanese pirates, and for daring to slander them for disregarding the people. In his eyes, this was no anti-Japanese pirate force at all, but clearly bandits, even more bandit-like than the Red Star Army. He became increasingly agitated as he spoke and began to defend himself. Each stage of the Battle of Songhu had a specific commander, and Tang Xiangxing was also responsible for troop deployment and combat command in the Battle of Nanjing. Why should the blame for the defeat be placed on him? In his eyes, a mere 20-something dared to make such slanderous accusations. He was utterly malicious. He Jingji spoke first, arguing that Luo Yun, at such a young age, was already stirring up trouble and didn't take the national government seriously at all. He suggested that they sit back and watch the two fight out, letting Luo Yun and the Japanese army fight to the death, and then the national army could send troops to clean up the mess. This way, they could eliminate the Japanese army and get rid of this major threat. These words were immediately echoed by many generals. In their view, Luo Yun had already threatened the interests of the Jiangxi region, and rather than allowing him to continue to grow stronger, it would be better to eliminate him through the hands of the Japanese army. At this moment, Bai Jianxing frowned and stepped forward, calmly reminding the battalion commander that Chun Tumu had also analyzed the situation in Nanjing in his telegram. Li Peiyuan's 1st Division was responsible for the northern defense line of the city, relying on the city wall fortifications, which made defense relatively easy. Luo Yun had not deliberately made things difficult for the Central Army, and had even provided them with equipment support. Bai Jiansheng continued. Chun Tumu suggested that we fully support the 1st Division in its operations against the Japanese pirates. We should win this battle first, showcasing the Central Army's strength, and also take the opportunity to assess Luo Yun's capabilities before considering further arrangements. After all, the national government's primary task at present is still resisting the Japanese pirates. If we sit idly by and watch Luo Yun be annihilated by the Japanese army, it will only be more difficult and costly to recapture Nanjing in the future. A heated debate erupted in the council hall. Chapter 72. First, defeat the Central Army. The captain sat silently in the main seat, his face grim. He Jingji was right. Luo Yun was indeed a major threat, but Bai Jianxing's reminder was also reasonable. Now the Japanese army is powerful. Our territory has been lost, and the national army is suffering defeat after defeat. There are 100,000 Japanese troops inside the city and 50,000 outside the city, while our own forces number only 20,000. He is weighing the options between eliminating Luo Yun and using Luo Yun. After a long while, the captain suddenly stood up, raised his hand to suppress the crowd's discussion, and said in an icy tone, "My mind is made up. Send a telegram to Chun Tumu and Li Peiyuan." The telegram was quickly drafted. The war of resistance is not something that can be accomplished in a day. The current situation of the enemy being strong and us being weak has not changed. When things are beyond our control, we must adapt to the changing circumstances and persist in the protracted war of resistance. He paused after speaking, then said in a low voice, "I think they will understand what I mean." At 11 p.m., in Shushi, at the headquarters of the Japanese Central China Area Army, Matsui Mizun stood in front of the huge map, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the location of Nanjing City, a confident smile on his face, as if he could already see the rising sun flag being planted at Yijiang Gate. Chief of Staff Sakado Osamu strode in with intelligence. "General, the latest news from the Special Higher Police. The Chinese anti-Japanese army has gathered 15,000 defeated soldiers at the Shawan Wharf and reorganized them into the 4th Division of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army." Matsui Mizun shook his head dismissively. "They are nothing but defeated generals of the Locust Army. Nothing to fear." Sakado continued his report. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, about 7,000 men of Li Peyuan's 1st Division of the 1st Army of China crossed the river and gathered more than 1,000 defeated soldiers at Xiaoguan. Around 10 o'clock, they entered the city through Yijiang Gate. Matsui Mizun narrowed his eyes. Li Peiyuan? The 1st Division from Songhu, Luodian. Upon receiving confirmation, his smile deepened. That unit had suffered heavy casualties at the hands of the 3rd and 11th Divisions in Luodian, nearly losing its designation. Now, it was entirely composed of new recruits. What fighting capacity could it possibly have? In his view, this force was not a threat, but rather a potential breach in the Nanjing defense line. His gaze swept across the map. 100,000 inside the city, 50,000 outside, 150,000 against 30,000. The advantage had completely shifted to the Japanese army. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. Sakado-kun, what do you think is the relationship between the Chinese anti-Japanese army and the Central Army? Sakado was taken aback, then realized, General, are you saying that they are not of one mind? Matsui Mizun nodded. The Chinese are best at internal strife. The anti-Japanese National Salvation Army and the Central Army are not part of the same system, so cooperation will inevitably lead to discord. We should pick on the weakest link first, defeat the Central Army, and the entire defense line will collapse. He immediately ordered, send a telegram to all units participating in the battle tonight. If you encounter the Central Army of China, you must do everything in your power to defeat them first. Let them be routed once again. Sakado stood at attention and bowed. Hi. The order was given to the staff officer to leave immediately. Matsui Mizun looked at the map again, a surge of satisfaction rising within him. How long could these newly recruited soldiers, fresh from the battlefield, withstand the onslaught of the Locust Army? 10 minutes or half an hour. Once the Central Army's defense line collapses, the Chinese army in the north of the city will inevitably be shaken across the board. He suppressed his excitement and asked again, how's the heavy weaponry transport going? Sakado replied, we have already transported 143 artillery pieces and 18 tanks into the city, and they are expected to all arrive by 1:30 a.m. Any unusual movements by the anti-Japanese forces within the city? No abnormalities. The heavy weapons transport was not bombed. Matsui Mizun's smile deepened. Sure enough, those mysterious weapons became ineffective at night. He walked to the window, looked at the night sky, and coldly ordered, send another telegram to all participating troops. At 2 a.m. sharp, launch a full-scale attack. The Chinese capital must be captured before 6 a.m. He turned and swept his gaze across the crowd. Whichever group drags the team down, the division commander shall commit suicide as an apology. The command center responded in unison. Hi. Matsui Mizun returned to the map. Once Nanjing was captured, the Chinese will to resist would inevitably collapse, and even the Khan's battalion commander would obediently negotiate. After the empire annexed North China and the Jiangnan region and acquired the Chinese army's flying weapons, world domination would be just around the corner. 12:55 a.m. on the 14th. Inside the headquarters of the anti-Japanese army base, Luo Yun stood in front of the electronic sand table, his hands resting on the edge of the table. The staff officers were constantly summarizing intelligence. Various heavy firepower units of the Japanese army had successively entered their positions. In the Jiangbei direction, the Tiangu Detachment's heavy artillery battalion deployed 8 Type 92 150mm heavy howitzers. In the Chengdong direction, the 18th Division's 36 Type 94 mountain guns had also been deployed. The heavy firepower of the 3rd, 6th, 9th, 16th, and 114th Divisions in the city was all in place, and the observation soldiers were using night vision equipment to mark the coordinates of the anti-Japanese army's positions. Alarm bells rang in Luo Yun's mind. If they waited any longer, once the Japanese army completed its adjustments and several heavy artillery shells were fired at the base and forward positions, the losses in personnel and supplies would be unbearable. We must strike first and destroy the foundation of the Japanese army's heavy firepower. He looked up and swept his gaze over everyone in the command post, then said in a deep voice, let's begin. Wu Tai immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Attention all air units. Target locked, 3 minutes countdown. As soon as the order was given, the air power that had been ready to go was instantly activated. The Air Defense Firepower Battalion had 198 bombing drones, plus the 362 bombing drones assigned to each battalion and regiment, for a total of 560 drones. Chapter 73. 2 artillery battalions annihilated. The bombing drones, accompanied by a low whistling sound, appeared precisely on time over the designated targets inside and outside the city. Combined with the drones already hovering and waiting, the entire drone force numbered nearly 800. Different targets required different types of ammunition. Heavy machine guns use 1 kilogram bombs. Mortars, infantry guns, and tanks use 10-kilogram bombs, while mountain guns, howitzers, and ammunition depots are equipped with 50-kilogram bombs. Inside the command center, a large screen continuously switched between real-time images. Under the infrared lens, the Japanese Army's positions were crystal clear. On the heavy artillery positions of the WWII detachment, soldiers were moving ammunition, adjusting artillery, and waving flags to give orders. The Type 92 150mm heavy howitzers, their muzzles raised high, were aimed directly at the positions in front of Puku City. To the east of the city, the 18th Division's 36 Type 94-75mm mountain guns were also distributed across 6 artillery positions, completing their final calibration. Throughout the city, cannons that had escaped the bombing during the day were brought out, and gunners were loading shells into the barrels, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the anti-Japanese army at dawn. In the silent command post, Wu Tai's voice was exceptionally clear. Countdown, get ready. At the Jiangbei Tengu detachment's position, Lieutenant Colonel Kato, the heavy artillery battalion commander, stood beside a Type 92 heavy howitzer, looking at the behemoth with satisfaction. The sturdy barrel, the stable carriage, and the neatly stacked ammunition boxes all filled him with confidence. This type of cannon has a maximum range of 12 kilometers, and a single shell can blow a Chinese bunker into the air. In just half an hour, the Puka wharf would be razed to the ground. He looked up at the night sky. It was pitch black all around, and he couldn't see anything. Those damned flying weapons were indeed useless at night. Command's judgment was correct. Those things relied on light, and in the dark, they were just scrap metal. Just as Kato was about to lower his head to continue his inspection, a low hum suddenly came from above. He was startled and looked up, but could only see the pitch-black night. Is there anything? Before the words were even finished, the first 50-kilogram bomb landed precisely next to a heavy howitzer. Boom! The explosion ripped through the night. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating the entire position as bright as day. The heavy artillery was overturned on the spot, its barrel flying more than 10 meters before slamming into a nearby ammunition truck. The next second, the ammunition truck was detonated. Boom! An even more violent explosion engulfed the position, sending debris and flames flying everywhere. Kato was thrown into the air by the shockwave and crashed heavily to the ground, his ears ringing and him barely able to hear anything. He struggled to lift his head and saw that all 8 of his prized heavy cannons were engulfed in flames. The gunners, who had trained for many years, were either blown to pieces, rolled on the ground engulfed in flames, or crushed under twisted steel. A soldier covered in blood crawled up to him and stretched out his hand. Help! Help me! Kato opened his mouth, but before he could speak, another bomb fell. Boom! His vision was completely plunged into darkness. The explosions continued unabated. In just 30 seconds, the entire 600-man heavy artillery battalion, along with 8 heavy cannons, a dozen ammunition trucks, and tractors, was reduced to ashes. In the end, not even a platoon could be reassembled to stand. 3 kilometers away, at the mortar position, Lieutenant Colonel Watanabe, the battalion commander, was also directing his soldiers to adjust the firing parameters. 36 Type 97-81mm mortars were neatly arranged in 3 rows. Although their range was short, their rate of fire was extremely fast, capable of firing 20 rounds per minute. He was thinking of waiting until 2 o'clock to give the Chinese a taste of a barrage of artillery fire when he suddenly heard a buzzing sound overhead. Watanabe looked up, but the night sky was still pitch black. The first 10-kilogram bomb fell. Boom! A mortar was blown away, and the surrounding artillerymen fell to the ground. Then a second, a third, and a 4th bomb fell in succession. Boom! 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 The artillerymen scattered in panic, but it was too late. The bombs seemed to have eyes, landing precisely on the gun positions one after another. Suddenly, a 50-kilogram bomb, crashed into the ammunition pile. Boom! The violent explosion instantly leveled the entire position. 36 mortars, more than 500 Japanese artillerymen, and the piles of ammunition were all engulfed in flames. Watanabe Masao lay in a pool of blood, and the last thing he saw was his mortar being blown to pieces like a toy. Then, he went to meet Amaterasu, the Japanese goddess. At the same time, the artillery positions of the infantry regiment under the Tengu detachment were also attacked in the same round. More than a dozen Type 41 75mm mountain guns and Type 92 70mm infantry guns were blown to scrap metal one after another by small drone bombs. 30 seconds later, the explosions gradually subsided. The Tiangu detachment's assault capabilities had been reduced by at least 80%. 5 kilometers north of the battlefield, at the rear command post of the Amaya detachment, Major General Najiro Amaya stood on a high ground, holding binoculars, watching the firelight that lit up in front of and to the side. The distance was too great, and the night made observation difficult. He could only vaguely make out patches of firelight and faintly hear explosions. He frowned and asked in confusion, "Has the attack already begun before the appointed time?" The adjutant followed his gaze, his atoms apple-bobbing. "General, there's been fighting ahead." Najiro Amaya paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha! It must be the Imperial warriors who seized the perfect opportunity and couldn't wait to launch a surprise attack. Very good, excellent. Soldiers should have this kind of instinct and courage." He then looked in the direction from which the explosion had come from and asked, "Where is that over there?" The adjutant replied, "It looks like it's near our howitzer position." Najiro Amaya sneered, his tone full of disdain. That was the treasure of the Central China Area Army, the pride of the empire's industry. The Chinese army could only find out the general location and launch some Mennonite raids. He had anticipated this move. The heavy artillery position was specifically chosen on the reverse slope in a blind spot of the artillery fire, surrounded by 3 layers of barbed wire, and guarded by a full-strength infantry battalion. The sentries were even placed 2 kilometers away, let alone the fact that the Chinese army only has 2,000 or 3,000 scattered soldiers. Even if a full-strength main force division came, they wouldn't be able to touch his heavy artillery positions. In his view, the commotion before him was most likely caused by the Chinese night raiding force crashing into the defensive perimeter and being brutally beaten by the Imperial warriors. Najiro Amaya's eyes were filled with disdain. China has only 2,000 or 3,000 men. Instead of staying put and defending, they dare to launch a night attack. They're utterly foolish and courting death. He said with certainty, "I have considered 10,000 scenarios, and there is not a single one in which we will lose." After saying that, he looked at the distant firelight, his expression becoming more relaxed. "Good. They're all tired after running all day. Since these Chinese soldiers are so eager to die, let's send them on their way sooner. The sooner we capture Puka Wharf, the sooner we can rest." Chapter 74, advancing along the city wall. On the mudflats along the Yangtze River west of Nanjing, the 18th Division of the Japanese Army was in an even worse situation than the Amaya detachment. The area was mostly mudflats, with very few places suitable for artillery positions. Only 6 narrow, barely usable hilltops remained. The 18th Mountain Artillery Regiment struggled to squeeze 3 mountain artillery battalions and 36 Type 94 75mm mountain guns into these 6 positions. The artillerymen braved the cold wind to calibrate the firing data, and the personnel, artillery, and ammunition were all highly concentrated, even more so than at the Tiangu detachment. Just as they finished their adjustments and were preparing to stand by, 20 drones locked onto their target. 50-kilogram high-explosive bombs rained down one after another, the roars overlapping each other, giving the Japanese troops on the position no time to react. The cramped positions offered nowhere to hide. With each bomb that fell, the shockwave whipped up waves of mud, overturning soldiers and artillery pieces alike. Some were blown to pieces on the spot. Others were swallowed by the mud and water. After 20 explosions, 6 artillery positions were completely leveled. All that remained on the ground were twisted gun barrels, scattered shell casings, and piles of corpses. Almost every bomb could take away hundreds of Japanese soldiers. This 2,000-strong mountain artillery regiment was nearly wiped out after just 1 round of bombing, completely losing its combat capability. Because it was dark, the regimental commander, who was hiding in the rear observation post, could only see flames shooting into the sky and hear a barrage of explosions. He assumed it was just the Chinese army firing randomly, and with a sneer on his face, he inwardly mocked their lack of understanding of artillery tactics. In his view, nighttime artillery fire is extremely sensitive to accuracy. Without benchmarks and observational feedback, indiscriminate bombardment only wastes ammunition. He simply couldn't believe that his proud mountain artillery regiment had been reduced to ruins in 30 seconds. At the same time, nearly 20 infantry guns and mortars from the 3 infantry regiments under the 18th Division were also targeted and destroyed one by 20 drones from the 10th Regiment with small bombs, leaving no usable heavy firepower. In the first wave of bombardment alone, the 18th Division lost nearly 2,300 Japanese soldiers. The Japanese troops inside the city had learned their lesson. After being harassed by drones during the day, they deliberately reduced the number of gunners when setting up their artillery, leaving only 3 to 5 people to adjust each gun. Therefore, the number of people directly killed in the bombing within the city was not too large. However, the surviving Japanese soldiers were already terrified. Upon hearing someone shout that the flying weapons were still there, they immediately scrambled towards the pre-prepared anti-bombing bunkers, their faces as white as paper. Inside the headquarters of the anti-Japanese army base, a large screen was displaying the battle situation from various locations in rotation. The position of the Jiangbei Tengu detachment had been turned into a sea of fire. The mountain artillery position of the 18th Division in the east of the city was unrecognizable, and tanks, armored vehicles, and newly set up artillery pieces in the city were all burning. Luo Yin stared at the screen and nodded. Wu Tai then reported that the first wave of 800 drones was expected to destroy more than 300 Japanese artillery pieces, more than 60 tanks and armored vehicles, more than 200 trucks and ammunition trucks, and kill about 10,000 Japanese soldiers. Cheers erupted in the command post. 5 minutes after the bombing began, a second wave of drones took off. Because some drones needed charging and others were to be handed over to frontline command, this batch of approximately 400 drones would continue to strike officers, assembly points, radio stations, and ammunition depots. Flames soared into the night sky over Nanjing, accompanied by a series of explosions. In the refugee shacks at Shaoguan Wharf and the temporary shelters in the safety zone, everyone who had gone to sleep was awakened. Some opened their windows to gaze into the distance. Some knelt with their hands clasped in prayer, and others held their children and wept. They didn't know exactly what had happened, but they knew the flames came from the Japanese positions and the explosions were hitting the Japanese soldiers. For those who had suffered so much, knowing this was enough. Luo Yin walked out of the headquarters, mounted a 4-cylinder motorcycle, and with a deep, rumbling engine, headed straight for Dinghuai Gate on the West City Wall. The 2nd Battalion, stationed along the West City Wall, had already advanced southward along the wall as planned, clearing out the Japanese troops and eliminating strongholds on both sides under the guidance of drones. At the same time, along the Xuanwu Gate of the eastern city wall, Zhao Lei led 3 battalions of the 13th Regiment southward. The 2 forces, one to the east and one to the west, were like 2 sharp knives, silently tearing through the Japanese army's city wall defenses in the darkness. The city's power grid had long been destroyed by the Japanese Air Force, and the Japanese had only hastily occupied the city walls this morning. They had also been bombed by the anti-Japanese army all day, so there was simply no time to deploy fixed searchlights. There were only a few patrol soldiers on the city walls, wandering back and forth with kerosene lamps or flashlights. But to the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion, wearing infrared night vision helmets, these lights were nothing more than targets in the dark. The soldiers could lock onto targets from 100 meters away and accurately shoot them down from a distance, clearing them out even faster than drones dropping bombs. The drones focused on clearing both sides of the city wall, specifically targeting Japanese soldiers in corners, trenches, and behind bunkers to prevent them from attacking the anti-Japanese troops on the wall with grenade launchers. Those firing positions that they thought were well hidden were exposed under the night vision cameras. Even if the Japanese soldiers took refuge in sturdy bunkers and avoided drone bombs, they couldn't escape the direct fire of the anti-Japanese army's RPGs. A rocket roared out, directly penetrating the bunker and completely eliminating the Japanese soldiers inside. The entire front advanced extremely quickly, at a pace almost indistinguishable from a leisurely stroll. To the Japanese army, this didn't feel like a night siege, but rather a routine patrol where the enemy's location was already known. Chapter 75. The Japanese army knows how to disguise themselves. Luo Yun followed at the rear of the 2nd Battalion. Every 100 meters, or so they advanced, they would bring out a large number of sandbags and cut steel pipes and pile them on both sides of the city wall. These sandbags came from the original timeline of Blue Star. Luo Feng organized people to collect sand from the river and fill them. Each bag cost only a little over 5 yuan, making them cheap and practical. The cut steel pipes were also inexpensive, yet they could significantly increase the strength of the position. To reinforce the city wall defenses, Luo Yun prepared hundreds of thousands of sandbags in advance. Once the next 4 battalions of the 13th Regiment arrived with ammunition and supplies, they could immediately use sandbags and steel pipes to build anti-artillery fortifications. Even if the Japanese army occasionally managed to hit the city walls with a few grenade launchers, it would be difficult to cause significant damage. According to the plan, a stronghold was set up every 50 to 100 meters, with 5 to 10 soldiers stationed at each location. With their superior vantage point, these strongholds could effectively block off a 200-meter radius around both sides of the city wall. Combined with drone reconnaissance and strike capabilities, infrared night vision helmets, automatic firepower, RPGs, grenades, ample ammunition, and walkie-talkie communication, the defenses were virtually impenetrable. Such positions are difficult to breach even with tanks unless subjected to heavy artillery bombardment. Unfortunately, the Japanese heavy artillery had already been cleared out by drones. Compared to the rapid advance of the 2nd Battalion on the West City Wall, the 3 battalions of the 13th Regiment led by Zhao Lei were moving slightly slower along the Xuanwu Gate line of the East City Wall. This was because there were no readily available sandbags or steel pipes there, so they had to find materials on site to reinforce their positions. Fortunately, some defensive materials were left on the city wall, and the Japanese army also piled up sandbags, planks, and other supplies after occupying the city, which was enough to keep up with their pace of advance. Inside Nanjing, at the headquarters of the 6th Division, Tani Isao stood before a map, his face ashen. Behind him, telegrams and telephones rang incessantly, and battle reports arrived one after another. The staff officer reported, "All the heavy firepower of the 6th Division in the city has been destroyed." Tani Hisao clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, cursing, "Damn it, those Chinese are so cunning. They can even attack at night with those bomb-laden flying weapons." He was filled with anger and fear, but also secretly relieved. Fortunately, he hadn't completely believed the intelligence that flying weapons malfunction at night and had taken precautions in advance. Otherwise, the casualties of the 6th Division would have been even more severe. The staff officer beside him immediately flattered him, saying that the division commander had already seen through the Chinese plot. The enemy deliberately lured out the Japanese artillery and then destroyed it all with flying weapons. Fortunately, they had made preparations in advance, and most of the soldiers had taken shelter in bomb shelters, so the casualties were not serious. Hisao Tani's expression softened slightly. He said coldly, "The Chinese think they can do whatever they want with flying weapons. They're delusional." In the afternoon, he had already arranged for tests to identify some of the weaknesses of those flying weapons. As long as the soldiers wore reconnaissance camouflage suits and the artillery was covered with camouflage netting, the probability of being detected would be greatly reduced. So before nightfall, he deliberately stockpiled a large amount of hidden supplies and reported the discovery to the 3rd, 9th, 16th, and 114th Divisions in the city. Tani Hisao asked in a deep voice, "How are the camouflage supplies prepared? Have the assault teams been deployed?" The staff officer quickly replied that all the camouflage supplies for the 3,000 assault team members were ready, including camouflage nets and other items, and the soldiers had mastered camouflage techniques, so they could assault the Chinese army's positions at any time. Tani Hisao nodded in satisfaction. Thankfully, those chasing and bombing flying weapons hadn't appeared, otherwise he would have seriously considered retreating. Since they hadn't, there was still a chance. He turned abruptly and ordered, "Pass on the order. Launch a preemptive strike." The staff officer hesitated for a moment, then reminded him that the general offensive was scheduled for 2 p.m. Tani Isao waved his hand, saying, "The Chinese have already begun their attack. Waiting any longer will only result in us being blown to bits. Strike ahead of time and catch them off guard. At the same time, notify the other divisions to move in unison and disperse the Chinese firepower." The order was quickly issued. In front of the 11th Regiment's position, a group of dark figures moved slowly in the darkness. They dressed in all sorts of bizarre ways. Some had leaves stuck in their heads like moving bushes. Some were draped in long, gray-green cloths, almost blending into the night. Others carried wooden planks, black umbrellas, or even broken tables. These Japanese troops were divided into more than 10 groups, moving at varying speeds and stopping frequently. The infrared blocking camouflage did indeed reduce the effectiveness of thermal imaging, and also significantly lowered the probability of detection by aerial drones. However, many Japanese soldiers who were not properly disguised were still targeted by drones, and bombs rained down, blowing them to pieces. Explosions continued along the way, resulting in significant casualties. These camouflages might fool the eyes in the sky, but not the eyes on the ground. On the position, soldiers of the 11th Regiment lay prone behind their bunkers, wearing infrared night vision helmets, silently watching the moving bush. A young soldier whispered, "Platoon leader, the Japanese are coming." The platoon leader nodded. "I see. Tell them to come closer." The shadowy figure drew closer, 200 meters, 100 meters. Suddenly, a Japanese soldier stopped, took out a grenade launcher from behind him, and skillfully set it up. Thump! A flare shot into the sky. Bang! The flare exploded in the air, and the blinding white light instantly illuminated the entire position. The Japanese soldier laughed triumphantly. He thought the sudden burst of light would blind the Chinese, and that temporary blindness would allow the Japanese army to break through quickly. But the next second, the anti-Japanese army, which had already locked onto their location, opened fire. Da-da-da-da. Gunfire erupted on the position, AK-47 bullets raining down on the shadowy figures exposed to the white light. The Japanese soldiers who had just gotten up to charge were mowed down in droves. In less than 10 seconds, all 30-odd Japanese soldiers on the way to the charge died. Not a single one survived. The light from the flares gradually dimmed. Chapter 76, giving the Japanese a glimmer of hope. Darkness descended once more on the position. Behind the cover, a young soldier muttered with disappointment. "That's it? We've been preparing for hours, and this is all the Japanese we've got." The veteran next to him patted his helmet, telling him not to worry. This was just the first wave. There would be plenty of opportunities tonight. The first wave had barely retreated when the second wave quickly crept up. This time, the Japanese soldiers were smarter. They used the wreckage of a truck as a shield, hiding behind thick sheet metal as they rapidly approached, thinking that bullets couldn't harm them. But they didn't know that the anti-Japanese army had something specifically designed to deal with such targets that thought themselves safe. The platoon leader glanced at it and immediately ordered, "RPG ready." The soldiers hoisted their rocket launchers, aimed at the wreckage, and with a shout of fire, the rockets roared out, trailing plumes of flame. With a deafening roar, the truck wreckage exploded. The Japanese soldiers hiding behind it were blown away. Some were torn apart, some were engulfed in flames, and some were crushed under twisted steel plates, motionless. A young soldier peeked out, then shrank back in. "Platoon leader, this is too easy." The platoon leader told him to shut up and continued his vigil. The same scene was playing out on all fronts within the city. The night raids organized by the 3rd, 9th, 16th, and 114th Divisions all failed. The Japanese camouflage was meaningless against the night vision helmets. The assault teams fell in droves before they could even reach the first line of defense. Gunfire, explosions, and screams rang out continuously, and the corpses piled up higher and higher in front of the battle lines. However, the anti-Japanese army, with its superior equipment, suffered almost no casualties. At the Zayed Gate on the north side of the city, the 1st Division of the Central Army was also on high alert. Soldiers wearing infrared night vision helmets kept a close watch on the area below the city. Dozens of dark figures, camouflaged, moved forward cautiously, stopping and starting, but to the soldiers on the city wall, they were as clear as day. At a command, the Chiang Kai-shek rifles opened fire in unison. Although the Central Army lacked powerful automatic firepower, it held the high walls and had aerial reconnaissance and strike support, making it impossible for the Japanese to break through. The first wave left dozens of corpses, and the second and third waves suffered the same fate. Half an hour later, there had been no progress at any of the 5 city gates. The commander of the 13th Division finally gave up, and the remaining Japanese soldiers scrambled back to their air raid shelters. On the city wall, a soldier wiped his sweat and sighed, saying that this battle felt like a dream. Before, they were always the ones being chased and beaten by the Japanese, but now the tables had turned. The situation was even more dire along the Sancha River line west of the city. The 18th Division's positions had long been bombed beyond recognition. The artillery was virtually wiped out, and the infantry couldn't even cross the river. On the opposite bank, the upgraded bunkers gleamed with a metallic sheen, and the anti-Japanese troops, hiding inside, were picked off one by one like targets in a shooting exercise. The Japanese occasionally retaliated with grenade launchers, but the shells only left white marks on the concrete bunkers. 40 drones continued to bombard the area, and in just half an hour, the 18th Division had suffered more than 4,000 casualties. The mudflats were stained red with blood, and the surviving Japanese soldiers lay in the ditches, completely devastated as they watched the bombs fall from the sky, only able to cry out that they wanted to go home. In Jiangbei, the Amaya detachment suffered a similar fate. 50 drones relentlessly bombarded them. To avenge the 2 artillery battalions, Amaya Najuro, along with other divisions, organized a commando unit to launch a preemptive attack on the Japanese positions. The assault team finally reached the position under heavy fire, only to be stunned after firing their flares. Ahead lay barbed wire, trenches, and fortified bunkers. Grenade launchers couldn't penetrate the bunkers. The barbed wire was impossible to detach once caught, and the deep, wide trenches were impossible to cross. The assault team leader gritted his teeth and shouted that he was loyal to the emperor, and hundreds of Japanese soldiers charged forward madly. The next second, the machine gun in the bunker opened fire. Japanese soldiers fell in droves in front of the barbed wire. Some were caught on the barbs and screamed in agony. Some fell into the trench and were impaled to death by the long spikes underneath, and some were sent flying by RPGs as soon as they reached the bunker. 10 minutes later, the assault team retreated in disarray, leaving behind more than 300 corpses. Najiro Amaya stared at the returning remnants of his troops, utterly stunned. He muttered to himself, unable to believe that he was still fighting against the Chinese army. Within half an hour, Amaya's detachment of 10,000 men had suffered a loss of more than 2,500 men. On the western city wall, Luo Yun stood behind the battlements, looking at the battle report that had just been sent by headquarters. From the general offensive at 1 o'clock in the morning until nearly 2 o'clock, in just 1 hour, it was estimated that about 11,000 Japanese soldiers had been annihilated inside and outside the city, while the anti-Japanese army itself suffered less than 50 casualties. Luo Yun frowned. Attacking too quickly would be disastrous. If the Japanese were terrified and turned to flee, that would be troublesome. The real way to destroy the enemy isn't by routing them, but by annihilating them. A routing battle might send half the enemy away, but they can rebuild their forces in a few months. An annihilation battle, however, is what truly destroys them completely. He and Zhao Lei have only just begun to secure their position. The city wall stretches over 10 kilometers from Dinghuai Gate to Zhongshan Gate, and they've only advanced to Chaochang Gate, less than a fifth of the way. If tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers escape now, they'll have to fight again in the future. Luo Yun immediately shook his head, deciding to leave the Japanese some hope. He picked up the communicator and ordered in an unquestionable tone, "Order all units to postpone the use of the drones by another 2 hours, and to put them into combat at 4 a.m. sharp. The frontline troops of the 11th and 12th regiments in the city shall immediately fight and retreat in an orderly manner to defend the second-line concrete bunker positions." He continued to order his troops to feign a rout, abandoning some outdated nationalist equipment and supplies to mislead the enemy, giving the Japanese hope of capturing the position and luring them deeper into enemy territory. Finally, he emphasized, "Remember, the retreat must be orderly, not chaotic." Chapter 77. The Japanese Army's Unstoppable Force. Upon receiving the order, the 11th and 12th regiments within the city immediately took action. The 1st and 2nd companies will take turns providing cover and retreat to the number 2 bunker position. The 3rd company, leave your Type 2 rifles and ammunition on the position. Make it look natural. Remember, fight and retreat at the same time. Don't let the Japanese see that you are retreating on purpose. The soldiers acted swiftly. The gunfire gradually subsided, and the anti-Japanese troops retreated in an orderly fashion. Some leaned their rifles against the bunkers, while others left several boxes of ammunition in the trenches before disappearing into the night. 3 minutes later, the remnants of the Japanese 6th Division assault team braved the gunfire and crept onto the position. only to find it deserted, with only a few abandoned weapons remaining. A squad leader picked up a Type 24 rifle and immediately recognized it as Chinese army equipment. A nearby soldier shouted excitedly, "They've broken through the lines. The Chinese are fleeing." Quickly sent a telegram to the division. Cheers of "Long live the heavenly locust" quickly erupted from the position. 200 meters away, pairs of eyes were coldly watching them from behind the firing ports of the concrete bunker. A soldier whispered, "The Japanese have really fallen for it." The platoon leader, however, just lowered his voice and told them to be happy for a while, and that they would deal with it all together at 3 o'clock. The same scenario was playing out on the positions of other divisions. In the command posts of the 3rd, 6th, 9th, 16th, and 114th divisions, good news kept coming from the front. They had broken through the first line of defense, captured a large amount of weapons and ammunition, defeated the defending troops, and were pursuing the defeated enemy. The division commanders finally smiled, convinced that the Imperial warriors were invincible. They ordered their troops to rest and continue the attack, determined to break through all defenses and completely occupy the Chinese capital before dawn. Meanwhile, at another point on the western city wall, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion advanced like tigers descending a mountain all the way to the Kamikaze, small city gate. Although the grassland gate was small, the Japanese took it very seriously. 2 companies, nearly 500 men, were stationed in the city walls, the gate tower, and the bunkers on both sides. After continuous bombing and suppression by drones, their heavy firepower had been cleared, and they could only hide in the bunkers, not daring to show their faces. After observing with night vision binoculars, Gu Mingchuan, the battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion, reported to Luo Yun that the Japanese soldiers were all hiding in bunkers and that a direct assault would result in heavy casualties. Luo Yun nodded, picked up the walkie-talkie, and ordered, "RPG ready." A dozen soldiers shouldered rocket launchers and aimed them at the brick bunker. At a command, over a dozen rockets roared out, hitting their targets precisely. Amidst the explosions, bricks and stones flew everywhere. The Japanese soldiers hiding inside didn't even have time to scream before they were blown to pieces. However, the armories inside the city gate became a problem. These rooms were connected to the city wall, and the Japanese soldiers hid in the deepest part, out of reach of direct fire and drones. The passage was also narrow, so grenades were either blocked by the doors or exploded outside the doors. Luo Yun frowned and ordered the armory to be sealed off with firepower first, to be dealt with last. Dozens of AK-47s immediately blocked the exit. Any Japanese soldiers who dared to show their faces would be riddled with bullets. Soon, the remaining Japanese soldiers on both sides of the city gate were cleared away, and the ground was littered with corpses. Luo Yun then went to a high point near the city gate, and through the system, he conjured 3 precast reinforced concrete bunkers on each side and added barbed wire, pine chevaux de frise, sandbags, and steel bars. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion were already used to this and quickly moved forward to deploy their forces. In less than 10 minutes, an enhanced defensive position for the city gate was in place. After confirming that there were no Japanese troops around, Luo Yun ordered his soldiers to operate small time-traveling machines and force their way into the armory. Soon, more than a dozen muffled thuds came from inside, accompanied by screams and the sound of walls cracking, and the armory fell completely silent. At this moment, Gu Mingchuan arrived to report that a company of the 6th Division was approaching from the direction of the city, and a company of the 18th Division was also approaching from the direction of the city. Luo Yun frowned and simply ordered 2nd Battalion, wipe them out. The battle erupted instantly. The Japanese soldiers inside the city had just reached the vicinity of the city gate, preparing to clear the barbed wire and chevaux de frise, when the 3 bunkers opened fire at full force. AK-47 bullets rained down like a storm, and Japanese soldiers fell in droves. After taking cover in the ruins, they returned fire with grenade launchers. Several shells landed on the city wall, sending up rubble, but the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion, hiding behind sandbags and bunkers, were almost unharmed. The Japanese troops outside the city fared even worse. As soon as they approached the city gate, they were locked onto by drones in the night sky. More than a dozen drones hovered above, bombs raining down one after another. Before the Japanese even saw the city gate, the battlefield was already littered with corpses. As the remaining soldiers braved the bombardment and rushed to the gate, before they could even cross the barbed wire and barricades, the three bunkers in the darkness opened fire again. The firepower swept across like a harvester, and the charging Japanese soldiers fell one after another. After a massacre, the 2nd Battalion completely defeated the two reinforcements and took full control of the grassland gate. Because this was the first time clearing such a well-hidden armory, the soldiers lacked experience, which caused some delays. From launching the attack to completely controlling the city gate, it took a full hour. Luo Yun dared not relax and immediately arranged for 150 soldiers from the 13th Regiment to stay and guard the Kechimen area, responsible for defense and reinforcement of the city. He also moved part of the drone base at Dinghuimen to a nearby location to shorten the support distance and improve the efficiency of air support. After the deployment was completed, Luo Yun hurried along and immediately followed the 2nd Battalion, which continued south. Chapter 78. We must defeat the Central Army. Just as the 2nd Battalion was fiercely attacking the Kechimen, inside the headquarters of the Japanese Central China Area Army in Shushi, Matsui Mizun had just finished listening to the frontline battle report summarized by Tsukato Ko, and his wrinkled face instantly turned ferocious. In the Jiangbei direction, the Tiangu detachment suffered complete destruction of its heavy weapons and more than 3,000 casualties. The 18th Division's Mountain Artillery Regiment in the west of the city was attacked and lost more than 4,000 men. And the heavy firepower of the divisions in the city was completely lost, with another 3,000 men lost. Bakayuru. Matsui Mizun slammed his fist on the table, cursing the Chinese for being treacherous and cunning. He then turned to stare at the intelligence officer and questioned why such a bomb-dropping flying weapon could attack at night. The intelligence officer trembled with fear and could only explain that the technical department had only confirmed that the pursuing flying weapons could not be deployed at night. As for the bomb-dropping type, they had never recovered any wreckage and could not verify it at all. No sooner had he finished speaking than Matsui Mizun slapped him across the face, calling him a piece of trash. The staff officer covered his swollen face, not daring to utter another word, but he felt extremely aggrieved. Those drones had been flying hundreds of meters in the air, and they hadn't even found any debris. Tsukato rushed forward and cautiously reported that there was also good news. The Imperial Army inside the city had launched an early attack and captured the first line of Chinese positions. They had also figured out a way to hide in the air, which would reduce casualties from airstrikes. Matsui Mizun's anger subsided slightly, and he asked in a gloomy tone, "Did those flying weapons that chase people appear tonight?" Tsukato shook his head. None of the divisions had reported any relevant information. Matsui Mizun's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he immediately asked which unit was in contact with the Central Army's 1st Division. Upon learning that it was the 13th Division north of the city, he immediately ordered all division commanders to go to the front line to supervise the battle and maintain the offensive to contain the Chinese army. At the same time, he ordered the commander of the 13th Division, Yokohai Ajisu, to defeat the Central Army's 1st Division by 4 a.m. Tsukaji Tori accepted the order and immediately went to relay it. Matsui Mizun looked at the map again, his expression fanatical. From Hoshi to Nanjing, he knew all too well the weaknesses of the Chinese army. If any point was breached, the entire defensive line would collapse. This was true of Songhu, Xingzhou and Zhurong. After the order was issued, the offensive on the front lines inside the city, west of the city, and north of the river noticeably weakened. The Japanese army continued to attack the anti-Japanese army's positions, but the previous wave-like charges were changed to intermittent attacks. The fighting was even fiercer at Kechimen. Both the 6th and 18th Divisions felt their flanks were threatened and each sent a battalion to attack from both sides, try to recapture the city gate. The 6th Division barely made it to the city walls before being torn apart by the fire from the bunkers. AK-47 bullets rained down, pinning the Japanese troops down. The 18th Division outside the city fared even worse, suffering air attacks from both the 10th Regiment and the 13th Regiment inside the city. They couldn't even reach the barbed wire fence in front of the grassland gate, and the corpses piled up outside, their blood staining the ground red. On the northern front, the 13th Division and the 1st Division of the Central Army had been fighting fiercely for 2 hours. Corpses lay strewn across the city walls, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and the smoke of gunpowder. Ajishu Yokohai stood on the high ground, his eyes fixed on the east gate through binoculars, his face ashen. He cursed that if it weren't for the flying weapons destroying the artillery and tanks, he would have already leveled the city walls. The staff reported that they had analyzed the 5 city gates, and that the east gate was the weakest in defense, had the most new recruits, and had the most rudimentary fortifications. Upon hearing this, Ajishu Yokohama grinned maliciously. He ordered the formation of a special operations commando team, dressed in reconnaissance squadron uniforms, to infiltrate the Zayadaman Gate in batches and directly blow up the city gate, while the front was reinforced with a strong attack to cover the operations team. At the same time, he ordered the engineer regiment to prepare to blow up the city walls. On the surface, this was all a feint. The real key lay with the engineers. The staff officer immediately obeyed. Soon, all 5 city gates were under fierce attack simultaneously. The firepower was heaviest at the Zayadaman Gate, where Ajishu Yokobe concentrated 2/3 of the entire division's grenade launchers. The Japanese army had also learned their lesson. They would fire a grenade launcher and then change positions, not giving the drones a chance to lock on. Shells kept falling on the city wall of Zayadaman, the explosions echoing one after another, and debris flying everywhere. The casualties among the Central Army soldiers on the city wall continued to mount, and blood flowed down the cracks between the bricks. The soldiers of the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Division were still fighting desperately, and even though the regimental commander's voice was hoarse from shouting, he was still ordering them to fight hard. But wave after wave of Japanese soldiers surged in, shells raining down relentlessly. A young soldier had just peeked out to aim when he was blown away by a grenade launcher, while a veteran next to him, his eyes red, frantically pulled the trigger. As the Japanese soldiers fell in droves, another wave surged forward. The city gate had already been blown open twice, and each time, the 2nd Regiment had to organize suicide squads to push the Japanese back with their lives. But casualties were mounting, and the number of veterans was dwindling. A company commander, covered in blood, rushed to the regimental commander and cried out in a trembling voice, "Regimental commander, we can't hold on much longer." The regimental commander gritted his teeth and roared, "We have to hold on, even if we can't. Behind us lies Nanjing City, with hundreds of thousands of civilians. Reinforcements will arrive soon." After saying that, he decisively picked up the walkie-talkie, his voice hoarse but firm. "Commander, Zayadaman is in dire need of reinforcements." Chapter 79, The Central Army Fled. In the headquarters of the 1st Division of the Central Army, Lee Pei-yuan stood in front of the map, listening to the battle reports constantly coming back from the front, his expression extremely complicated. In just 2 hours, his troops killed 3,000 to 4,000 Japanese soldiers, while suffering only 2,000 casualties themselves. Such a record was a great victory, and even he himself felt it was unreal. But his gaze remained fixed on the direction of Zayadaman. The fighting was fiercest there. The 2nd Regiment had too many new recruits, many of whom were only 16 or 17 years old. Their first time on a battlefield, they encountered the bloodiest and toughest battle. What alarmed Lee Pei-yuan even more was that the Japanese troops, despite suffering heavy casualties, continued to charge forward like madmen. Their reckless ferocity reminded him once again of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood during the Battle of Shanghai. The staff officer cautiously reminded, "Commander, the 2nd Regiment is about to collapse. Should we send in the reserves?" Lee Pei-yuan remained silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and ordered, "Send a battalion over there to guard the east gate." The reserves were quickly reinforced, but the Japanese army immediately noticed. Ajisa Yokohai had been waiting for this moment, and he concentrated all the grenade launchers in his division, bombarding the Zayadaman Gate with a furious barrage. The flares illuminated the night sky like daytime, leaving the Central Army troops on the city walls with nowhere to hide. Although drones were clearing out the grenadiers, the Japanese troops would fire and move on, making it difficult to completely suppress them in a short time. The Zayadaman City Gate was bombed and collapsed 3 times in succession, but was recaptured by the 2nd Regiment's suicide squad. The two sides repeatedly fought a stalemate around this position, and the battle was extremely fierce. The defenders on both sides of the city wall continued to reinforce Zayadaman, and all of this was observed by Ajishu Yokobe. He knew his opportunity had arrived and immediately ordered his engineers to blow up the walls. Taking advantage of the fact that the Central Army's attention was entirely focused on the East Gate, the Japanese engineers quietly infiltrated their designated positions and began to blast the city walls. Meanwhile, urgent battle reports from Zayadamen reached the 1st Division headquarters. Li Peiyuan initially wanted to request reinforcements from Luo Yun, but hesitated when he thought of the telegram personally sent by the battalion commander. He understood the meaning of the telegram. Now, he was no longer as certain as before whether the city walls could still be held. Of the more than 9,000 men in the 1st Division, nearly 3,000 had already been killed or wounded. What pained him even more was that most of the veterans who had followed him all the way from Shanghai had perished. To him, every veteran was a treasure. Just as he hesitated, a deafening roar suddenly came from the north of the city. Boom! The earth shook violently, and the kerosene lamps in the command post swayed wildly. A 10-meter-wide breach had been blasted into the city wall, 180 meters north of the Zayadamen Gate, by Japanese engineers. Debris and dust filled the air as the Japanese 104th Regiment surged in through the breach like a flood bursting its banks. Charge! Charge for His Majesty, the Heavenly Locust! The Chinese army city walls have fallen. Kill them all. The Japanese troops rushed into the city at great speed and soon attacked the 2nd Regiment's position at Zayadamen from the flank. A staff officer rushed in, his face ashen, and reported, "Commander, the Japanese army has breached the city walls and stormed in." Someone shouted in panic, "We can't hold out. Let's take cover." Li Peiyuan broke out in a cold sweat. Even though they had killed more than 4,000 Japanese soldiers today, the fear deep in his bones still surged up when faced with the Japanese army breaching the city. He recalled the words in the battalion commander's telegram. The war of resistance is not something that can be accomplished in a day. It requires a protracted war. When things seem hopeless, we must adapt to changing circumstances. There are still 100,000 Japanese soldiers inside the city, 20,000 outside the city, and 10,000 north of the river. If we continue to hold out, the 1st Division will probably be wiped out here. Li Peiyuan finally made up his mind, his voice trembling but unusually firm. Pass on my order the entire army to assemble at Yijiang Gate and immediately cross the river to retreat. After saying that, he grabbed his military cap, turned around, and ran away, without even having time to call out to his staff officer behind him. The loud explosion near the east gate of the anti-Japanese base instantly alerted everyone. Fang Biao immediately dispatched the headquarters reconnaissance platoon to investigate using drones. After the footage was transmitted back, everyone discovered that the city wall had collapsed and a large number of Japanese troops from the 13th Division were pouring into the city. Fang Biao immediately notified Luo Yun and simultaneously raised the alert level at the base. All personnel at the base mobilized immediately, with the entire supply battalion taking to their bunkers for defense, and the air power of the firepower battalion concentrating and shifting to the northern front to prioritize striking the Japanese troops entering the city. He was secretly relieved that Luo Yun had arranged the bunkers around the base before leaving. The bunkers were arranged in a triangular pattern, with overlapping firepower and almost no blind spots. Otherwise, the base would have been in real danger. At this moment, Luo Yun was leading the 2nd Battalion to attack Hanshi Gate. If they could capture Shuishi Gate, they would be able to approach Zhonghua Gate. Upon receiving the news, he directly asked Fang Biao, "Is the base confident of holding out?" Fang Biao answered firmly, saying there was no problem, but all the drones from the Fire Support Battalion needed to be moved to the northern front. After the 13th Division entered the city, the narrow roads made them easier targets for drone attacks. In addition, there were several thousand Central Army troops on the northern city wall. Facing the weakened Japanese forces, Luo Yun judged that holding the base would not be a problem, and there was even a chance to annihilate the 13th Division. Luo Yun agreed to the deployment, only allowing Fang Biao to report on the battle situation at any time. In the area around Zayadamen in the north of the city, the Central Army collapsed instantly upon hearing the retreat order. All units lost their will to resist and fled towards Yijiangmen as if they had lost their leader. Many new recruits ignored orders and failed to provide cover, abandoning their positions and fleeing for their lives. Gunfire, shouts, and cries mingled together. The Japanese army captured Zayadamen with almost no effort. The 104th and 116th Regiments of the 13th Division outside the city also began to pour into the city in large numbers. Ajashi Yokohama was extremely pleased with himself and immediately sent a telegram to Shushi to claim credit. The 13th Division has lived up to its mission, completely capturing the north of the city, and is about to strike the core base of the Chinese army, Upon receiving the telegram, Matsui Mizun laughed wildly and immediately ordered full-scale attack. The Chinese Air Force's firepower has been tied down in the northern part of the city. Now is the perfect time for a general offensive on Nanjing. The 3rd, 6th, 9th, 16th, and 114th divisions in the city also clearly felt the drone bombing weaken, mistakenly believing that the anti-Japanese army was exhausted, and immediately launched a full-scale attack. At this moment, the most brutal meat grinder in Nanjing City officially began, its ferocity even surpassing that of the Battle of Shanghai. Only this time, the roles were reversed. It was the Japanese army that needed to fill the gaps with blood and flesh. Chapter 80. The Slaughter of the 13th Division. On the other city walls to the north, the order to retreat spread like wildfire. Retreat. Commander, order a retreat. Run. The Japanese are catching up. The defeat was swift and devastating. The new recruits, who had little will to fight to begin with, immediately dropped their weapons and fled upon hearing of the retreat. There was no cover, no formation, only rout and desperate escape. The 2nd and 3rd regiments surged down the city walls like a tide, heading straight for Yijiang Gate. Within just 20 minutes, Shaodong Gate, Jinchuan Gate, and Xiaobei Gate fell one after another, and the remnants of the 13th Division outside the city also rushed into the city. Fang Biao was waiting for the Japanese army to attack from the base, but the drone footage showed a large number of fleeing Central Army soldiers charging towards them. Immediately afterward, an urgent report came from the staff. Li Peiyuan had led his troops in a rout, and the Central Army had completely collapsed. Fang Biao's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Damn it, this is bad. The fleeing soldiers are about to charge the position." He immediately ordered a special passage to be opened around the base to guide the retreating soldiers, and at the same time strictly ordered all bunkers to be on guard, and anyone who dared to attack the position would be killed without exception. Sure enough, some people tried to force their way in. As soon as the gunfire rang out, several men fell into pools of blood, and the remaining fleeing soldiers immediately became docile, only able to run out along the passage. Fang Biao reported the situation to Luo Yun in real time. Luo Yun was very puzzled. The First Army had suffered 90% casualties in the Battle of Shanghai, but still fought to the death. Now the Central Army clearly had the advantage in casualties, so how could it suddenly collapse? There's only one answer. It must be the battalion commander micromanaging the 1st Division again. That bald guy wants to preserve his strength, while also using someone else to do his dirty work. Luo Yun immediately ordered all the time-traveling drones to be deployed into battle ahead of schedule. The Yijiang Gate garrison was to confiscate all the night vision helmets and walkie-talkies of the fleeing soldiers who had left the city, and anyone who dared to disobey was to be killed without mercy. He then prepared to send 2 battalions of the 13th Regiment back to reinforce, but Fang Biao refused. Fang Biao said firmly, "Commander, there's no need to go back to reinforce. There's still a unit of the Central Army that hasn't withdrawn. It's Yang Yojia's 4th Regiment. Yesterday, our 1,000 men were able to annihilate the Kunisaki detachment. Now, with our unit plus theirs, we have 3,000 men, enough to wipe out the 13th Division's more than 20,000 men." Upon hearing that Yang Yojia was still holding the line, Luo Yun finally felt relieved and approved Fang Biao's plan. After settling the defenses at the West Gate, he continued to lead his troops towards the West Gate. On the battlefield north of the city, the Central Army was in complete collapse, but Yang Yojia's 4th Regiment held the Peace Gate and refused to retreat an inch. A company commander ran up to report, "Regimental commander, the division commander has ordered a retreat," saying it was personally ordered by the battalion commander. Yang Yojia stood on the city wall, his heart filled with intense struggle. In the past few months, he had retreated all the way from Shanghai to Nanjing, abandoning cities and people, and had long since had enough of the humiliation of fleeing. It wasn't until he met the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army yesterday that he truly fought like a soldier. Behind him was the anti-Japanese army base, Fang Biao, his comrade in arms who fought alongside him, and the one Luo Yun spoke of who guarded the people and fought against the Japanese invaders to save the nation. Yesterday's braised pork trotters, the camaraderie of fighting side by side, the glory of annihilating the Kunisaki detachment. Scenes flashed by. He had already led his troops to kill thousands of Japanese soldiers, avenging the defeat at Shanghai and repaying the debt owed to the party and the nation. For the people, for Nanjing, for the anti-Japanese National Salvation Army. What does it matter if we die? Yang Yojie picked up the walkie-talkie and contacted Fong Biao. Commander Fong, I, Yang Yojie, am leading the 4th Regiment to hold Heapingman and prepare to take over Zongyangmen, cooperating with your unit to close the gate and beat the dog. Fong Biao laughed loudly. Good. Yesterday, 1,000 men were able to annihilate the Kunisaki detachment. Today, with 3,000 men, we can still annihilate the 13th Division. Yang Yojie immediately ordered the 1st Regiment to hold the Heping Gate and the 2nd Regiment to take over the Zhongyang Gate, build a defensive line, and hold it to the death. After capturing Zayadongmen, Jinshuimen, and Zayoubimen, the Japanese 13th Division began advancing into the city. Little did they know, the real nightmare was just beginning. Despite the drone bombardment, the Japanese troops, pouring into the city, arrogantly headed straight for the base. In the rear command post, Ajisu Yokohai laughed triumphantly, believing that the Chinese army was no match for him. He thought that as long as he captured the mysterious weapons base, he would be an imperial hero. Just then, 300 racing drones took off from the base and headed straight for the north of the city. While the racing drones had a smaller kill radius than large drones, their speed and accuracy were far superior. Under the cover of darkness, infrared cameras found it easier to lock onto targets. Those officers wearing caps and carrying swords were the first to suffer. Every minute, a wave of drones swept by, taking away over 300 Japanese soldiers. If the Japanese army charged headlong without retreating, tens of thousands could be slaughtered in half an hour. This rate of slaughter far exceeded their expectations. Even at the height of the Battle of Shanghai, it was less than 1/10 of this. Meanwhile, 10-kilogram and 50-kilogram drone bombs continued to pelt the densely packed formation. With each bomb, half a squad was wiped out instantly, and limbs and severed bodies were scattered everywhere. The Japanese troops charged wildly in fear, shouting "Banzai!" But in the darkness, they could only rely on kerosene lamps and flashlights for illumination, making their pace pitifully slow and unable to evade aerial attacks. After finally reaching within 200 meters of the base, someone pulled out a grenade launcher, only to be instantly killed by a flying machine. A few minutes later, no one dared to show their grenade launcher anymore, and they could only grit their teeth and continue charging forward. But ahead lay a dense barbed wire fence laid by the anti-Japanese army, and to the sides, the pillboxes spewed fire. The barrage of automatic rifles cut through the enemy like grass, and Japanese soldiers fell in droves, their blood staining the streets and their bodies carpeting the roads. The remaining soldiers could only scramble to hide in the houses on either side.